You in, mate?
Looks to be, yes. Yeah, I'll look at that elsewhere in a moment.
Just order 100-year-old farm station property up the Darling in 4 weeks. Busy. It's always nice to have something to do. And catered for 40 people for my birthday. Oh, nice. A big birthday, or it was 70. 70. Congratulations. Grandkids. House. We can move house. Fireworks. Yeah.
The leading guys in peace.
Not nearly there. Oh, This is what's first also.
This one will be live.
I've just sent you a copy of the bio.
Yep.
Tim, would you like that printer near you somewhere?
Yeah, I can use it. Is that PowerPoint? I've got a PowerPoint.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm one of those things about it. And there's something that.
Tim, I wasn't going to bother printing it, but as you've got onto the trouble of bringing your printer, so try
Jason did say send something through.
just some sort of photos. So try forward it to you. I know you've already got it.
I should have it, yes.
If some of them are probably bios sometimes long-winded, but if it's easier to print by.
How you doing?
Yes. Yes.
No, that's all right. I'm only going to use it for this one instance.
Have a
where we sit personally, but we all also have that opportunity to have a broader and more deeper connected discussion with the challenges that we face, just with the normal challenges of Horton Ag and running a town of the size of Mildura, without climate change, without a normal drought, and without all those unknowns that might come through. So thank you again. Thank you, the MBA. Thank you for Waterfind. Thank you for Millwall Pumping for being a bit sneaky with your sign over there, but we'll run with that, Mr. Ellis. Mildura Rural Council is supporting this as well. And I think it's really important that we get together as many times as we can, because there are learnings we can have from each other. So please enjoy the day. We've got to have different points of view, but let's be respectful of those opinions, and just consider those biases that we do have, or the things that we haven't considered before, because it's very important, and that's why I love being in this room, to look out at what that water can do for ag, for towns, for people, and just amenity. So I'll pass it over to Mark, and we'll call up the first panel if everyone's here.
Thank you. Good morning, and a very warm welcome. And thank you to Mildura and Mildura Council for welcoming us and making us feel so welcome in your shire. This is not just about Mildura. This is not a Mildura Water Forum. This is a basin-wide water forum. We actually, for those who don't know me, my name is Mark Lamb. I'm the CEO of the Murray-Darling Association. It's my very great pleasure to be your MC today. We hold a national conference once a year, and we move that around. It's not static. So a couple of years ago, it was in Albury. Last year, it was in South Australia, in Murray Bridge. This year, it's actually in Tamworth. So I would encourage everyone to think about going to Tamworth in early July. It's going to be a fantastic opportunity to continue this discussion. However, we don't want to just have a once a year event. So we try and have inter-regional events. And a couple of years ago, for example, we had one. Andrew Tilley is in the room. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew Tilley, our chair from Region 7, hosted an event in Adelaide. But it's not designed to be unique to that area. This is a basin-wide discussion. But these kind of events aren't possible without the help. So thank you to Mildura Shire for supporting us. Thank you also Waterfind, the water market specialist, for sponsoring today. Again, we couldn't do it without you. So please take the opportunity to chat to the team at Waterfind during the breaks, morning, afternoon tea and lunch, because I think they have a lot to offer, and you'll hear more from them later. But today's an opportunity, as Jason said, to have a debate about water. What's the future? We know there are challenges ahead. Our partners at CSIRO, and you'll hear a lot from them, not today, but at the Tamworth conference, we've actually got the CEO, I mean, confirmed this week, the new CEO, Doug Hilton from CSIRO, the new CEO of CSIRO, is actually our keynote speaker at our conference. We've got, obviously, anyone from Andrew McConville, who's the CEO of MDBA. We've got Troy Grant from Inspector General of Water Compliance. We've got the who's who of the water industry. So, again, a great opportunity, so I encourage you to come to Tamworth. But today is really a subset of that conference. So it's really about debating the future of water. So our friends at CSIRO predict that we're going to have a challenging future. Their modelling suggests that we've got up to 30% less water by the year 2050. Now, we don't quite know what that looks like, but the modelling suggests we've got some challenges ahead. At the moment, we're trying to work out how to cut up the pie, especially with the Murray-Darling Basin plan, and yet, given the challenges, we've got increasing demand, but a decreasing supply. And that's why we're here to discuss the future of water and how do we deal with that. So the theme at our conference in Tamworth is really about that, water security. How do we guarantee the future of water? But today is really how do we deal with some of these matters, from agriculture to horticulture, from community to irrigation. So how do we try and deal with all these competing demands? So to get matters started, we've got an industry panel, and I'd like to call up Tanya, Anthony, Richard, and Stephen to the floor, please. And what we're going to do is have a discussion to get things started. So what I would ask, rather than me introduce everyone, I might actually ask them to introduce themselves, just a little bit of a bio about yourself. And then what we're going to do is we'll turn to each of the panel to actually not only introduce themselves, but just a little quick, a couple of minutes about their view on matters and where they're from and why they hold the views they do. And once we've had a kind of a 5 minutes each, then we'll actually open it to the floor for questions. So we'll actually try and get a lively discussion going first thing this morning. So where should I start? Okay, I'll hand over. So over to you, and then we'll start thinking about the questions you'd like to ask. Over to you through your bios. Thanks.
Thank you. Stephen Bennett's my name. I'm a board member of Dried Fruits Australia. Unfortunately, the chairman and vice chair weren't available today, so I got the short straw. But still, I'm very happy to be here and try and say a few words about the Australian dried fruits industry. Just a bit of background about myself. I've been working in the family farm with my brother for the last 20 years. I'm a 4th generation dried fruit grower. The family's been there since the start of Murray-Darling. We're from Murray-Darling, so we've been there for nearly 114 years, I think. And I've also got a background in engineering. The industry itself at the moment, we're producing about, in a good year, about 15,000 tonnes. We're nowhere near as big as what the industry used to be, but we're still ticking along quite well. We aim to hopefully get to about 20 to 25,000 tonnes in the next 5 or 6 years. The industry's made some big gains in productivity over the last few years. Even though the industry is based on the Sultana variety, probably the biggest problem with the industry is the Sultana variety. So we have done a lot of work in breeding new varieties, finding new varieties that can replace Sultana. Sultana is probably the less than half of what the industry produces now. So we've got a lot more reliable varieties that have replaced Sultana. The industry's probably got about 250 growers. That number may or may not increase. I think, like any other farming industry, productivity means that we don't need as many growers. We've had a fairly big focus on increasing yields, maximising our water use. We've probably got about 3,500 hectares, so the industry probably uses about 31 gigalitres of water. We're going to need all that water into the future. So I think it's probably about all I can think about at the moment. But we've also, well, I should just say, talking about productivity gains, we're a highly mechanised industry now. There are a lot of people that are still drying fruit on racks. Most of it's dried on the vine. It's a very mechanised harvest process, down to the point where we can almost don't need a lot of labour in the harvest time, which is a big difference from what we used to. We're also mechanising our pruning as well, so all those productivity gains are a big help. But anyway, enough of dried fruit. I'll hand over to Richard.
Thanks, Steve. Richard Nagle. Jason asked for a bit of a bio. Caught up the other day. Born in the Yarra Valley, studied in Wagga, Charles Sturt University. After doing a hort degree in Melbourne, did a viticulture degree at Wagga, and then had a couple of years travelling around on a graduate program with one of the big corporates in the wine industry in the late 90s, and ended up in Mildura for a 3-year plan. Promised my wife we're going to move near a big city. 25 years later, I'm still here. So I've been in the wine industry for approximately 28 years, and I think 25 of those in the Sunraysia district. So my background is as technical viticulturalist, but also in procurement. So I worked for 20 years for a large corporate and ended up being a national procurement manager for wine grapes. So that's my background is wine grapes. So the industry, for those people that aren't aware, has been through a few ups and downs, probably more down than up the last few years. We're in possibly our biggest downturn we've seen in the 5 cycles that the Australian wine industry has been through in its time. Typically we have sort of 11 to 15 year cycles we go through, and this is probably the longest down cycle we've had. It's come off the back of quite a few things, but probably the biggest one that people are aware of is the China trade tariffs, which thankfully have been lifted recently. But just from a local perspective, here, certainly Sunraysia was always once one of the big three inland irrigated regions, along with the Riverina and the Riverland in South Australia. And we, like most regions, have seen a big decline in the plantings in recent years, and consolidation of properties. A bit of that being, table grape and citrus, probably competition for country. But we've still got probably two groups of growers. When I was thinking about it the other day, we've got those growers that are this is more about just giving you a bit of background as to our industry. We've got the grower who probably has very little debt and owns their water, and then we've got the new grower who has no water and has a lot of debt. And it's sort of polarizing a bit, but and that's probably 80% of the growers would fall into one of those two categories. And another thing that's a little catch cry of mine, and I go from Coonawarra right through to all parts of South Australia, across into the Riverina and the Hunter with work, and my last 6 months, people have been saying, how's the wine industry going? I keep saying it's not much fun. And I've been in it from sort of the heady days of the late 90s, and I've seen some mini collapses, and I've seen it back when Chardonnay was $150 a tonne and Reds were about not much more. Seen mergers and acquisitions and various wineries going collapsing, but this has been as bad as it's been. And the difference this time around is it's often just the growers are the ones who are suffering when some of these downturns happen. Like, generally there's other people doing okay, but the poor old farmers are always the one that seems to cop it the worst. Yeah. This time around, everyone's been copying it. So you're seeing wineries, large, top 20 wineries going into administration. There's a lot of smaller family operations, I believe, are digging into savings, and there's that many businesses that I just do not know how on earth they are still staying afloat right through the supply chain. So every stakeholder is suffering in the wine industry at the moment. There's just no money in it for anyone at the moment. So that's our big challenge, and that's despite temporary water being at almost a record low at the moment. So if you think about those farmers who are high debt, no water, they're getting by with water temporary trading at the moment. Pete, what? $18. So I'd hate to think what would happen if it went to 200 or 250 as an average across the season. We've got some big challenges in our industry. We've had China's hopefully going to be coming back online, but we've got a global oversupply, which we're working our way through. We've got an oversupply of red varieties within Australia as well, which we're working our way through. But that's not just confined to irrigated regions. Our industry produces roughly half of our fruit from the irrigated regions. Some years can be a little bit more than that, but say it's roughly half. The other half from what we call dryland regions. So areas, it's funny they call them dryland regions in the industry, non-Murray-Darling Basin river access regions. They use groundwater, they use dam water, they use other types of water, but typically they're not heavily reliant on irrigation. We've got an oversupply of reds that comes across from all those regions, and that's something we're working through. It's hard when the consumers are not drinking as much red wine, but slowly but surely we're changing across to a lot of white. So there's been a push by wineries and growers to change over to white varieties, but we've got to be very careful in Australia. We're extremely efficient at being flexible. I've found in the past that when we find a glimpse of hope with a trend or a new variety, we replant quicker than anybody else. So what will happen is you'll get a variety that's going quite well, and the next thing is oversupplied. And also we're in a global market, so sometimes we have something that goes pretty well, and then another overseas competitor decides, that goes all right for the Australians, we might jump onto that too, and they can do it cheaper than us. I've said enough, I think, for the moment. I'll hand over to Tanya.
Thanks. Tanya Chapman. I've been in the citrus industry since I first shifted to Mildura back in 1994, both in an accounting profession in a packing shed to being a grower in my own right, stupidly or non-stupidly. Not sure it was the smartest move I ever made. As chair of the National Peak Industry Body, as chair of Voice of Horticulture, and then more recently with the two corporates that I've joined. The first one being Neutrano, and now obviously I'm in my 4th week with Costa. So, you know, some big challenges ahead. I think the citrus industry goes through, like every agricultural commodity, through peaks and troughs, and the last couple of years for citrus have been especially challenging, not through any fault of the growers, the climate, and if the trees don't get what it is they need, they start to suck it out of the fruit, and then we have quality issues. And given that citrus is probably the most mature horticultural export product that we have in Australia, when we can't export that product, we end up with an oversupply very quickly on the domestic market, just like wines, just like, you know, table grapes, just like anything. So having that quality and having access to export markets is critical to citrus surviving, because unlike dried fruits, citrus and table citrus will never ever get to that mechanisation stage where we can just send a machine out to harvest it. You know, there's a lot of work going on in the background, but I think, you know, from the trials that I've seen, it would probably take way too many months to pick an average orchard to make that mechanisation viable. Yes, it is viable in juice, and, you know, whilst I talk about juice, you know, in previous years, if we got $30 a tonne for juice, for navel juice, we would think that was great because we didn't actually have to dump it and feed the goats and the sheep. But this year, and I know that we should never be thankful if, you know, anyone else is having a bit of a downtime, but with citrus greening now ravaging through Brazil and through Florida, it means that their ability to grow and supply juice, concentrate on the world market, is virtually nil. So now we've gone from $30 a tonne to $400 a tonne, and, you know, juice companies screaming for it. So, you know, this year our citrus crop is looking so much better than it has in the last couple of years. Good sized fruit, very clean fruit. But again, that heavy reliance on water will never go anywhere. And I know that we'll get into the debates and everything as we go through, but I think for me, what really stands out with water is that if we don't have the right amount of water for what we're growing in the region, the flow-on effect to our communities, to our schools, to our service providers, I don't think that we get enough recognition from that from our city counterparts. I was at an event on the weekend and I heard somebody from the city sitting there going on and on about how we waste the water and how we don't know what we're doing and all the rest of it. And, you know, for those of you that know me, for me to sit there and bite my tongue and not go up and literally rip their jugular out, but I didn't. You know, I just said that, you know, not everything's as you see it. So I think that whilst we are all very concerned about water here, we need to find a way to send that strong message to our city people as well, so that they do understand that as farmers, we don't waste the water. You know, we know that if we don't look after our resources, and whether that be water, land, whatever it is, that we will not be able to grow. Therefore, we will not have businesses and we will not have strong local communities. So I think, you know, apart from just the water discussion, there's a few other discussions that we need to have on how we sell ourselves to the wider part of Australia, because, you know, if you look at table grapes, citrus, wine grapes, dried fruit, not only are we feeding Australia, but the amount of money that we then bring back into the country, you know, it's amazing. The amount of people that we employ, you know, so that we're actually keeping not only our region strong, but, you know, we do have a heavy contingent of backpackers coming into our regions, and that also sends money up to the other parts of Australia when they go off travelling around. So I think there are a lot of things that we should consider that we do right in our growing here in this region.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Anthony Civillo. I'm a tableback grower with my parents and two brothers. Previously served as a councillor on the Murray-Darling City Council from 2016 to 2020. From a growing background, the story starts about 4 generations ago in the dried fruit area, and then slowly made the move to table grapes in the coming generations. Our industry's a little bit unique in its requirement for intense labour, which is why it's still a predominantly family-owned businesses. You don't see a lot of corporates really being in the industry at all, and most that do try fail quite quickly. The industry, you could say, is majority based in the original soldier settlement irrigation districts, with a little bit getting planted outside in those once wheat paddocks getting opened up now. The majority of the industry, the export side of things is based here in Mildura and Ronvale. That's where the heart of the export stuff comes from, but it does make its way all the way to the top of Australia there, Mareeba, Emerald, St George, Mundubra, all the way down to Ronvale, Swan Hill, Riverland's got some, great table grapes being produced now, as well as Western Australia. The industry's faced some challenges in the last couple of years with the COVID coming in, being a perishable product, boats being delayed, ports being held up, etc., etc. It really knocked the industry around a bit. And then on top of that, the wet weather, which is probably our biggest nightmare as fresh producers. The quality was really not fit to go export late in the season, but the domestic market's not big enough to consume it. Also, off we go, and we had to load up for export, and then with the delay of shipments, it was a recipe for disaster. So this year, thankfully, the weather was a lot more kind to us, and the quality's held up really well, and it looks like there's a bit of confidence coming back in the industry, and it looks like, the results are much better than the previous two. A bit of background of the industry, it's from the opening of the trades with China, on the back of that, China, Korea, Japan, opening those markets up in 2009, 10, 11, obviously created a big expansion in the industry to fill those markets. The introduction of a lot of new varieties with better genetics to handle adverse climate, to handle drought conditions, to crop more, to be more productive, has also helped open up more markets. As it's traditionally been just your 3 major ones, which is Thompson, Red Globe, and Crimson. Now you've got earlier timings and later, earlier starts and later finishes. So the industry's really stretched out to a 6-month harvest period up here. So there's a lot of skill in the industry, and unfortunately, when for whatever reasons, whenever a family does decide to exit, it doesn't get replaced, and there's no one coming through that will learn that skill. So it's really just the other families choose to take the other family out and continue on, but there's also a limit on how much you can produce to the quality standard that the export markets require. So it's a little bit of a unique industry in that way. Can't really put a structure around it. You can plan as much as you want, but every week there's so many factors that affect it and change that direction that you're heading in. Another thing with our industry, probably opposed to the others, is that, if I'm not wrong, please correct me, but like say you've got your wine, your dried, and your citrus, where generally speaking, if one grower does well, it means that the returns are pretty well for most growers, where table grapes is a very standalone situation where grower to grower can have a very big difference in their profit and loss for the year, just because of those factors: timing, market, quality, ability to get labour to get around in a timely manner. So it's an interesting industry. It does regulate itself in that sense. So you kind of, if you sit here and analyse it too much, you wonder why you do it. But it's what we do. So it's a bit of a background of the industry.
Thanks. Apologies. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all 4 speakers for a brilliant introduction, and I think we've got a pretty wide range of views across different industries. Does anyone have a burning question, or I'm happy to start, but if anyone's, just raise your hand and we'll either shout out or at the back, please. Do you want to shout out or would you like a mic? Did you get that question? What's your view of the Southern Connected Basin, given the removal of water, I guess, the 700 gigalitres? Who would like to attack that question first? That's a doozy of a question to start us off. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, who would like to? Thank you.
I'll start, let the others have a think about it. Well, obviously, for our industry, I think we'd be quite vulnerable because there's probably growers that are close to retirement, and they'd be looking to exit the best way they can, and if there's an opportunity to sell water for a high price, then quite a lot would take it. But generally, as I said before, we need all the water that we can get or that we're using now. There's any water that's taken out of the pool just increase the price for temporary water, which would be another put extra pressure on production in our industry. And all the flow-on effects that would take. At the moment, our industry really can't supply the markets that want our fruit. We can barely supply the Australian domestic market, and we don't have enough fruit to supply good demand overseas either. So we pretty much need more production. So yeah, any pressure on that's going to be a bit of a wasted opportunity. So yeah.
Steve. Yeah, I think I touched on it a bit earlier, the sort of the financial pressures that the wine industry are going through at the moment, and my concern is that if you were to see the temporary water price consistently stay higher with having less water in the pool, so to speak, you'd see a lot of pressure on the wine industry. And it's interesting that with that shift I was talking about from red to white, whites to grow quality, you need to have the vines in good conditions without growing citrus or table grapes. It's not this, years ago they talked about use less water, grow high quality fruit. Works to an extent on some of the red varieties, but really you need to keep your vines healthy. Vines that are under stress don't function and don't produce off characters and don't produce sugars. So we're finding that if anything at the moment to remain viable, we're using slightly more water than we were using maybe back in the heady days of the 90s because of the shift in market, but also that we have to, yield is king. To stay viable, you need to grow tonnes in our industry. So you don't get anywhere by just growing piddly amounts of fruit.
Over the last couple of years, with the lack of quality in the citrus, and as I stated, the export markets really are critical to us. So over the last couple of years, our share in those export markets has decreased. So what we now find is that a lot of our customers are going to those cheaper cost of production countries, such as the Chile, Peru, and the amount of plantings in South Africa, the amount of pressure that's now putting on our price. So if we don't have the water to be able to grow the volumes to fulfill our customers in those export markets, they will go to another country. So that will then put even more pressure on what we do supply here in the domestic market. And, there have been many times when I was chair of Citrus Australia and small growers would come up to me and say, Tanya, what are you doing for us? You're always about the big grower, you're about the export markets. We don't supply the export markets, we supply the domestic market. And my words to them is that if we don't grow those export markets and get the big people that have the ability and the capacity and the capability to export, they will be in your domestic market and you will be unviable because they will last a whole lot longer than you will. So if we don't have access to that water, we will lose more and more of the family farms. we will lose more out of our communities. And how, again, do we get the government, the people in the cities? You know, the people in the cities have such a stronger vote when it comes to the government than we do, just solely because of their sheer numbers. So how do we get them to understand what we're doing so that we're putting the right people in government to make the right decisions? And I'll go back to, you know, when Penny Wong was the Minister for Water, and I sat there and had a conversation with her about the lack of dams, the lack of storage. And what I got told was, it's not raining, so what do you want to put in the dam? I said, well, it will rain again. And if we don't do it now, when? If we don't take advantage of when to build more storage and have that access to water, when will we do it? Well, we still don't have any increased storage.
Thanks for the question, Ken. To answer your question, plain and simply, any water that goes out of the Southern Connected Basin, as far as we're concerned up here with permanent horticulture, is a disaster. We got no choice with permanent horticulture but to keep going, and you got to make, so once you start the season via pruning, you're already committed to seeing it through. We have to, it's going to increase the price of water on the temporary market by there being less water available, and it's going to send growers to the wall. I just said in the opening that once a grower leaves these industries, there's no one coming through. And if they do come through in a corporate manner, eventually it'll be monopolised and you'll be paying a lot more for fruit and vegetables, trust me. Because to make it pay, they have to get a higher cost for their product, because there's no family getting up at 4 a.m. and going doing the water for free. So this is what I'm trying to get across. So up here, it's a unique part of the world. Permanent horticulture needs a secure supply of water. Otherwise, it is going to be a disaster. It's plain and simple.
Thanks, Anthony. So thank you, Ken, for a great first question. Yes.
Rose Lowry. Sorry, I'm just speaking. Rose Lowry from Riverland, South Australia, also permanent horticulture base. I just want to, given that we already have reports that say in the next dry period there will not be sufficient water for all the permanent plantings in the basin, I would just like to understand your thoughts on, I guess I see it as a lack of any sort of framework in terms of the volume of permanent plantings in the basin. I just see that there's a real disconnect. We've freed up the water from the land, and permanent plantings are going in everywhere on general security water. That general security or low security water used to provide water security for permanent plantings in the southern part of the river system. Just like your thoughts on that.
Did anyone not hear the question? So basically, I think the key, the question really is about permanent planting. So if there's going to be less water in the future, then how do we consider permanent plantings in the future? The limitations of permanent. That's really the nub of the question. Same question.
Well, it's probably just a comment on the 700 GL. Hope it doesn't squeak. So the problem that I face, my name's Peter Ebner, I'm an irrigator in the Reckless Irrigation District for 43 years and spent 49 years in the Victorian water industry. So the issue is that they talk about volumes that's needed for the basin plan and the 450 GL, but nobody actually tells us what that means in a traditional sense. So I decided to go through some annual reports for Lower Murray Water and Central Irrigation Trust. So on average, the irrigation districts in the Riverland, and please correct me if you think I'm a little off, but CIT informed me is around about 115 to 120 GL per annum. Lower Murray's 4 districts of Merbein, Mildura, Redcliffe and Rondvale use a similar volume, 120 GL. So we're at around about 240. Lower Murray Water's private diverters use 450, so that's from Nye to the South Australian border. So to put that into context, 700 GL is the equivalent of all permanent horticulture from Naya in Victoria to the South Australian border and the Riverland. So I don't know that that's good news.
Thank you for those comments. Who would like to tackle that first? Richard looks as though he's. Well, I guess the question to start.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'll take that. So I couldn't agree more with you than what you're trying to get across. So we're still here opening up more paddocks, yet there's not enough water. And then, so how does it make sense for the government's care responsibility to the existing stakeholders along the Murray-Darling Basin? How does it make any sense? You've basically got a short market already, yet you're allowing more to go in. That's going to create a high dependence on that temporary market that's not there. Who's going to trade the water to them? I mean, I don't understand. So to me, this whole thing, I'm a bit blunt because I've been doing it for that long. These things are trying to get repetitive. We had a system that was already regulated. We unregulated it, and now we're all here in this room trying to work out how to put it back together. I don't understand. 1999, 2001, whenever it was, I was 9 years old. We had the unbundling process go through. The whole purpose of that reform was to open up more land, and now we're sitting here going, oh, there's not enough water to supply all these new areas that are open. Well, I mean, here we are 25 years later in circles. I come today for a bit of respect for Jason Monica, Councillor Jason, that, we fought hard together on council together, but it seems that these things will go round and round and round and round, and we'll sit here in 5 more years and go, what do you reckon? In the meantime, whoever's got a good commodity at the time will survive. Whoever doesn't will be broke. And there's less and less, I can see in the room, there's less and less people that used to be here 10 years ago. There'll be less in 5 more years. So I don't know really what the opinions matter, but unless we really stop seeing environment versus grower versus corporate versus this versus that, and really kind of put our heads together and come up with something real so everyone can continue. We need a productive river. We need a healthy environment. No one's disagreeing with all this, but you've got government policy that says, go whack in another 100,000. Whatever, it doesn't matter if it's almonds, or it doesn't matter if it's citrus, doesn't matter if it's table grapes. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know, that's just my opinion.
Tanya?
Totally agree with everything that you said, and there does need to be a regulation, and just pretend I'm not with a corporate right at this point, but a lot of the corporates will survive, a lot won't. We've seen a lot of those managed investment schemes go by very quickly, and the devastation that does to the communities is also real. But when we go back to that unbundling, there is only going to be one group of people that are going to win out of this, and that's the people that have hoarded up the water, that actually aren't connected to the land, because they will sit there and they will sell off to the highest bidder. So we've heard wine grapes, they're already digging into their savings. Dried fruit, they won't survive unless they've got access to the water. So there is only going to be one winner, and it's all of those people that have water, nobody that's actually on the land, and really protecting these communities and keeping these communities going.
Thanks, Tanya. I completely agree. And just on Anthony's point about the expansion, to the way I see it is, as well, is you've got different levels of government, which are, so you've got federal, you've got state. So if you look at Anthony around here, what we're seeing is we're seeing a lot more development, particularly private diversion on the New South Wales side in this part of the area, I suppose, and far less on the Victorian side. And so getting the AULs, getting the approvals and getting the access to the river is more difficult in some areas than others. So what you're seeing is big developments happening in one area, not in another area, and then the whole southern connected basin is managed at a federal level. So you've got federal decisions and rules, and then you've got local. So you've got sort of a disconnect I see there between it all. That in an ideal world, I know we're all from different states here. In an ideal world, the whole basin should be managed federally, in my opinion. Take the politics out of it, take the states out of it, and manage it as one, because there's a lot of different rules in different areas, and then There's a lot of fighting that happens and a lot of things that don't happen because of the interstate politics.
Yeah, I'd agree with everything that's been said, and just a couple of my own personal comments, I guess. I could never quite understand why there was a cap put on extraction from the Murray-Darling Basin, but as far as I know, I could be wrong, but there was never a cap put on the amount of area that could be irrigated. So it seems to have created this big imbalance in the market, which I just don't understand how policymakers could set that up. And another problem we've had is that irrigation has shifted further downstream, and that's causing other unintended consequences, I guess, as far as being able to deliver the water. And a big risk we've got at the moment is getting the water through the cheat in times of peak demand.
Follow-up question.
Answer to your question about the area of horticulture as well. Another thing for people that I'm just conscious, we've got people here from Hay, and I've seen people from Shepherd and other areas that don't have a lot of the sort of intensive or different type of horticulture to what we have here too. There's a lot of cost that's put into this horticulture within this district. Anyone I know the Riverland's very similar, lesser degree probably the Riverina, but a lot of infrastructure, and that's not just on farm, but irrigation infrastructure. So you look at Lower Murray Water, CIT. I just hate to think what would happen if, for example, 30% of the Riverland had to be abandoned. Think that the existing users in CIT, they're going to have to foot the bill for running that system. Then, and for anyone who's ever tried to remove an orchard or a vineyard, it's a really costly exercise. So what do? If you're forced out, do you continue to pay your CIT fees or your Lower Murray water fees or your Murrumbidgee irrigation fees and then stare at the cost of removing your plantings? Or do what do you do? To actually not irrigate costs a lot of money. So you're talking about people that are already making a really difficult decision to exit and then being left with a cost, an ongoing annual cost to have a bare, dead horticultural operation.
Just follow up on that. And what we have seen happen in a number of areas where people have decided to walk away is that they actually don't have the money to rip out those dead plantings. So what then happens to all of the neighbours is we end up with the biosecurity pressures, the pests, the disease, which means those neighbours are now spending more to try and keep their own orchards clean and to be able to grow the quality fruit, to meet the market demands. So it's just a flow-on effect that unfortunately the last one standing is actually going to be hit with some mega costs to even be the last one standing, I think.
Okay, any other questions?
Quick one.
Right. Oh, sorry, Jason, go ahead.
So just drawing a longer bow, there seems to have been a structural government oversight in how quick development has taken off after unbundling. Now we're going to have the same problem with if we do deliver the 450, there's going to have to be so much structural money spent to support everybody to come back to a more regulated, healthy environmental system. Now, we haven't done the hard work once. It's probably going to be harder again. Do you guys have a comment on that, or I'm just happy to have a comment?
Anyone want to tackle that one? I'll come back to you in a minute. Anyone want to comment on Jason's point?
I think he's spot on. He's spot on. We've got to do the hard work.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, I think there was a question at the back. Do you want to, I can try and bring the mic up.
Okay, I can start. So it's like we saw this coming. We legislated to reduce the amount of water we use, but we also opened up around all this development to occur. We didn't incentivise irrigation within the existing district in order to bring down those. It sounds like people think we should regulate development. How can we do that? How could we regulate growth, I suppose, and hopefully improve the areas that are
So, just to make sure everyone heard, I think as different water has moved from one district, one region to another, is there a need for more regulation as to how the water is used? Does anyone want to comment on that?
Yeah, well, it is going to be difficult to regulate. as far as I know, the Victorian government has put some sort of moratorium on new development in Victoria. But unfortunately, South Australia and New South Wales, as far as I know, haven't. So I think a first step would be to try and get all the states to agree or to discuss the problem and agree what the problem is and try and come up with a solution to help. We'd like to think how we can regulate beyond that, but certainly, hopefully, if we can at least start talking about the problem, something might happen.
So you're 100% right, is that if we want to start developing more land here in Victoria, there is quite a process to go through. But if we know on average how much water is available, we know what a crop takes to grow, then how hard is it to make sure that we're not handing out licenses? You know, I think if we go back, and I don't even know how many years, Peter would know much more about this than me, is when they basically started issuing licenses for that part of the bottom of the river that was never supposed to be issued. So we were handing out the ability to irrigate more than we could at that time. And now that has just continued on. And if I go back to the comment that how do we get it regulated between the states? Is it a federal responsibility? Because every state has a different rule. Every state determines it, you know, and I know people in South Australia might be, you know, particularly fond of the mouth of the Murray, but if it had been left to the way nature intended with tidal pools, you know, we've just had one of the biggest floods in history and the mouth of that is closing up again. Had it been left to be a natural opening, we probably wouldn't be having the issues that we're having now. So all of these things where government are making decisions on one hand without thinking about the ramifications to everybody along the way is causing us, you know, massive issues now, not to mention in the future.
No, thanks for the question. My opinion on it is it was regulated, it's deregulated, now the cat's out of the bag. How do you fix it? You're not going to claw back the plantings that are done. I mean, people that have the companies that have planted the farms that we're talking about, they're not going to just be bumped off, and nor should they. They've invested their money, right? So how do you fix it? Realistically, the only way you can fix it is if you were able to increase the supply and without the constraints in the river. I don't think that's an easy task. So I don't know if it can really be fixed. And the other problem with that is now that we've got all this private money mixed in to the water market, is people who went and bought permanent security as an investment, they're not going to want an increased supply of water. It's going to diminish their investment. So I don't think that, to answer your question, I don't think it can be fixed. That's purely and simply, it's going to, we've got this ideology here in this country that market fixes everything. The market is what's going to fix it, right? And it's going to be always the one with the biggest pocket. That's what this is the structure we're building. That's to work with it. And let me tell you, like, the family farm's got no chance against the bigger guys that don't need to make a profit out of what they're doing, because it's a side shoot of investments all around the world. So that's can't be fixed.
Thank you. We had a question over here.
Yeah, I just was wondering, we did, Stephen spoke about the number of planted hectares in dried fruit and the amount of water that requires. Do you other guys have a kind of handle on what that looks like in our district in terms of, or average megs per hectare for the crop and average and roughly the plantings in the region, just to get a picture?
There's no register of plantings, so you can't work it out. We know the consumption of water, but we don't know, other than the sunrise 21 work, we don't know.
I'll get a mic to you in a minute. Just go ahead.
I actually can't remember the total plantings off the top of my head, although we do get a full planting register every year. And one of the projects that Hort Innovation has got going on now, and I know that they will move to table grapes and and to all of the others as well, which is actually mapping where every piece of citrus is like throughout Australia, not just this region. But we need to have those 8 to 9 megs a hectare to grow a good quality crop. And if you look at, citrus is in every state of Australia bar Tasmania, and the 3 states of Victoria, South Australia, New South Wales are the lion's share of those plantings. But we are still less than 2% of world production of citrus here in Australia. So how do we maintain our markets when we're already so small anyway?
Thanks for the question, Kim. I'm just thinking we don't report on hectares either. We report on tonnes produced. Certainly it's been in decline over time.
Roughly, do you have
This area.
Guesstimate?
No.
Not going there.
No, not going there. But yeah, same thing. Like our megs per hectare of around the same mark. Around the sort of 8 to 9, maybe up to 10 sometimes. It depends on again planting densities and things like that. And it's all relative. It's dollars per megalitre produced. Like so, those higher water use varieties producing astronomical 50 to 60 tonnes to the hectare crops versus some 20 tonnes to the hectare crops.
Thanks, Richard. Stephen?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think I was a bit not nervous, but I think we do have to be careful about quoting megalitres per hectare. I know in our industry we've really been focused on tonnes per hectare, and of course that reduces our megalitres per tonne. So and we've probably over the last 20 years doubled our dollars per megalitre and tonnes per hectare. So we use a reasonable large amount of water, but we're certainly not wasting it.
so next per tonne then? What do you have at the moment?
Did you say annual per tonne?
Yeah, megalitres.
Megalitres per tonne.
If we can grow 10 tonnes per hectare of dried fruit, which is 40 tonnes per hectare of fresh fruit on say 8 megalitres, so whatever that number is. But I have seen some new varieties lately that have got much higher yields than that, so that would decrease our megalitres per tonne again.
Thanks, Stephen. Any other burning questions? Yes.
I've got a good paddock horse, so I won't need that. I'm going to run myself.
Just so people up the back can hear, just speak up high.
Yeah, so there's so many issues here that I'd like to comment on. I'm going to spare everyone from it. The issue of the regional urban divide, I think, is one that it's been the elephant in the room for many years. And I don't come from an irrigation background. I was a broadacre farmer. But every agricultural industry, whilst different, has similar challenges. But my personal belief, and I'd be interested in your comments on it, that aside from the market input costs, fixed capital costs, government costs, I believe one of the greatest challenges going forward to involve in any form of agriculture is government regulation, and geopolitical. So policy, even from overseas, that influences what we do. And I firmly believe that we need to be much better at it. Now, I've been in the industry doing what I do for nearly 30 years. I can remember having conversations 30 years ago that we were really poor at it. I don't think it's got better, it's got worse. And the thing is that we are outnumbered. There are false narratives that we are environmental vandals. It's very hard to get around that. There are people, I remember vividly during the Millennium Drought, there were people in Melbourne who thought the Murray River was actually dry. So you've got this issue. But I take my hat off to anyone who's involved in horticulture, because I look at it from the background, like we're doing a business plan. So if you're a wheat grower, you can put in your fertiliser costs, chemical costs, fuel costs, without the variability of what your water's going to cost. And then if you are looking at doing a 5 to 10 year business plan, I don't know how you do that anymore based on the any security around water.
Right.
And to say that, like, you know, we turn the tap off, or we you know, it's easy to say, but I don't know as a business how you do that. And the thing is that when we look at what's going on at the moment, like with I've got a good friend who's a viticulturist in South Australia, and I get a phone call from him, and it's almost like a counselling session. But the growers get it in the neck first. These communities absolutely depend on this, like the industry's being viable. We lose these industries at our peril.
Is it comment or a question?
Oh, it's probably a comment or a question. I'd be interested in the views.
So really, what's the future of horticulture given the uncertainty? Is that the nub of the question?
Yeah, I'd like to, how as businesses you plan and how you budget, like the conversation you have with the bank manager about.
So great question. So how do you plan for the future, regardless of which industry you're in, given the uncertainties around water and everything else that's going on? Anthony, do you want to start?
That's great comments and a great question, and actually very relevant, because in the last, just to like follow on what you're saying, right, about the conversation with the bank manager, the last three years, I'd say, I've never been probed for so many questions that were never ever even on the radar in my life, and that's a sign of the confidence. Earlier I said there can't put a structure on this. You can't, you know, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you don't. Business plan is just a guess, and banks are realising that, because as the growers' numbers are coming in, so there's a lot of nervousness upstairs about this. And you're spot on. I can't agree with you more. And it's coming back to just it's all funneling back into, I suppose, the purpose of that policy. I mean, you can't. It's on track that they just want the powers to be want. They don't want us family farmers here, because if they did, they wouldn't make the policies that they make, right or wrong. Like, people in these positions aren't silly. The one thing I've understood with the government is that they understand where they want to get to, and they just lead you there slowly, pick them one at a time, and that's what's happening. So as far as the future and how we plan on that, in my business we just knuckle down and work harder, but that's not going to be possible eventually. And that's the problem. So,
there's only so many efficiencies you can
but the efficiencies sound good on paper. You know, we're asking how many megs a hectare, this and that. That's all great. But like Stephen said, it's about your production out of an area of how much you use. You know, because I don't know, like efficiencies. Do you really think that the family farmer gets up to waste its own money? You know, we are trying to drive efficiency every day. So efficiency's any good if you're not efficient enough, you won't be here as a business. So yeah, you're right. Like, you can drive the efficiencies, but after when your costs are higher than what you get in the marketplace, you're not going to be around. So it's a hard slog to do 5-year business plans and stuff like that.
Anyone else want to tackle that question? Tanya?
If I go back to the family farming days, and I think the first thing that you do when you're doing a business plan is that you plan that you don't get a wage out of it. So you don't employ that extra person that might be able to help out. You just go out there a little bit longer. From a corporate perspective, they just expect you to do more with less. And, you know, as I said before, there's been that big advent of MIS schemes that then, you know, went out the door. Corporates are no different. If we don't come back with a profit, then either we have to start reducing staff, reducing inputs, which then reduces the quality of the product we put on the market. And eventually, you know, those big investors will go, well, we don't want to invest there anymore. So then what happens to all of those farms? You know, do they then get abandoned and lead to all of those other things we've already discussed? But if I go back to your comments about government policy and how do we deal with those, like, you know, I've got a very good friend and he's been a farmer. I think he's about a 5th generation farmer. I don't know. But he says to me all the time, I will take what Mother Nature dishes out to me day in, day out. He said, what I can't do is cope with what the government's going to throw at me tomorrow, because I don't know what that is. And, you know, if we think about water, and we talk about a couple of years ago, I don't even know how many, they forecast a potential spill. Okay, so they took all of our carryover water. But then we get to last year where we had that massive floods, and we get 3% carryover when the water's just spilling over the top. So how in business do we plan for that? And, you know, you really can't. You have to put in as many of the things that you think are within your control, and then you have to have that whole plethora of things that are outside your control, and, you know, hope that the bank still backs you again the next day and the next day.
I think these guys have covered the business planning side of things pretty well. But just when you fair bit to unpack with what you said, by the way, like that initial comment about the city-country divide and that feeds into politics. That's one thing that I think we need to, you know, a forum like this in our communities. Anything, you know, west of Penrith and probably north of Bendigo, and up just up out of Adelaide, past Strath. You know, what happens? What the perception of agriculture and what we do. And I was saying to someone, I think yesterday or the other day, saw Pete, you were there. I've got family. I've got a sister-in-law who works in Canberra, and I talk to her all the time. And she works in I'm not going to say which department she works in, but it has a fair bit to do with this area here and what we're talking about today. But she has absolutely no idea. And you know, they've all got PhDs. They've all got, and they all talk to their little bubble groups and interest groups, and it's all, like you said, it's all very much people who are outside of the industries and outside of the regions having a lot of the say. And it's frustrating because, you know, like someone mentioned before about everyone thinks that farmers and anyone in the country are rednecks who want to destroy the environment. I'd pretty hard pressed to find a farmer who doesn't absolutely love the river and the river system and the whole basin, because our lives and our industries and our communities rely on it. We are, I would think, the custodians who know the most about it. And things like, you know, just Pete and I were talking the other day about people like local ex-professional fishermen. You know, they're the sort of people I think that we don't talk enough to, and we don't talk to those original landowners, the 4th and 5th generation people who have been here from even before we started fiddling with the river as well. Because again, we talked before about not the cat's out of the bag, the genie's out of the bottle for a lot of this river system, the way I see it, because we have manipulated it, we've changed it. Some things we can't undo. There's some things we can't unengineer. But the people in the room who have been through it, all those, and the people in these districts have been through it all that time, probably have the solutions to it, if there are any solutions.
Thanks. So just a quick comment about the connection between rural and regional areas, or city and country people. Just an example, if you go into Woolworths, you can buy 2 sultanas for $5 a kilogram or $5,000 a tonne. And to me, that, you know, it's great that consumers can buy a choice of commodities and they can get low prices for things, but certainly doesn't reflect the prices or the cost of production to get it. Even from overseas, it just doesn't make any sense to me at all. And as a consequence, you can buy Australian sultanas for the same price. And as a consequence, that's the price that is influencing growers' price. And I don't want to have a whinge, but, you know, this year, I think Australian growers are some of the lowest paid growers, dried fruit growers in the world, even lower than what Turkish growers and US growers are getting. So that's an extraordinary situation. It probably says that, and I'm having a go at myself here, but commodity groups really need to keep an eye on that and make sure that growers are getting good value or getting a price that reflects their input costs, and that includes water, which, you know, when we're competing with overseas suppliers, those costs aren't really there.
Thanks, Stephen. Any final questions? Oh, sorry, Jason.
Yeah, I've always talked about that too, and it's probably got me into trouble at the MDA when I first started, is that benchmark price for Horton Ag. But also I think what we've explored with the discussion, we're particularly interested in the city-country divide, is that this is the layering of the basin, and the challenges is that there's hydrological needs of the river independent of everything that's just been said. And that's the challenge, not only for the city folk, because they don't know, but for us as well, because once it's stated and it becomes that polemic, the argument ensues. So how do we, knowing that we need to reduce the size of our Hort and Ag without even talking about climate change, manage the debate first, be honest and fair with ourselves, thinking about what true sustainability looks like. I'd really like to thank you for your candour and your honesty, but that's one of the things that keeps coming up in water politics, is where's that line? What's a healthy river independent of Hort and Ag? And what's the importance of a profitable, sustainable, farmer satisfying, oh, that didn't sound right, Hort and Ag sector?
Thanks, Jason. I'll treat that as a comment.
As usual, Mark.
Peter, up the back. Can you yell out, Peter?
I'm from the Jews, so more. Murray, you already lost two. Yeah. Amongst all these pro all right.
That's wrong.
Yeah. I just wanted to add one other thing. It's also sustainable communities, and it's been touched on by the panel. So what it all looks like in the end, we want the same thing. How we get there. I do think that last comment about how do we discuss it amongst ourselves is so important. It's a bit hard. But forums like this are a great opportunity, and maybe we can agree on some steps forward. And with the clear, unified voice for a lot stronger.
So if I may paraphrase, Peter, how do we ensure that our communities are sustainable in the future? And one of the things we like to say at the Murray-Darling Association is our motto is it's all in the balance. So when we're trying to juggle environment, irrigation, horticulture, agriculture, and communities, how do we achieve that balance? Is it a fair?
Yeah, that's right. It's that bigger picture.
So does anyone want to comment on the bigger picture of how do we ensure sustainable communities?
I'm not too sure that this is a comment directly on that, but if I go back to the comment that it's too late to go back to what we had, and if we go to the recent comments of our Prime Minister that says we had a wonderful manufacturing industry here in Australia and now we have to import everything, and the government now wants to start rebuilding manufacturing and giving out the subsidies. So is that where we're going to end up? That they're going to suddenly realise that A, we don't have any horticultural growers, we're not actually producing food to feed Australia, and they'll unravel it all, and then there won't be any way back because there won't be the skills of the third, fourth, fifth generation farms. And, if we do go down to that net import of food, I'm not too sure how many of you have travelled the world, and, I've been very fortunate to do that, especially looking at horticulture. And we do grow amazing fruit. I certainly wouldn't want to be eating fruit that's grown out of the sewers in some of the countries that I've visited. I think for us to have sustainable communities, we then have to get back to the sustainable farming. What is the level of horticulture or the level of growth that we can sustain in each of our regions coming out of the Murray-Darling Basin? But also, how do we get the government to back us? Do we need some more storage? Do we need to get things done where, where the water can't get through the choke? How do we manage that? Because at the moment, as growers, we are a small minority and we cannot get the government to listen. And I do fear that by the time they listen, it will be too late. So it's...
Thanks, Daniel.
Peter? I think one of the strengths you've got as an association is the length of association you've got with the land, in the families, amongst your communities, with the friends. And someone was mentioning PhDs, and they're not necessarily knowing what they're on about. Part of the problem there is often that they've only been associated with the problem or the issue for a short span of time. And the intergenerational knowledge does provide context for people. It does have a meaning. I think we've got to keep pushing that. What's the memory? It's not that it can go back to what it was, and not that it always should go back to what it was, but you've got an association and understanding of the land, an understanding of the water, and also an understanding of the changes that have happened.
Well, thank you, Peter, for those general comments and very complimentary. Thank you. It's now time for a morning tea. So could you please join me in thanking our wonderful panel? Stephen, Richard, Tanya, and Anthony, thank you so much for providing us a wonderful start. Can I ask you to drink this morning tea? The bathrooms are up at the back. Please feel free to take a break and we'll be back at 10:45. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. You need to keep moving. We've got some great speakers for you between now and lunch. We've got some great speakers before lunch, but in particular, the next session is the history of the basin and the importance of flow and connectivity. It's my very great pleasure to introduce Ian Ellis. Ian is a fish ecologist who has worked across the Murray-Darling Basin for more than 23 years. He has substantial experience in the planning and delivery of flow events, supporting native fish, management of fish kills and hypoxic blackwater events, and threatened species conservation. So again, to learn about the flow and connectivity of the river system, please join me in welcoming Ian Ellis. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Jason invited me here to help provide some of that background for how the other side of the fence thinks or come to the processes that deliver policy ideas on the other side. So this is ecology, environmental stuff. Hi, Pete. This is based on the science and the data that goes into some of the thinking behind environmental flows or water management for fish in my case, right? So I'm not here with an opinion. I'm here to hopefully help you understand some of the history of how the system used to work from an ecological point of view. If that doesn't interest you, that's fine. I'll only take 20 minutes. But that's what I think I'm here for, Jake.
100%, eh?
100%. So who am I? Pretty just heard. Hello, down in front. Ian Ellis is my name. I'm a fish ecologist primarily. I moved out to this part of the world in the late 90s and started working at a research lab in town that doesn't exist anymore, which is a shame, but it was useful. Mainly in the field of fish reproduction, what fish need to produce babies, what those babies need to supply to big fish, so on and so forth. Through the Millennium Drought, got more and more involved in threatened fish management because more of our native fish became threatened, particularly during that drought, to try and keep things from going extinct. I switched over the river to New South Wales Fisheries about 8 years ago and started working on their fisheries management team to put some ecology into the thinking behind fish monitoring or fish flows, that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, the Darling fell into my patch, so I also dealt with a lot of the fish kills over the last 10 years in the Darling system, dealt with the response to that, trying to understand those, trying to feed back information to try and prevent these things happening again and again. And then more recently, I took a job as a consultant with Miller Pumping. There's the plug. They pump water they do pump hire for irrigation industries. They also pump water for environmental purposes for some of the icon sites, for example. That's a pump. I first got to know these guys straight after the fish kills at Menindee in 2019, where we had this idea to use pumps with a thing called a venturi added onto it to try and aerate water. And that particular one is in the weir pool at Menindee. We managed to aerate about 700 metres, which doesn't sound much, of water, but in a 32-kilometre stretch of fish dying, 700 metres of refuge holds a lot of fish, and a lot of the fish that were rescued further downstream, Braden did a lot of that, he's here from Ozfish, were put in places like this where we could keep them alive until flow arrived. Thread fish stuff I've mentioned. We also water environmental places to help vegetation stuff. I'm not that interested in trees and birds, but I guess it all helps. And my company also does a bunch of stuff for water savings initiatives through droughts. That's down the lower lakes, pumping water from one side of a big levee to the other. And dewatering, flood management. So down at Murray Bridge, they were helping to get water off farms as quick as they could so the farming operations could start again. And for a bit of context, I just slammed this slide up to the top after that last panel discussion to get a bit of context for the timescales my head operates on. We've had a few talk about 4 generations of knowledge. Ecology goes on much longer timescales than that. So when I speak, we're coming from this context. So if you imagine a tape measure that is 100 kilometres long heading down towards South Australia, and every millimetre on that tape measure represents 1 year in time. So a metre, 1,000 millimetres, is 1,000 years. And a kilometre is 1,000,000 years. Dinosaurs died out about 65 million years ago. 65 kilometres down the tape measure, so out past Lake Colorado, dinosaurs disappeared. What we call golden perch or callop from South Australia for the Mexicans, and Murray cod started to form the species we know them now about 5 to 10 million years ago, so 5 to 10 kilometres down the road, other side of Murray-Darling. Our Aboriginal brothers and sisters have been here for at least 60,000 years, understanding how rivers work and flow and connectivity. 60,000 years is 60 metres, so sort of just out into the river here. The pyramids in Egypt were built 5,000 years ago. Meter Kim, 5 metres, right? That's how far down the tape measure the pyramids were built. JC was poking around in the Middle East with fish and loaves 2,000 years ago, thereabout. That's meter mark. The British colonised Australia 250 years ago, give or take, which is 25 centimetres. That long, right? So all the changes we talk about and all the living memory we talk about is in that last 25 centimetres. So for context, ecology works over thousands and thousands of years, right? Centimetres matter to us, but they don't really matter to ecology and to river ecology in particular. All right, so what makes fish tick? This is my area of expertise. It's pretty simple, really. I think like a fish, which is why I work on fish. You need food. That's gone really dim. I'll just talk. You need food, you need habitat, somewhere to live, you need to breed, otherwise your species will disappear. You need to breed successfully, right? It's no point having kids if you eat them all before they're 3. And you need to move about to access habitat and food and so forth. Is that your screen or is that the projector?
I'm not sure. That's much better.
All right, no, we're back. Food. What is food for fish? Little guys, little baby Murray cod, even little fish that most of you don't care about, but I do, eat plankton or small bugs. Pretty important stuff. We've all heard about food webs. Some fish are bigger, or as they get bigger, they start to eat other fish or yabbies or shrimp, so on and so forth. Habitat, that just means where do you live? And it differs for some fish. Some fish, this little guy, pygmy perch, I probably should have put a purple spotted gudgeon because there's some in a pond I can see down there. Threatened fish that they like backwaters or wetlands with lots of vegetation in them where they can hide in the shadows. Whereas the yellow belly or callop for the Mexicans and Murray cod, they like flowing water, right? They live and breed in flowing water. Complex snags, rocks, that sort of stuff. Yes, they live in impoundments and dams. They don't breed and recruit there, which is why we have to keep stocking them in there, right? Naturally, flowing rivers. Breeding, all of our fish, native fish, lay eggs. The eggs become babies. A baby Murray cod is about 9 millimetres long. Eventually, they mature into bigger and bigger fish. And moving around, right? Everybody's seen the bears in America catching salmon because the salmon move upstream to breed. Our fish, most of them do that to some extent. Some of them on a similar scale. Silver perch move hundreds or thousands of kilometres. That middle picture is a bunch of silver perch juveniles moving through Turrumbia probably 20 years ago. One of the most threatened fish in this part of the world, yet when it's right, they go nuts and they move, and they need to move past weirs. And our brothers and sisters from the traditional owner groups knew this. The piranha fish traps are probably 20,000 years old or more, and they were designed to catch fish moving upstream in response to flow cues. The take-home message from me, from the fish ecology point of view, is that flow variability is what makes fish tick. All 4 components are heavily dependent on flow variability, and we'll discuss what that means from a fish point of view. We're going to need to, there's a picture of it. So if you imagine a river, this one happens to be downstream of the Yarrawonga for the last few years. You have what we refer to today as base flows. It seems to be the flows down the bottom of the river channel, in this case, 5, 6, 7,000 megalitres a day, up to 10. Eventually a river might get high enough that it breaks its banks or gets bank full, right? This looks bank full because we're behind a weir, but we'll come to that. Variability is these bits in the middle. So rather than a flat line, you get these little things that in the industry, which is government, they call them small freshers, bumped in the river from time to time. They help transport nutrients. They help bring goodies into the river system that feed the food web. And they help tell fish, now's the time to move. Even better are these big things we call large freshers. They're still within channel, but a nice bump goes down the river, and that's generally what a yellowbelly needs to tell it to move upstream and spawn. If it doesn't get that, it won't. And then there's the overbankers, which we just had one in the last couple of years, a big one. Anything above bank fill is flood. Some floods are bigger than others. That's flow variability. So over a 3-year period, we've got some low level, some mid level, some high level, and then some overbankers. That's flow variability. That's what makes fish tick, and other stuff in the environment which people care about. But we live, as we've already discussed, in an altered flow regime, and we'll unpack what that means essentially. Storage is big dams, weirs, like the one that makes this a nice pool of water 12 months of the year. There are towns that need water, there are extractions and diversions for farming, and then there's recreational considerations, because tourism is a pretty big industry as well. Ski competitions, ski boat races, fishing competitions, yada yada, Easter weekend, all that stuff. The flow regime is now very different to what it was even 50 years ago, let alone 150 years ago. A couple of examples of things that help us regulate the flow. Now, regulation, river regulation, its prime purpose is to reduce variability, yeah? To keep water in storage for not a rainy day, a sunny day, and keep the rivers reasonably constant, because you don't have to move your pump up and down much. If you're a farmer, if you're a fisher, you know where to go fishing because you know where the snags are on the water. If you're a ski boat, you're not going to run into a tree, and so forth. So regulation is actually contrary to what makes fish tick. And it's a pretty regulated system. That's the Murray-Darling Basin. Yellow dots are irrigation districts, apparently. Yep, yeah, that's right. And the blue horseshoe things, half circles, are storages, big dams. And then amongst that, you've got weirs along the river, which further regulate the water as it moves downstream after being released from the storage or after a rain event. Does regulation really matter that much? Well, yes, it does to fish, therefore it does to meat. For a start, if you think about what nerds like me call low-tick conditions, that's flowing water. That's how the river used to be right here. You've got flow going down the river around snags, around rocks, faster on the outside of the bend, slower on the inside of the bend. That creates a multitude of little micro-habitats for different organisms and therefore for different fish. Different habitats, horses for courses, all that stuff. Once you bang a wall across the river, you essentially create a pool of water that in this case extends up nearly to Nangelock. Could be 50 kilometres long, could be 100 kilometres long, and it's a pool of water. It's no longer dynamic and moving, it's a pool of water. So it doesn't matter if your log's in there, it's the same habitat everywhere. As we spoke about, that is not what yellowbelly and Murray cod, who've, remember they've been here for 5 to 10 kilometres, that's not what they do. They don't like it. What does like it is blue-green algae, because turbulence nicks up blue-green algae blooms. So blue-green algae loves still water. Carp like it too. Carp, that's where they come from, that sort of environment. Which is kind of why when you get a major fish kill, it tends to be outside of the blackwater ones that we're all familiar with in a weir pool. Either the weir pool has stratified, the top gets warm, the bottom is not warm. You know that when you go swimming and you go deep, it gets colder. That means you've got temperature and dissolved oxygen in the top pit, but the rest of it, it's cold, no dissolved oxygen, there's no photosynthesis down there. If that whole thing turns over, which happened at Menindee 3 times in 2 months in 2019, all of that non-oxygen water mixes through the weir pool and kills stuff. And it happened in the Murrumbidgee the same time it happened at Menindee. And on a simpler level for those local, if you are a fish or if you go fishing, are you going to fish here or are you going to go up to Hatter where the river varies and goes up and down and has noticeable flow? Braden, where would you go? Hatter. That's where I live. And for perspective, if you start at Hume Dam on the right and come across to the lower lakes, the bottom little section of which is tidal or was tidal, these are all the horizontal lines of where we've got weirs, right? We're here at Lock 11, Mildura. From here down, it's a series of pools. Pull, 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 pull. The only flowing water you will find outside of flooding is in a couple of kilometres below each weir, where the water coming through the weir is still moving fast. Which is why we no longer have Macquarie perch, flathead galaxids, Murray crayfish, blackfish, or trout cod downstream of Mildura. And we don't even have them downstream of Houston. Notice there's a few missing between Lock 11 and 15 at Houston, and the number says they were going to build 12, 13 and 14, and then a whole bunch between Houston and Turrumbry. The only patch in the Murray-Darling Basin where silver perch still breed successfully, regularly, is that patch between Turrumbry and Houston, because they get 500 k's of flowing water. They breed every year in some places, but the babies don't survive because they just hit a weir pool and sink, get eaten by a carp. The conditions are not conducive to baby fish surviving. Another way to look at a weir pool is, this is a cool data set I found from Blanchetown. We're talking 1886 to 1907, 1908 to 1921. That's the water level at Blanchetown before the weir went in. Every year up, every year down. Then the weir went in, and we no longer get the down anymore, we get a pool like this. And in time, as we move through the 1930s and then the 1950s, you start to get these gaps between the big pulses, the big floods as well. And that's because Hume went in and then later Dartmouth. More storages, capture water, so you get fewer or smaller bumps in the river down at Blanchetown. So what? Okay, we've still got a bit of variability. We are getting long gaps between big pulses. Smaller and less frequent flooding is the term I use. Here's another way to look at it. This looks horrendous, but stick with me because I'm going to ask you to squint. This helps. This is the flow downstream of Yarrawonga on the Murray, upstream of the Barmachoke, from 1905 through to now. Basically, if you're on the side of the river measuring flow at Yarrawonga continually every day, that's a trace of it, the blue line. The green line running along here is about 10,000 meg a day, just over the Barmachoke's level at the moment. The yellow line is minor flooding, moderate flooding. I think I had these on there. Doesn't matter. Red line is major, or moderate to major flooding. So if the blue line goes above the green line, we're over the Barmachoke. Barmamillowa Forest is flooding, which is why it's a red gum forest, because it floods every year. If we go over the yellow line, we're in flood. These red arrows show you the years back in, I think it was 1914 or 1916, there was a big drought. So we had quite a long period where we barely got over the Barmachoke. Then through the 40s, after Lake Hume was finished in 36, you got a series of big, we hear about the droughts in the 40s were severe. Yeah, they were. Look at that. And then you had water captured in storages as well. You actually had a couple of periods where the water didn't even go to the Barmachoke for a year. Another one in the 60s, 70s, and then you got a millennium drought. Big long period of time where there wasn't a lot of flow down the stream of Yarrawonga. The Barmachoke wasn't exceeded barely for 3 or 4 years in a row. Floods in 2010-11, floods in 2016-17, but otherwise we've had reasonably dry-ish or low flow conditions. This is where you squint. When you look at that bit, that's pre-regulation essentially at Yarrawonga, and look at how often it goes over the green line. That's the last 20 years. They're two very different rivers, right? Absolutely very different rivers. This one is a fairly regulated low flow with pulses that we haven't regulated or captured in storage. That one is a river that pretty much every year, at least once a year, went into a large fresh or a bankful or an overbank flow. That's fine. We've controlled the rivers somewhat, which was the purpose of regulation, but that comes at a cost. Fewer floods mean you don't flush crap off the floodplain very regularly. Gum trees drop litter every year, leaves, grass grows every year. If you sweep your floor every day, you're going to have a pretty clean kitchen. If you wait till the end of the month, you're going to have a lot of crap. Or mowing your lawn, the same stuff. If you don't mow your lawn every week in spring and summer, by the end of the month, it's going to be hard to mow. So if you don't flush the floodplain every year or 2 years, you get a build-up of carbon, which is grass, poo, that sort of stuff, leaves. When it does go underwater, it's like a tea bag. It dissolves and the water goes dark or black. And if you've ever put a tea bag in a cup of cold water, a little bit of colour comes out. Put it in a cup of hot water, a lot of colour comes out. Now put 10 tea bags in a cup of hot water. It'll go real black real quick. The black colour is dissolved carbon, which bacteria use at the base of the food chain. They suck out oxygen in the process, which means everything else that needs oxygen dies because there's no oxygen in the water. So the black water floods of the last 20, 30 years are directly related to the change flow regime. Oh, this was for Braden's talk. I tried to think of an analogy here, and my wife said, imagine if you run every day and then you go on a marathon. You'll do okay, you'll be tired, but you'll finish the marathon because you've been training. If you don't train and do a marathon, you'll probably fall over very sore halfway through because you're not up to speed. I prefer the whiskey analogy. If you don't drink whiskey every day, and then on your birthday you drink a whole bottle, you get it. Just to show that even down here, that's down at Loch 9, downstream of the Darling, similar sort of thing. Squint your eyes, two very different rivers. And this is the 70s, this is even post some regulation. Whereas the last 20, 30 years, it's a very different river. And again, the green line is bank full. Darling, my pet. Same deal, this is data at the bottom of the Darling. The green line is bank full, about 11,000, 12,000 meg a day. Yellow bars are when the Darling stopped flowing. For those that say the Darling always stopped flowing, yeah, regularly, but for a couple of weeks, and either side it was bookended by floods or high flows, right? The last 20 years, these are the cease to flow periods. So I'll do my thing again. Two absolutely different rivers. One very variable with some low points, but lots of high points. Pretty much every year a high point, a big pulse or an overbank. Nowadays, it's a flat line, if flying at all, interrupted by big pulses when we let them go. That concerns me, and it should concern anyone who cares about golden perch, because science in the last 10 years, looking at the ear bones of fish, which is a little balance organ, you can kill a fish, take the ear bone out, cut it in a ring or a section, and it'll have rings like a tree. You can tell how old the fish is. That's really cool. We can also put a machine that goes zap on it and have a look at the middle where the fish was born to where you killed it to pull its ears out. You look at the chemistry in that ear bone, and it'll tell you if it's moved from, for example, the Darling to the Murray. We can do that. It's cool stuff. And what we now know is that a lot of the golden perch in the Murray, as far up as Denny, Barron, began life in the Darling River, probably way up the top, response to a flow in the Bowen Darling system, or the Mooney, or the Colgoa, spawning, the eggs drift downstream and go in a flood all the way to somewhere like the Menindee Lakes or another big lake where they mature. It's perfect habitat for baby fish to mature. Next flood, the next year hopefully, or the next high flood, out they come, and they come down to us as babies, and then we catch them for the next 10 years. So the point is, if the Darling flow regime is that changed with fish kills, where are we going to get our yellow belly from? Because they're not coming from the Murray very often. When we do get a flood in the Murray, which is great for spawning of yellow belly, tends to be black and hypoxic. So fish are dying rather than breeding. So from a fish point of view, the Murray's a bit broken and we need the Darling to fire. Anyway, get off that soapbox. What is being done? There is a thing called environmental water, which can be a dirty word, which is why it's called DIM. Each outside of the flood years, for the last 5-10 years, I can't remember how many, the environmental water holders would deliver a spring pulse through the Murray, aimed at putting some flow through those bits of river that are normally quite flat, like Hatter, and a pulse which helps put snags underwater, which is where Murray cod breed, and put some food into the system for baby fish to survive. There was a first flush in the Murray-Darling that was protected by the New South Wales government rather than sub-access granted, which allowed the flow to get through to Wilcannia, and a bit even made it to Menindee. And a year later, we were picking up a heap of baby fish that made it on that flow to Menindee and are now coming through the Lower Darling to the Murray. And we can also use environmental water at some of those assets that are harder to reach. We can't just push flow to somewhere like the Barton Mill Forest. You can just go over choke and water it. The Hatter Lakes, you need a bigger flow where you're going to pump it, which is where the company I work for now is involved on my part of that business. So we pump water to important places where there might be black box recruitment, baby black box, which are important for mammals, birds, carpet python, but they need big old trees, and we're dominated by big old trees. We don't have little ones. So we need to support them, even in the years after a flood. Waterbird breeding, yeah, whatever. Threatened fish. I don't like growing threatened fish just so waterbirds can eat them, but bird people like them. And baby Murray cod yellow belly. This is why we put water in some of those places that are harder to reach, and we have to use pumps to do it currently because there's no other way to get the water there. If we don't, that asset, that environmental asset, will continue to decline and die. And we don't really want that, whether you live in the city and are woke, or whether you farm the river and you want a healthy, sustainable river system so that your kids, grandkids, and the next 4 generations can keep doing what you do. What else is being done? There's this thing called complementary measures, which includes putting in fish ladders to help fish get past weirs, putting screens on pumps so the baby fish don't get sucked out, putting snags back into the river because it's fish habitat, cod lay eggs under them. There's a bit going with pest control, but not enough in my opinion. There's separation cages in the fish ladders that separate carp from others. I don't want to open that Pandora's box, but I suspect it's already open. Important thing for me is complementary. The definition of it is combining in such a way as to enhance the qualities of each other. Complementary measures are not designed to be instead of environmental flows or instead of water deliveries. They work alongside each other. If you ran your business only focusing on one threat or one problem, you'd go broke. So that's the important thing. So we need to do those environmental flows as we're doing, if you want fish, and I want fish, and these other things. Now, what needs to work better? Constraints. I think Anthony mentioned that. There are system constraints which are either real or perceived that are supposed to be dealt with under the basin plan. I don't think they've got far. Offsets. I think the evidence is coming in more and more. Offsets projects don't really get the desired outcome anybody wants. And efficiencies measures, they're kind of not usually as efficient as they sound unless you're the big company that's getting paid to do it. That's me. That's a picture of the Darling River when fish living in a happy flowing Darling River. Questions?
What time they say? In the interest of time, we've only got time for one question, but Ian's going to be around at lunch, so please take the opportunity, but one question.
Sorry, I'll try and be quick. You scared me about the Darling. We're just shifting the operation from Baronga, which is a citrus growing one. We're selling up for industrial housing there. We're going up to where the last pump in the Wentworth pool will be. On that property, I see the natural darlings flowing into there. I'm nearly as old as this organisation, and I've seen the Murray with a lot of changes. And Jason wasn't born, but I used to swing off a rope at Jason's town. And if you missed the swing, you would
That's what they did with me.
You would go into a river that has lilies and waterweed and the whole lot. It was really good. We also had sewage farms, which is just down the edge of the river. We had tips, which is just up here where the marina is. We had another tip there. So the river really wasn't looked after very well back then. That's all changed, but our rivers are worse.
Yeah, and that's...
And one question, I'll get the question. Real quick. I looked at your fish deaths and all that. How come the carp are just blowing out of after this flood? that I've got a video of a carp on our property, massive carp, millions of fingerlings going back in the Darling. We cut them off with the excavator with the buggy. You not going back, ruining our river. How come the Murray-Darling Basin has not put in a submission to Kenya, the last submission, about the mess that the river's in with the carp?
That's a two things there. Yes, the river system is vastly changed. The river system is very changed. We just talked about that. Sometimes you don't realise the impact of the changes until with enough time and accumulate, you get to the point where something gives up and then you get a chain reaction, right? We're starting to see now, I'm not blaming anybody for those 250 years of development, but we can recognise now that it's had an impact, and that's why we're here to have this discussion. What do we do going forward to not make the same mistake for the next 4 generations? You're exactly right. Something else that happened in that timeline was carp escape from Lake Hawthorne, might I add, in the 70s, the strain that is everywhere now. That's another impost on the system, on top of regulated flows, on top of all that stuff I spoke about. Carp soak up the bed productivity and translate into carp flesh, right? And they use up food and resources and stock plants ground that would otherwise support all the other stuff that I've since been going on for 10 to 20 kilometres. They're a nuisance, they're a pest. Snowball what you did, wouldn't make an inch of difference, because when carp do like non-flowing waters, but when there's a flood, that floods a bunch of areas that become still bits of water on the side of the river. And I'm thinking about the carp just here. They lay their eggs in grasses that are submerged, and they just sit there in the warm water, in the shallow warm water, and hatch very quickly. So a flood will lead to a massive increase in the number of carp, which is why control of carp is going to have to be a lot more nuanced and look at how do you impact carp before they breed.
So let the virus go, and then tackle the cats after that.
Yeah, so it's an option. I think there's a meeting this week about that. I'm not the carp virus expert.
We actually have done advocacy on carp, and happy to pick that question up later. So I'll pick that up at lunchtime.
Have you spotted an eel?
Have you spotted an eel?
No, I've never seen an eel yet, not in this part of the world. Blanchetown and Morgan.
Please join me in thanking Ian Ellis. Thank you. It's now my great pleasure to introduce our sponsor for today, Waterfind. Now, for those who are not familiar, Waterfind is the best known water market specialist and broker in Australia. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Tom Rooney, who's the founder and chief executive officer. Tom commenced his career in water markets in 1989, where he gained his first-hand experience through working for the family property business. He gained valuable experience from these early days and grew his water interest to a national focus through developing the company Waterfind. As water policy and regulation became more complex, Tom became involved in contributing to many national and state-based policy developments and sat on the National Water Commission Stakeholder Reference Committee, which was responsible for the National Water Initiative and various industry associations. Tom also contributed to many of the nation's environmental and cultural water discussions, and was a founding member, secretary and chairman of Healthy Rivers Australia, which was tasked to find a balance and bridge the gap between the environment and consumption, and arrange some of the nation's first environmental water donations. Tom has provided professional services to family farmers, corporations, local governments, irrigation trusts, governments, First Nation communities and other institutions now for over 30 years, and has previously been recognised as Water Leader of the Year, and his companies have received several awards for their innovation and contribution to the water sector. Tom has a unique view of the water issues and how they compare to some of our international neighbours, and will discuss how to have us contemplate these unique solutions. Please join me in welcoming Tom Rooney.
Thanks, Mark, for that nice introduction. I'd much rather listen to Ian than me talk. It's fascinating. I grew up on the River Murray, at a place called Kingston Murray, which is just below Renmark in that area. Do I have a clicker somewhere?
Yeah, I've got it.
It's in his pocket.
I was fishing actually at I caught a lot of yellowbelly last week, and which is down that stretch below Lock 4. Well, good question.
Darling.
The Darling. You reckon? They come from the Darling there. Yeah, okay. They didn't tell me that. They're very tasty though. Sorry about that, Ian. Yeah. Here's some of our water reforms. There's been many water reforms, and I really like the way that Ian puts us through this thinking of sort of just the short period of time that we've been here. And I think there's only one problem in the Murray-Darling Basin system, and that's human beings. If we were taken out of the system and we removed all of our infrastructure that we've got, I'm confident that the system would bounce back. But we're kind of here for some time, and I suppose we're trying to find a balance. And a part of that balance has been a series of water reforms, and really the major water reforms that we see really started in about 84, but I've got this starting at 94. And we're really coming into the end of a 30-year water reform period. And the next 3 years is going to finish this 30 years or 3 decades of water reform. And a key component of that water reform period has been a rebalance of the over-allocation, which has occurred in our system, and the recovery of over what was really about 25 or 30% of water that was previously allocated in the basin to growers. So this is what the next sort of 3 years, as far as this water reform over 30 years looks like. And there's a bunch of challenges, but also some opportunities. I think I want to focus my discussion a little bit more on some opportunities. And I know there's a whole bunch of challenges and issues. But I wanted to look at, okay, well, where are the opportunities in relation to this? What can we do? I don't think this government and any other government right now is going to wind back, join Water and Land again, wind back a commitment to water recovery. It's happening. We're here, and it's going to happen in the next 3 years. So and there's a variety of different projects. The RRWIP stands for the Resilient Rivers programs that are in. Now, the Resilient River programs are actually joining together the old off-farm and on-farm programs. They're open right now. And this is where state governments can put in projects in relation to the Commonwealth. And those projects can deliver water to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder through these old off-farm, on-farm projects, and that's sort of and joined various different programs together. We've got a which is about to come out in the next 12 days, and we're going to be looking very interestingly about what's in that federal budget as far as monies that are put aside in relation to this, because the government has done a lot of work in relation to getting the regulation legislation updated. 7th of December 23, that was passed. There was a lot of work, and there was a hold up of programs. We've now got the next budget. The last budget came out, had an NFP in it, if we remember rightly, not for publication, on water recovery projects, because of their potential impact that those projects might have on market or the value of your water rights. So I'm interested to see whether the government's going to put in an NFP again, or whether they've got a number associated with this. The number, and we've done some work on this during the NFP, but the number that we kind of think needs to be in the budget at some stage over the next 3 years to do the balance and finish off the plan is somewhere between 10 to 20 billion. This is a ginormous number in the budget. So that's what we're kind of looking for, is what it looks like and how that affects our national accounts. These sort of numbers are big enough to affect our national accounts about what needs to occur. Without funding, the projects won't occur. The projects in the water recovery and the finalisation of our water reforms that we've committed to over 30 years will not happen. What are some of the issues here with this? And the issues and the key challenges that we see is really just the very tight timeframes. We've been going in relation to this, let's say, I know it started in 84, but let's really look at 94 and let's look at the 2004, and there was some Living Murray objectives, and there was, well before the federal government started and the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder was here, there was a variety of different water recovery projects that were underway. And so it's really been 20 years to get to the place that we're at right now, which is about 2,000 gigalitres. Yeah, and we've got another 1,000 gigalitres to go in 3 years. So that is the size of the challenge, and I don't know how you do that without having a fair bit of disruption to markets, local communities, and how you do that without being on the tools really from about now, or they really need to be on the tools very strongly. Another issue that we see is climate change hasn't been factored into the science of the water recovery, and so there is a risk associated with potentially the science saying that the water recovery might need to be more than the quantity which is set aside. The other challenges that we're going to be facing is in the future, through this period and post this period, is really just the share of water for productive use. So we're going to have 30% or more of water removed out of the system. And the other issues that we see is around diminishing returns for efficiency-based programs. So what we were able to do in the last 10 or 15 years is actually do a lot of water efficiency works, line channels, put pipes in, do on-farm works, change from furrow to sprinkler to drip to precision delivery, which has provided us with the ability to sort of retain our productivity and GDP in our areas at the same time as doing that with less water. And we've done quite an amazing job and probably stepped up to the plate of Peter Cullen's challenge many moons ago, which he said we need to actually deliver twice the amount of food and fibre with half the amount of water in the next 50 years. And I think we've stepped up to the plate very strongly doing that, and that's through those efficiency measures. But the efficiency measures are marginal and very expensive to continue to get those efficiency measures moving forward. So where do we see, I think I've talked about this, but we have, the way that we look at this is, again, there's a whole bunch of these issues, and we sort of look at this and go, okay, what can we do around contributing towards creating a more secure water environment in the future for those of us that remain? And we see there's two major opportunities left in the basin. One of the major opportunities that is left in the basin is around our local government areas that are sitting within their basin and their water security and their water planning that they do, because we need to make sure that we've got healthy regional communities that have got water security to, you know, wash, feed themselves, water their lawns, and the local councils and governments do have quite a lot of water in the basin, and we see some deficiencies in relation to how they're managed, their security of it, and what their impact will be as far as changing variability with climate change in their regions in the future. The other component is the last remaining large-scale efficiency opportunity that we see is in the way that we manage our bulk water rights. I'm not talking here about agronomy on the ground. I'm not talking here about how the systems work and the flows and the pulses that Ian was talking about. I'm talking here about how we manage our bulk water rights. So everyone that has a water right has a bulk water right. Generally, the only way that you ensure you're not in overuse for the year is you always leave a bit of water left on your bulk water right each year. And sometimes that bit of water, you can carry it over if you've got an instrument that you can do it. Often that carryover is lost if it's, or there's always some sort of loss in relation to carryover. In Victoria, for instance, 5%. Even if you get a full delivery, there's a cost to carry over water. There's and it's the what we're going to need to do in the future water constrained world is we're going to need to be able to share more water between us, and we're going to need to get better at managing our bulk water rights, and we're going to need to limit or lower the quantity of water which we leave on our properties or water rights at the end of each year. So for instance, we might deal with a client that says, okay, well, I know I'm not using my water right, but I'm just going to leave that 20 megs or that 50 megs on my bulk water right because it's going to flow down the river. Or I'm not going to share that water right because I don't want government to know that I have that water right, because if I share that water right, they might take that water right away from me. These are myths and concerns are still here today, and they're still with us, and I have conversations every day with people about that. So when we looked at this this challenge around how do we improve the way we manage bulk water rights, and what are the issues with that, in the last 3 years or 4 years, we've started to see more and more clients come through our door and say, Tom, can you please help me with my water fine? And okay, what did you get a water fine? Well, I've used my water, it was unintentional. There can be very good reasons, death in the family, a farm manager didn't read the meter properly. And okay, what's the size of the water fine? Oh, it's $320,000. What's the size of your water fine? Oh, $234,000. What's the size of your water fine? $1.2 million. These are some of the water fines that we're seeing. There's over 20 or 40 of them a year that are coming through in relation to, and this is in other states and different jurisdictions and states. And we're going to see, I believe, in the future where we've got the Inspector General, we're not going to, the blind eye is not getting turned anymore in relation to the potential overuse of water in our areas. So we can't go and take 1,000 gigalitres out of the system and sort of turn a blind eye for people that are overusing water. They're going to be on four corners like they've already been. They're going to receive fines. And these fines are huge, not speeding fines. They're groundbreaking fines that are going to destroy a family business often. And we've seen people have issues with mental health, suicide even, and just spending too much time on managing this water fine rather than managing their business. So we've developed a piece of kit in 2022-23. We started looking at this issue and said, what can we do about it? Is there anything around that actually helps people manage their bulk water, like a budget that you'd have with an accounting budget that enables you to set a budget in place, have a forecast, see the issues or impacts of water savings that you've had through the season, and you can get a live reading of what your end of season position would look like. So it provides you with the ability to actually make earlier decisions rather than making a decision when an opening occurs or at the end of the season, which is not going to really help you or help another person in the marketplace because it's sort of too late. So what we've seen is decisions getting made too late or not at all. And we wanted to develop a piece of kit that would help with that. So firstly, the LGA Water Security Risk Framework. We've been dealing with a number of LGAs in buying additional water security because they're concerned about climate change, what's occurring with the Basin Plan, and securing in larger volumes of water to support the town's growth or future growth in a 20 to 50 year time period. Often when we are dealing with them, we are finding that there is a lack of understanding about what their total water portfolio looks like, what's the value of their portfolio, what's the risk associated with that portfolio to different dry, very dry, wet conditions. Do they have enough water? Do they not? Not so long ago, we were working with one that was buying more water, and we said, look, let's just do a little bit of an audit of what you've got. Do you know what you've got? No. Do you mind if we help you find what you've got? And we found 2,500 megalitres of water they didn't know they had. That's 2,500 megalitres of water. It's a lot of water. And so we've said, okay, we think there's an opportunity within our regional areas to actually develop, we developed a framework or a service to LGAs which enable us to review and audit their current holdings, provide a valuation of their current holdings, because often they need to report this to their councillors, look at different allocation analysis, historic allocation analysis on that, so they can get an idea about how much their gap, how much their overrun or underrun would be, set in a series of future water demand assessments based upon township growth or industrial growth or growth of their areas. So we can run a variety of different scenario analysis, come up with some management actions or a strategic plan in relation to their water security moving forward. So one of the things that you've got on your tables today, and Mark, thanks for letting us put those there, and thank you for the opportunity for us to sponsor you, is the LGA Water Risk Management Program. And so this, if you're interested in that and you're involved in an LGA, you can scan that code in and you can put an expression of interest in, and we can start a discussion around this program and how you get involved with it. The other innovation that we've been working on and we're using today as the opportunity to launch it. So is our Waterfine Water Management app. So in July 22, we set in our strategic plan to do works in relation to building an app which would help growers manage their bulk water rights more efficiently. And so we're sitting now in May 24. So that's how long it's taken us to get to today. And it's been a hard job. Anyone that's developed technology, you'd think, well, that's really easy. You just go and employ some Indians in India and they'll go and develop this app for you. But yeah, we tried that and that doesn't work. And so so we hired a specialist team. They're here, they reside in Australia, and we've worked with them every week in relation to building out and developing this app. This is really around maximising the efficiency of the management of your bulk water rights, and we believe this is the last remaining bulk efficiency that we can achieve through the basin, and it will ultimately lead to a water saving. What does the water app record or do? It looks at real-time water budget versus actual reporting. It enables you to look at your water availability, enables you to look at dynamic current and end of season water excess by a holistic group of properties or individual properties. So you can look at individual sites or multiple sites. It provides you with the ability to look at multi-year reporting, so you can actually go and plan out 50 years if you wanted to in the future, which we've done for some councils, or go back 50 years, which a lot of people won't, but it enables you to look at back or forward 50 years about what your water use was under various different scenarios. It enables you to actually track key market events and your management actions to those key market events. So here, yes, you can go and develop a spreadsheet that will probably look at and your end of season balance and go and do that every day and get a picture of what's occurring. But then it's the management actions that you do around managing your bulk water rights. And this is, okay, what do I do if there's an interstate closure? What do I do if there's an interstate opening? What do I do if there's an IPT opening? When do I read my meters? When do I need to put my readings into the government? Whose responsibility is it to do that in the future? This is what's the impact to, we see bubbles that occur in the market at particular times when dairy checks come in. And there's some things that you can do around planning your activity in the market based upon events that are occurring for the season. And so we've developed this system to enable market events and actions to be able to be tied to those market events, and for you to actually assign responsibilities either to yourself or to farm managers to conduct those activities for better water management. And if it doesn't happen, there's a water alert and notification system that will go through to your teams. So we are going to have a little team. We've got a little team here. I think Stuart Peeble, you can put your hand up, Stuart. Nick Sayer, who's been intrinsically involved in the development of this for the last 2 years and lost a bit of sleep over it. So you can talk to Stuart or Nick in relation to this, and Sarah is somewhere. So Sarah will also be able to help you. But what we've done here is we've provided an ability for this service to be operated on multiple platforms. So, because often when we're on a farm, we're not walking around with our computer, but we're always walking around with a phone, yeah? and it's either an Android and iOS. So we've actually integrated this system or piece of technology onto an iOS and Android platform. And we've also integrated into a web platform. So when you're doing some of your own analytics and looking at your behaviour of your bulk water management, which might be more of something, cup of coffee after dinner, thinking about what you're doing, you've also got access to the same information. And it's all interoperable and it happens automatically. So if your farm manager's on board, reads the meter, it will pop straight through to your device or your web device. It all talks together. So this is just some of the screenshots. Here's some of our data management screenshots. This is the ability for us to insert water use with like through a meter or through a volume view or a meter view. The ability to look at multiple sites. Does that work? No, it does. Here we go. The ability to look at multiple sites. And this here is the actions-based or events that are occurring. Here's some of the analytics that will come out. So this will provide here the ability to look at individual sites. You can look at monthly or aggregated reporting. It will actually put out to you what your dynamic forecast is at the end of the season, and it will track that as you're going through the season. So if you've had a saving or a water overrun because you've had a pipe burst or something that's occurred, you can see the impact of that as early as possible to your end of season reporting. And it provides you with more time to think about what you're going to do to plan with that end of season reporting. Instead of getting to the end of a quarter or the end of a season where you say, wow, I've got to make a decision this week to do something about that. It would have been really nice for me to know that 6 months ago. This is what we're trying to do here, is give you the 6 months ago version, so it gives you enough time to actually look at what you're doing. This is the management calendar. So this provides you with the ability to have a calendar view of your management actions that you're using to manage your bulk water right. And it will. This is also what drives the notifications, and it will send you alerts if certain actions haven't been completed by yourself or your farm manager. Then there's a website version. The website version provides you the same analytics as far as graphs, tools, future view, but it also provides you with a management portal for you to set up different users within your system, set up different responsibilities for those users in relation to, do they have read access or read and write access? What are your farms? Farm names. This is the administration component of how you set up the system. And there's just some of the screenshots of the website. So we, as I said, launching it today. The app does integrate with the LGA water management framework, but it also can be independent to the water management framework. So in relation to an LGA better managing their bulk water rights, the better management of their bulk water rights means there needs to be better management of their bulk water rights through a series of actions and plans that they're deploying, and the app can be used to track those. The farmers and industries and commercial operators can also use the app to be looking at and creating these savings in relation to reducing their expenditure on water, increasing their farm profits, reducing their stress. That's what we're seeing is going to be, we're hoping, some of the benefits. So we have got an expression of interest program. We're right at the moment, we're launching today. We're not fully commercial and operational yet. We've got a 3-month period that we're inviting 10 beta developers or 10 beta users to come in. And so we want 1 in Queensland, 4 in New South Wales, 2 in Victoria, 1 in South Australia. Farmers, and we want 3 LGAs, and we want to invite 3 LGAs to have a free trial of the software, and to also, I say a free trial. My mum always says there's nothing for free, and the cost of it is we want to have 3 meetings with you and get your feedback of, okay, how did you use it? What, was it beneficial? Was it not beneficial? And you're going to have the opportunity to tune our next phase of development in relation to the app. So if you want to be, or if you're interested in being involved with the beta program, come and please see me or Nick or Stuart after the presentation today. That's about it for my presentation. It was probably a bit more of a commercial presentation. Happy to ask questions in relation to anything you want, whether it's this or whether it's sort of water policy based questions.
Question off the back.
Yeah.
Thank you for sponsoring the event today. Do appreciate that. One of the other things that most have is email on Monday with the market reports, storage bill. Regulation, compliance, so on. And it's hardly being reported on anywhere, in media or anything. We're going to spend most of the day on the other issues which are important. Could you comment on the water trading, compliance, how's it going to be funded? And were you involved in the development of that legislation that's been passed through Parliament?
Okay, thank you. So the question was around, thank you, first of all, acknowledgement in relation to some of the newsletters and information that we've provided over the years. It was actually designed by growers, for growers, and the comments were around the legislative reforms that occurred in December, and a large component of those legislation reforms were around regulation of the water industry, and were we involved with the consultation on that? Who's going to fund it? What's the rollout going to look like? That sort of basically my understanding of the question. So yes, in 7th of December 2023, the new legislation was passed and finally passed by the Senate and became law. And 2/3 of the weight of that legislation, although the media would say it was all about opening up the ability to buy back, etc. But if you looked at the weight of that reform, 2/3 of the paperweight was actually about regulating the market, and about 1/3 of it was actually around removing some of the instruments which were considered impediments to the government fast tracking or finishing the 30-year reform and the buyback. And so the regulation of the industry regulates the industry, which includes the brokerage industry, but it also includes how governments operate, how water authorities operate, and where you're going to get your information from in the future and who can announce. And it also sets in new rules and responsibilities and protections for consumers in relation to insider trading, in relation to market manipulation. It provides new responsibilities for the Bureau of Meteorology to be the central hub for water market information to be dispersed. It provides new powers to the ACCC to actually regulate the market and to also provide a fining regime in relation to, which is similar to the financial services industry. And so the maximum fine that ACCC are allowed to give out in relation to the water industry for non-compliance or bad behaviour in this industry is 50 million, so very big fines. The Inspector General, it provides them with new responsibilities. How this is going to be funded, right at the moment, I'm unsure about that question, but I think it's actually going to be funded through the Commonwealth Government because it's a Commonwealth piece of legislation. DQ, they are consulting with us right at the moment. So Bureau of Meteorology has come out and consulted with us and said to us, this is all the information that we're going to need from you. DQ have started consulting in the industry as well, not only with water brokerage industry, but also with irrigation authorities, state governments, and there's certain time triggers which occur. So the legislation's in law now, but the full regulation, there's different time triggers for different components. Some of it's this year, July this year, some of it's December, the end of this year, some of it's July 2025, some of it doesn't take into a full effect until post 2030. So there's a whole raft of different changes which are going to occur over that period of time. Hopefully that answers the question. Don't know who funds it. That's insane. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Trevor.
Trevor Norton, Mayor of Loxton Wakefield Council, one of the 3 Relief Councils. Thank you, Tom, for your presentation today, and also for your directness in bringing that elephant out of the forum and bringing in the this is going to be delivered, this is going to happen. We need to try and work out how we're going to make the best of it and be the best in our communities. Particularly for us, from us local government operators, is that it's going to affect our economy, how our communities are laid out, and how our organisations like CIT and RIT that keep delivering water on a reasonable amount. So I think that my LGA holds about a gig of water, which I think we use just under half on an average year. So no doubt I can't speak for my council because I am on board, but we would be interested in some of that water management. So I have a couple of questions, a couple of points I think we should be perhaps trying to take forward. We look at environmental water and we know that it's going to be required back in. We just know that's going to happen. But if you were a grower and you were looking at 450 gigalitres of water to pump the project, you wouldn't buy it. You might have to buy half of it and lease something. So firstly, is there an opportunity for water to be leased to the government rather than sold to them? That's number one. I'd like to champion that idea if we would. And to do that, I think you might basis around it would be that environmental water should have the same title as water for irrigated primary production, so that it can move between the 2 sectors. Because there might be times when the environment has an excess of water in a particular area, and maybe an annual crop can take it up and use it. That money can be returned to the government for use for infrastructure. So those couple of points, I wonder whether we could perhaps look at taking them forward of usual judgment. Thank you very much for that today. And as we're moving from green into an area where we've got to get on with this.
Yeah, thanks, Trevor. We've done a lot of work previously and have proposed to the government a different way of recovering this last amount of water, which we believe has the biggest impact to our regional communities. And that was actually through a program called the Water Futures Efficiency Program, which is actually a sharing program where these excess waters can be shared, and it's an options-based program where excess waters can flow between irrigation communities and the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder and go backwards and forwards, go back either way. Our response to date is that looks really interesting. We haven't had a no, but we have had we just want to do buyback. Yeah, we just want to do buyback. That's going to be the quickest, simplest, cheapest way for us to get this water recovery done. And we're not going to chuck that in the bin. We're still going to go and keep flogging this this idea to the Commonwealth, and because we believe it's a better way for protecting our regional communities while still keeping productivity and getting the quantities of water that we need that the government want for the environmental flows. Interestingly enough, if you look at, as we've mapped, the percentage of existing Commonwealth environmental water holders, water entitlements that have been used, you can go and do some numbers on this. And they have, and I know, Rosalie, you have a crack at me about this, but because we look at the numbers slightly differently, but when I look at this, I've never seen any more than 65% of existing Commonwealth environmental water holdings used for environmental water delivery, which means that we have 35–40% of water which is constantly unused, and we're about to actually recover another 1,000 gigalitres, and we've got, I think it's going to take us as a nation 20, 30, 40 years to work out how we actually deliver that environmental water, and in between that time we're going to stick it in the dam, right? And I think there's so this sharing mechanism enables us to also put some pressure on the environmental water deliveries, ensuring that we're getting the benefits out of the environmental water deliveries and fish growth and bird breeding and macroinvertebrates and water quality and we're getting all of those benefits associated with the massive investment that this nation's made. At the end of this nation's going to be making probably a total investment in this space of about 40 billion over those 30-year reform. And I think the nation's got a right to sort of ask about, has it improved the health of our system?
Tom, we've got one quick question from Swan Hill Council.
Sorry, thank you.
Hello, thanks for your presentation. I had a question about where you're based and also where you're based, and the other one was a bit more detail about those water fines, what state were they in and what sector, and what's your opinion on constraints and whether that's having an effect on the fact that you're saying only 65% of the Commonwealth environmental water holders' water is being used.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thanks, Jackie. So we're a national business. I grew up in South Australia, in the River Murray. So I work mostly from our head office in Adelaide, but we have an office in Griffith. We have an office in Berry. We have a presence in Queensland. We are owned by our family trust. So, and I'm the member of that family trust. So we're a family-owned organisation. We're a non-corporate, and we've been owned by our family trust ever since we've started. Not fully owned by a family trust. So we had an ownership of about 60% in the family trust and 40% through investors and so forth. But the family trust about 8 years ago bought back all of the investors, and we've been 100% owner of the family trust has been a 100% owner of Waterfine, and we're trying to retain that family ownership, regional family ownership. The second question is
Detail on the fines.
The fines that were incurred, which states, where were the fines incurred?
Yes, mainly South Australia. So yeah, South Australia has the strongest fining regime. We're all aware of the Four Corners articles that went out in northern New South Wales and southern Queensland and there's been the fines have been smaller there, but there's been jail time for some people there in relation to water overuse. But those fines, have not all been in South Australia, but a lot of them have been in South Australia, which has had the strongest regulatory regime about smacking people around the ears for overuse at the moment.
And the other one was constraints.
Constraints. Can I ask you to take that question on notice? We need to move on, but the Waterfine team are going to be around all day, so please talk to Tom and his team. They'll be milling around over here, or you'll find them during the lunch break. So please join me in thanking Tom. We've got a very important session before lunch, which is the developing an economic quality assessment framework and applying it to water economic studies in the basin. And our two speakers come from Adelaide University. So Dr. Alex Joel from the School of Economics and Public Policy, the Faculty of Arts, Law, Business Law and Economics. Alec is an applied economist specialising in agricultural, environmental and resource economics. His research has addressed issues and questions that are fundamental to UN Sustainable Development Goals and Australian national research priorities. In particular, his research has contributed significantly to the understanding of climate change and resources on irrigation, farming, farmer adaptation strategies, and market-based instruments for water resource management. His colleague, Dr. Konstantin Seidel, is also from the same faculty, the School of Economics and Public Policy, and he's an applied water and agricultural economist and is a member of the Water, Environment and Food Economics Policy Group. In particular, Dr. Seidel is currently exploring the socio-economic drivers and impacts of managed aquifer recharge schemes in Australia as part of a collaborative research project with CSIRO. Please join me in welcoming Alex and Konstantin to the stage.
Cool. I do will need the clicker. Okay, fantastic. So we've got a bit of a bigger talk, so we sort of split it in two. I'll do the first half and then Alec will do the second half. And it ties in actually quite nicely with what Ian and Tom discussed before. So I'll try to make some references back and maybe more cheap comments once we get the slides up.
What's the message you're getting?
Seems to be an error with the PowerPoint. We're just trying to work that out now.
Okay. Having an error with the PowerPoint.
Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. I'm sure I have full confidence.
Yes.
And in the meantime, while they try to fix it, we did want to thank the Murray-Darling Association for hosting us today and for the invitation to speak to you all. It's been a great pleasure, or hopefully it will be a great pleasure. I'll let you be the judge of that after the presentation. But it's always good to get out of the region and talk to the local stakeholders and really understand their points of view and have this two-way exchange, I guess, between the city and the country, so to speak, as some previous speakers said, there's not enough. So I can wholeheartedly second that. So it's part of the reason why we're here. And I hope it'll be a fruitful exchange between us.
Won't be a moment.
Maybe you problem with PowerPoint itself. My laptop. Maybe something.
Yes, please stick.
Maybe I can borrow one.
Say, jumping on this one here.
There's a Alexa or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Siri. I don't talk to Siri.
No, I don't.
It's terrible when I said this.
Not the time you wanted to take that time.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, stop and then. We're about to say scroll down. There we go.
All right. It looks like we're running now. Sorry for that. So yeah, today we'll talk a little bit about different economic values of water in the Murray-Darling Basin. And then we'll talk a little bit about what studies assess these values and how these studies sort of rank in quality of execution, so to speak. There you go. Yeah, so I'll talk about that. I'll speak about the economic values of water. I'll speak about some of the water recovery, but I'll blitz a bit over that, given that Tom already talked a little bit about that. We'll talk a little bit about the impact of environmental water recovery in the economic sense, and then Alec will present on some of the different studies which assess that, and also about public preferences for water recovery going forward. Just a little bit of background, like I'm sure all of you are aware of this. Essentially, in the Murray-Darling Basin, it's always been dominated by a system of variability in terms of inflows and droughts, right? So we have always been experienced through the system, but at the same time, over the last 100 years, irrigated agriculture has really kicked off in Australia, and it's the same story for the Murray-Darling Basin. So while we have this variability in inflows, agriculture has become relatively more important, and that has obviously impacts on how important, how valuable water is to us. If you come from an economic lens, you can look at water values in a certain framework, which is what we use as the total economic value of water. And essentially, we talk about use values and non-use values, right? Use values is all the value derived from using the water, and this is really where agriculture is, right? You use the water for productive purpose, and you capture it here. Indirect use value is stuff like water quality, right? Like if you have more water, the water quality is better. You need to use less effort to treat your town water supply to get it to potable use. That would sit here, whereas a lot of the environmental values sit here, but they also sit here. So it's not just about agriculture. Water really provides value to lots of different aspects of life, particularly here in the community. So we went out to a bit of an exercise and see what can we find about these different values, and is there some quantification around that? What do we know about this system? And as our kind of talked this morning, right? So this is what agriculture, right? Profit, gross value of irrigated agricultural production, gross value of agricultural production. I'm not going to bore you with the numbers. You can go to the report and look at that, but it is substantially important for jobs and profit agricultural businesses. But we have seen that has increased over time, both in Murray-Darling Basin, not our Murray-Darling Basin, and it is essentially the same for gross value agricultural production and the irrigation component, which have been increasing over time. Coming back to what Tom said, Peter Cullen's challenge, we have actually been getting better at doing more with less, right? There's community values, which is gross regional product, gross domestic product, gross social product, and also impacts on employment, which relate to water. I'm sure the local government representatives here today are keenly aware of. So all of that depends on water to a certain extent as well. And the trend we see here as well is like that has been increasing since 2010 in both of those areas for the basin. And we're talking substantial numbers here, right? We're talking in the magnitude of hundreds of billions of dollars. It's not substantial, the value water provides to the community. Yeah. But it's not just extractive, it's also non-extractive values. So we have these values which are aligned with recreation and tourism, which also generate a lot of value for communities. Boating, fishing, we've heard about that. So water availability doesn't only affect agriculture, it affects all of other businesses, which may not actually have directly to do with agriculture. But again, these can be substantial economic values for communities in the Murray-Darling Basin. And they're quite hard to quantify because there's not a lot of data on this. So arguably, they're often not as considered or a bit overlooked because it's just not as easy to see as seeing planted areas in gross value agricultural production, right? But they are substantial values. There's a little bit of mining and energy in the basin, although again, this is quite difficult to assess, but mining revenue is very big, right? And we couldn't find any definite numbers, specifically because the way how it's reported doesn't really align with Murray-Darling Basin boundaries, but we've got significant coal and gas operations in New South Wales and southern Queensland, and northern Victoria has some substantial gold mining industries as well, which somewhat relate to the basin water resources. And essentially, the values created by water markets for people, which is arguably all of Tom's business. So the scones I could enjoy this morning by virtue of sponsorship from Waterflight, I would badge as water market economic benefits and values for us, which is quite nice. So thank you, Tom. These values wouldn't exist if we didn't have a water market, right? So, and these things are often also overlooked when we have this discussion about water recovery. What does water mean to local communities? There's all these different values which get created, but not all of them get talked about in the same way. Then we've got these indirect values which get talked even less about, which is, as I said, like water quality. That's where Ian comes in with biodiversity and ecosystem values, bequest values, like the idea you want to have your children inherit a healthy, environmentally sustainable system. Like that's a value which you can assess and put a dollar figure on, but we don't talk about that. We talk about environment and water values in the basin. We talk about production. We don't talk about values to the next generation. We don't talk about value to indigenous people. We don't talk about cultural values. It's often overlooked. But we could look at that, right? Like there are frameworks to exist. So I'm just putting this out to highlight, look, it's not all just about agriculture. There's a whole suite of values which have to be considered when you talk about these water management discussions. Coming back to where we're at, essentially, like globally, and this is also true for the Murray-Darling Basin, we see the biggest biodiversity decline in freshwater species. And at the same time, we see in the last 130 years inflows into the Murray-Darling Basin. That's rainfall anomalies from the bottom. We've been getting hotter and dry in the basin, so this really prompted the governments to act and say, look, like we need to do something about biodiversity loss, and we need to do something about the sustainability of the water resource because it is under pressure. We see less and less rainfall in this area, which led us to the basin plan, and a decision was made. Look, we're going to recover about 7% of the consumptive entitlements issue at the time. It's 3,750 gigaliters, which I'm sure all of you have opinions on. And this was a lot less than a lot of the environmental scientists said would be needed to provide for a healthy, ecologically sustainable basin going forward, right? I know this number is very contentious, and I'm sure if I ask anybody in the room, everybody will have a different opinion of whether the number that got decided upon was appropriate or not for whatever reason. But this is what we've dealt with, right? We're taking about 3,250 gigaliters of consumption, those 2,750 and 450, right? To redress that ecological sustainability, to take care of these other values, the bequest values, the fish values, the environmental values, not just production values. How do we do that? Well, there's essentially two ways you can do it. One of it would be water infrastructure subsidies. This is your on and off farm irrigation infrastructure updates. It's efficiency updates, what Tom talked about, where we spend a whole bunch of money on, we being the taxpayer. And the other way is water buybacks, buying water directly on farmers. And combined, we've spent upwards of 13 billion on both of these options together to get some water back into the system, out of the consumptive pool. It has led to common beliefs in the rural community through that process about what that did to communities. And generally, we see a lot of negative reporting, right? We see, okay, the basin plans often viewed very negatively, water recovery is often viewed very negatively, with some of the sentiments we heard earlier that taking water out of production will mean the death knell to rural communities. And that has been, this view has been around for quite a while. And we see like overall, if we had a look at, okay, overall reporting on the basin plan, what are the sentiments? We see overwhelmingly negative sentiments of that. We see much less negative reporting in the newspapers and in public media than positive mentions of what it would do for environmental benefits, for example, First Nations people. It's just a bit of a skewed discussion saying, look, people tend to look at the negative side of this, which comes back to the values I've talked about. The overlooked values where you would have some positive impacts from water recovery are something which are a little bit hidden, a little bit outside, so you tend to forget them. Where are we today? As of mid-2023, we've recovered about 2,100 gigalitres. I'm not going to bore you with this, but we can have a conversation about this offline, what people think about that. But between those two programs, infrastructure and buyback, we have spent much more money in infrastructure than it gave us water back, right? So if you look at just bang for buck, how much volume did you recover for how much taxpayer dollar to spend? You spend about 3 times more per megalitre on farm and off-farm irrigation infrastructure upgrades. That is not to say that these technologies are not a brilliant idea for an individual farm business or individual irrigation trust. They can do very good things for farm productivity on the farm scale, but on a system scale, it was a lot of money for arguably not all that much water compared to the other options. Which begs the question, okay, we've recovered this water from the system, what actually does it to all these economic values we've seen? If we take water out, how do they change if we have less water available for diversion? What's often used here is input-output modeling by various publications. I'm going to blitz over this a little bit, but I can talk to you about the details of this later. But essentially, this is a modeling technique which came out of the Great Depression in the US. And the reason why this is important is because you had massive underemployment and massive underuse of industrial facilities. So you could scale both on labor and on capital without any constraints, which is what the model assumes. But in reality, we know, look, actually, Australia can't just decide to employ 5 million more people in its businesses because you don't have the people. So there is a limit to capital and labor you can deploy. So generally, the literature says, look, we can only really use input-output model at the national level if there's a bit extraordinary circumstances, because we don't have an unlimited response of capital and labor. People use it for small regions with the argument, look, like on a small region, these things are quite flexible because in the Mildura region, like people could move from interstate and move from South Australia, capital could move. So this assumption that labor and capital is completely flexible to expand or contract production is not a problem. However, this is only somewhat true. You still have some limits around, even in the regional context, which means these assumptions that this unlimited flow of capital and labor breaks down, which is why it's arguably not the best tool to model impacts, economic impacts of policy reform, even though it has been done a lot for water recovery impacts, right? You can tweak the model and put some extra assumptions in and some extra measures to overcome some of the weaknesses. So not every input-output model is as problematic as each other, but often they are applied incorrectly and they don't consider this constraint that you can't just scale up and scale down as much as you want. They also assume that the impacts are used at a fixed ratio, and what that leads to is essentially an overestimation of the flow on impacts, and I'll get to that in a little bit. Which has led the APS, the Australian Bureau of Statistics, actually say you don't use input-output multipliers. If you look at economic analysis of policy analysis, use computerized, generalized equilibrium models instead, but they're often a lot more hard to develop and they're a lot harder to run. So if you've got 2 months to do an analysis, it'll be very hard to run anything more than an input-output model. So it's a bit sometimes. It's not always the fault of the people who run it. It's also the fault of sort of resourcing and time constraints they saw themselves exposed to. But essentially, this is the argument what an input-output model may tell you is, okay, you assume, okay, a 1% decrease in water applied to agriculture leads to a proportional 1% decrease in irrigated area, right? So 1-to-1, because you have this fixed ratio, and then it flows through, okay, this changes my on-farm activities, it negatively impacts my activities on-farm, so that's all your suppliers for the farm, fertilizer sellers, labor on the farm, and it also impacts the indirect activities, which is like money flowing back in the community through salaries, through people, through children in schools, housing prices. And because all of these three things are negatively affected by the reduction in water available for production, the regional community is worse off overall. Because it has this direct flow through effect, and here you'd have in these studies, you'd have the impact multiplier and say, look, a 1% decrease in agricultural water leads to a 15% decrease in rural employment in that particular community. But it begs the question, are these simplistic assumptions actually reality? And if you look at the deeper, the answer, it's not as easy, right? One element of this is that correlation is not causality. So a lot of pain farming businesses have experienced over the period when water recovery took place were actually also influenced by bigger macro trends. So this is the number of farms in the Murray-Darling Basin and their terms of trade. If you have a very export-focused business, you see that the terms of trade for farmers have been declining way before water recovery even started, and for farm numbers have been falling. So only if you look at, okay, water recovery started sort of here, farm numbers have been falling, in terms of trade have been declining, and you think, okay, all these farmers had to close shop because water recovery took place. This is not the whole story. The whole story is there's part of a bigger trend that farmers were closing shop because of unfavorable domestic and foreign markets for this, right? And it's just, you need to consider that when you try to establish how much economic impact that particular water recovery had on the economic activity. Another aspect of this is that there's a lot of feedback loops and adaptation behavior which are not considered in those simpler models. So it looks a bit more like this. You've got, and don't get too hung up on the details. It's all just to demonstrate there's a lot more involved in the system than the simple graph I showed you before, and then there's positive and negative impacts, and things go back and forth. It is not enough to just look, less water means less farming, and that means everybody's going to suffer. Capital and labor will move in other aspects of the community, other government come in. Buyback money is arguably going to the community. It's a whole bunch of money going to the person who sold the water, and they're largely going to spend the money in the community to do whatever. So it's not as simple as that. And if you don't consider this whole web of interactions and these positive and negative effects in both ways, it is actually very hard to come up with the real economic impact of water recovery or less water availability for rural communities, and you're bound to get it wrong, and you're bound to overestimate it on the negative side. So trend-wise, you'd say, back of the envelope calculations get it wrong in the sense that there's more damage to local communities from water recovery than you'd actually get if you use a lot more these very complicated interaction models. And the third reason is that if you try to establish this using economic tools, not every analysis is the same. One analysis says this, another analysis says this, but they can be vastly different based on the quality of the work, the models they use, the assumptions they use. And this is, well, I'll hand over to Alec, because we use that to say, look, can we rate these studies to then say, okay, what they found we have more confidence in, that's a higher quality study, we think their number is more correct than the number this study found, because often those numbers vastly disagree.
Okay, thank you, Konstantin. So, hello everyone. So we'll continue with my talk. So we know we cannot compare oranges with apples, right? But even for the apples, they will have different varieties. We have some delicious, some rotten. So if we say the studies that look into the impact of water and reduced water diversion on community outcomes, then these are the all apples, but then these apples have different qualities. So that's what we do in our study to evaluate the quality level, like the strength of the evidence they found in their study. So we did a systematic literature review. So we search all the documents looking at these issues. And particularly we focus on consulting reports and also reports produced by the governments, and as well as academic literature, academic papers, peer-reviewed, published in journals, academic journals. And we focused on two broad areas to evaluate these studies, internal validity and external validity. So internal validity is about how this study design is conducted for their research or for their report. So, and also how the data they collect, how they analyze the data they collected. So all these studies are the quantitative studies. It's not like based on 10 interviews. Those are called qualitative studies. We don't evaluate those qualitative studies. We evaluate quantitative studies, which look at broader evidence through data, quantitative data. For example, if for a quantitative study, if you collect, for example, like 15 observations, and then you analyze these 15 observations, then statistically it will be very weak, even if you have some conclusions. So this means that internal is not valid for this study. So this internal validity level is really low for this type of study, and also the method you use to analyze this data. For example, Constantine mentioned the IO approach. So if they use the IO approach to conclude, okay, this is the impact of reduced water diversion on the community, on the economic output of the irrigated agriculture, for example, in dairy, in horticulture, then input-output is okay for static analysis. So describe the association from certain input to output. But in a dynamic world, because we were working in a dynamic world, so the assumption is it does not hold, and then their conclusion will have very low level of internal validity. And also we focus on external validity, which is how the conclusions can be generalized to the broad basin-wide communities. For example, if some studies only collect data in certain areas, and then these certain areas have its own characteristics, but it's quite different from other basin communities, then the conclusions in this area cannot be generalized to other areas. So we want the external validity also be quite high. So we need the data collection will be unbiased, randomized as well. And we develop a quality assessment rating system, which is mostly developed from the medical literature. So the medical literature regards clinical trial evidence. So they review studies of this of the clinical trials, worldwide studies, and to rate the evidence, and then they conclude, okay, whether this medicine is effective or not based on the evidence. And we have 3 categories. So if a study receives overall rank between 0 and 40%, it's in the low quality category, and the middle category is from 40 to 70%, and higher than 70% we classify the study as high quality. So these are our ranking criteria, which focus on internal and external and validity criteria. For example, whether the observation and for observational studies, whether they control all confounders, they control like the broad trend, terms of trade, or not. If they don't control the terms of trade, and then they also only include the reduced water diversion, then that impact will capture some degree of the impact of terms of trade. So that will have a low internal validity. And the source of information will be provided to enable collection of data, and the functional form you use as well. And also sample size matters for empirical studies, and how you collect the sample also matters, etc. And so this is our funding for 65 studies. So in total, we had 65 studies. 26 of them is in a high quality category. And most of these studies use mathematical programming, and they use econometrics models and or the general equilibrium model. And for the middle range, we have 29% of them. So some of them will use partial equilibrium analysis, and some of them use hydroeconomic modeling. And for the lowest category, and most of them use input-output or some correlation descriptive analysis. And there is also a pattern about the impact of these studies found and also the quality. So for the high level, high quality studies, most of them found new or small, too modest impact from reduced water diversion to economic outcomes in the communities. And for the middle level quality studies, most of them identified small to modest, while the low quality studies, most of them identified large impacts. So again, for the studies that have low quality, and majority of them assume a direct relationship, okay? The direct relationship is 1% reducing water extractions, okay? Equivalent to 1% reducing irrigated hectares. And then this will lead to 1% decrease in irrigation production, and consequently about the same percentage of loss in gross regional value and employment. So this is very simplistic, and the assumptions is wrong as well. The direct unit elasticity here, 1% to 1%, and is static, it's not dynamic. One example would be the input-output method. For example, in 2022, in one consulting report, it was assumed the Golden Murray Irrigation District milk production would have been 46% higher without water recovery because of a 46% reduction in water use. So obviously they ignore the fact there are some surplus water the farmers can have access to when the water is recovered for the environment. And also there would be the adaptation that farmers can take to reduce this impact. So obviously unit elasticity here does not hold. For the higher quality studies, and most of them are peer-reviewed by external experts, and then this suggests for a 1% decrease in water diversion, there is as little as 0.01% decrease in farm returns, thanks to surplus buffer water and many adaptation farms can take. And also there is inelastic relationship between water diversion and areas irrigated. So then it has, for example, some high quality studies identify the elasticities between 0.1 to 0.4. So 1% reduction in water diversion leads to about 0.1 to 0.4% reduction in irrigated hectares. And the elasticity is even lower for commodity revenue. So 1% reduction in water diversion will result in only 0.1% in commodity revenue from irrigated agriculture. And also the high quality studies consider other positive benefits from the water and reduced water consumptive uses or increased water diversion. So for example, the direct buyback, they can reduce the debt of many farms, and they allow farmers to pay down their debt. And also some farmers use the income from buyback to restructure or use it as exit to start another form of business. And one study, they found that 60% have sold part of the water entitlements, and of them 50 said there was no impact on farm production. And the majority of the proceeds is reinvested on farm. So there is a great heterogeneity there. So we can not only focus on the big negative picture. And also, one study found no significant relationship between current year water entitlement sale and farm variability, which is current farm net income. And even we look at a longer time frame, and selling water entitlement in the past 5 years was found to have no to only weakly negative correlations with current year net farm income. So water buyback is back on the table. It is contentious, especially in rural communities, and partly because of rural media reporting largely hostile to direct buyback. So we have another study analyzing the media in rural and in urban areas. And in rural areas, the narratives to water buyback is much more negative than the media reporting in urban areas. So we collect thousands of media and content and analyze that with artificial intelligence to look at the sentiments in those. And rural media is largely more negative to buyback. And also the narrative towards buyback overly focused on rural stakeholders' views, so mostly consumptive uses, and then because they are stronger lobby groups, and their voices are heard more than other disadvantaged groups, such as, for example, indigenous or the environment. But even in the rural areas, there are certain groups that they prefer this buyback. Okay, so the latest round of buyback tender last year, so they received offers two times the requested water volume. So there are still some groups of irrigators are quite enthusiastic about this idea. For example, in the New South Wales Murray areas, the volume offered is like almost 5 times of the targeted buyback. So what about the Australian public preferences in water recovery? Because the water recovery money is funded by taxpayers' money. The taxpayer is called Australian taxpayers. So what is the public's preference? Not just focusing on the rural areas. So we did a study in 2021, and this is a nationwide survey of 1,000 just over 1,000 Australians. So this is the Australian survey of social attitudes. It's a representative survey of the whole Australia. And in this survey, we added a couple of questions about their attitude towards water environment, water recovery in the Murray-Darling Basin. So these are the survey questions. So we provide a brief neutral statement about the condition of water recovery, and then we ask the general public, what do you believe should happen going forward? So there are 5 choices. I'm not sure whether you can read, but I have a figure, probably it's easier to read on this figure. But then for this question, if they believe there should be more water to be recovered, then we ask another question about their belief about which approach should be used to recover the water. There are 4 options for them, and I will elaborate in a later slide. So first of all, their belief about whether more water should be recovered or not. The first option is stop recovery and sell the recovered licenses back to irrigators. So this is the first, like people will have the idea of against recovery, right? Even they sell the existing environment entitlement back to irrigators. And the second is just stop at the current level, which is short of the basin plan recommended level. And then the third is to recover until the current basin plan target. And the fourth is recover more environmental water beyond the current goals. And the fifth is recover more environmental water, and also on top of that, recover for cultural water for the First Nations groups. So these are the distribution of the answers of the whole Australian general public and about their percentage. We can say like the first option is only about 10% of them and chose the first option, and about just above 20% believe more water should be recovered for the environment, and around 37% believe more water should be made available for the environment as well as the First Nations. So there are some state differences. Obviously, you can imagine. So South Australia generally, and non-MDB states, they generally favor more water recovery. And the Capital Territory and Victoria state, these two places, they have the lowest proportion favoring more water recovery, even though it's above 50%. So that last two. And 42% of New South Wales respondents for recovery of environment and cultural purposes, which is the highest, which is only the fifth. And in terms of stop recovering, 7% of Queensland and 8% of non-Murray-Darling Basin respondents want to stop water recovery, which is the lowest. Because the average is above 10%, but in Queensland and non-Murray-Darling Basin states, this is the lowest. And about the approaches of water recovery, if they believe more water should be recovered, we have the highest preferences, subsidized irrigation infrastructure. So they believe, okay, more water should be made available for environment and perhaps the First Nations as well. But they think about just more than 30% of them think irrigation infrastructure is the preferred approach. Particularly the highest is in Victoria, 38%, and the lowest in ACT. So that's a great discrepancy among the states, 13% in ACT. But the next preferred mandatory card of all licenses and compensate. So which is equally, each irrigator will contribute the same percentage cut, but this will be compensated by the Commonwealth government. And this is still received about 30% of the general public. The voluntary buyback is about 25%, so it's still quite high. Obviously, the mandatory cut and no compensation is the least preferred. In terms of buyback, the ACT actually has the highest preference, and the Victoria and the non-Murray-Darling Basin states have the lowest preference.
Why are you actually considering the ACT? Just respect.
Well, because the whole public, these are not the rural stakeholders, these are whole public.
I've got a question. When you look at random surveys and you ask the general populace, give them a simple question. Now, I'll use an analogy. If I'm asked about water, and I'm living in a regional area, I've got skin in the game. I'm in the industry. If I'm asked a question, do I believe the quality of interpretive dance has improved over the last 15 years in the Yarra City Council area? I don't know. And quite frankly, I might say, yeah, it has. When you're doing statistics, my understanding, I'm not a biometrician, but you have to add weight, don't you, to like based on how informed you are on the subject, what your knowledge
Well,
is on the subject. Like if you just
that's a good question. Yes. How familiar those respondents are. So these are Australian citizens. So the survey are using my electorate records to stratify the sample. So they are not just the visitors or permanent residents. They are citizens. So, and Murray-Darling Basin Plan has been there for more than a decade. Okay, so the citizen or general public actually quite familiar with this issue because it's in the media. Even for non-Murray-Darling Basin states, it's in the media on and off frequently. So this is actually an advantage of this survey, like was conducted in 2021, not at the beginning of the Basin Plan implementation.
Could we just hold question for a minute? We'll give a chance to ask questions.
I almost finished. So, all right, so that's last slide. So based on our quality assessment, so we recommend that for any economic impact studies funded by the government, they need to have very clear criteria for the impact study and to have requirement for the study design, data collection to have internal, external validity to hold. And also they need to have a robust causal identification strategy because correlation does not equal to correlation. And the causal identification needs to have a dynamic perspective, it's not static. And also long-term, not only over a very short time period. And the studies need to consider cost as well as benefits. So there are communities that benefit, but then there are also communities that are disadvantaged by some policy. So the distributional impacts need to be considered, the heterogeneity of the impact need to be considered. And for the areas disadvantaged, so for the communities, groups that bear the most negative consequences, then there should be a structural adjustment assistance for those groups. Thank you. So I will. I'm
sure there's questions.
Yeah, I'll open for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have two comments or questions. One is when you did your research analysis and you came up with that the higher quality research papers indicated that, did you differentiate the farms between community irrigation schemes and private diverters?
No,
just a second.
Well, thank you for the question. So we're not conducting the research, the analysis of the impact. We evaluate whether the impact or the evidence presented in the research is of high quality or middle quality or low quality. So if they only consider, so if they have a conclusion and the conclusion is based on data only from a certain groups, like only private diverters, and then their conclusion is they say, okay, they generalize this to the whole basin. Obviously, that does not have a high level of external validity, so they will not receive high or a tick in that criteria. And overall, it may push that study to a lower category, but if other criteria are met for that particular study, it still may remain in a higher category. So it's overall assessment framework. It does not only depend on only one category or one criteria or two criteria. So that is considered whether the data is representative. But we cannot say, okay, this study, if it does not include all those population interests, then it must be in the low or must be in the high.
I guess I'm just very concerned that I never heard the negative third-party impacts in any of your discussion.
Oh yeah, externalities is very important. Some of those impact, some are about third-party impacts. And then those third-party impacts is evaluated whether those design method used to conclude the third-party impacts is having high strength of evidence or low strength of evidence. Yes.
At the back, please.
Your work was heavily used by the federal government in the amendments to the Basin.
Well, we hope we influence policy, but sometimes no, we have very limited.
They referred in Parliament to low quality assessment by Victoria. Victoria's done several assessments as to the economic outcomes of reducing the available water in some.
So I guess.
Is your work being peer reviewed?
Yes, so this assessment framework is this. This is not updated, so it is published last year. It is published last year in a reputable international journal. Yeah.
Any other questions? Tom?
I've just, Alex and Constantine, thank you for your presentation. I think I'm wondering about the reliance upon this high quality feedback or findings that you've got, which I understand them to be that buyback will have a minimum impact to our regional communities. That's what I'm understanding with that. I'm wondering about when you're looking back from 2021, I think you did the studies, and looking back from there, I think we had a very large, we exercised a lot of large opportunities to improve the efficiency of how we deliver water on the farm from 2021 and back. Now, those efficiencies, and we had $13 billion or $10 billion spent to help us do that in our regional communities. And a lot of that heavy lifting, now there's marginal improvements that we can get. There was large scale improvements, crop per drop, and now they're marginal, very expensive, with still improvements to have. I'm just wondering about whether if that was factored in, looking forward rather than back, would you still come out with a finding that there would be nominal impact to our regional communities with your high degree of finding? And then I'm wondering about the comments that you've made in relation to the MIL, which is like a 5-to-1 ratio of water required versus water offered. And in that area, there was some encouragement occurring to local growers there to actually offer as much water as they can, as the highest price they can. Because there was a lot of growers there that thought that they would, if they offer water at a very, very high price, it would encourage the government to pull up their price or value of their water rights. So in that area, that was the strongest area that occurred. Because I also know in the Northern Basin, they were looking at water recovery and they got 0 megalitres offered in some areas like groundwater in the Connemine Ballon. There was no offers or minimal offers or offers at very, very high rates. And I'm wondering whether you factored that into your research, whether that would have an impact to your findings, those two components.
That number I quoted from the government website about 5 times. That's not in the research of we evaluate this qualities. That's just to show like there's still like quite popular, like still farmers willing to offer. So they have to bear the risk, okay? If the government accept all this, they have to sell, right? And then in the Murray, it's a very developed market, and then there's like the government should know, okay, what is the market price? I don't think they can just push up the price.
What about the efficiency
yeah.
piece? Like if those efficiencies aren't there anymore, well, they cost a lot of money. Would that affect your findings about minimal to no impact?
Well, we those studies are done like over a long time period, right?
Yeah.
So those studies, some of them, they consider a long time period. So that impacts some of the long-term impacts, and also the overall basin-wide impacts. Okay, so we talk about external validity, not only local, but obviously there are some areas that the impacts are quite negative for certain group of consumptive users. Yes, but I think we are looking at the broad basin level. Okay, we talk about the welfare of the whole population. Okay, so that's why we recommend that there are like structural adjustment policies to assist this adjustment process, because even agriculture or other technology or other industries, there will be change constantly, particularly like many years ago, we wouldn't think some like Nokia would collapse, right? Yeah. So we have to have a mind that our world is changing, and we need the policy to assist us to adapt to change instead of we still and bury our heads in the sand and remain unchanged. But I know like every community is doing their best to change, but we still ask more. Then it's a matter of which area. Like we have like health, we have education. So there's so many competing areas. But yeah, that's something.
Anthony.
Just a few, sorry, it's going to be a bit great venture as I was writing notes before. So, I'm in the beauty of our research science, I suppose all the scope terms and referencing your basin and all, but a few comments, from the beginning, right? So farm numbers decreasing regardless of water report, right? So to understand how the whole demographic of all of this is, you've got to go back and see how it was set up. So the land here, the majority of the irrigation districts, soldier settlement, something to do for the soldiers once they returned, was never, probably was more of a way of life for them to see their days out as opposed to a business, right? So naturally, that was naturally going to decrease the number of farms as the succession age come into it. Then you've got the scales of economy factor where the neighbours find out the neighbour, etc., etc. So there's less farmers, but more irrigated, more farm and being irrigated. So I thought, it was portrayed in a way as if farms were diminishing. It's quite the opposite, as we could see, and as he talks in MFA. Megalitre of water, regardless of how you skin the cat, there's a total value for any megalitre of water that gets pumped in a district, and there's X amount of economic benefit from that drop of water. I'm not able to get the information in front of me to say how much that is. When you talk about a low impact versus big impact, doesn't equal 1 to 1. You're basing the model on 1% reduction, right? So it's like, this is a very bad analogy because no one is the same, right? But if I took 1% of your salary, you're going to be all right, yeah? But if I take 25, you're really going to struggle. But if I take 35, you're finished. And that's the analogy you've got to understand. It's not the 1%. And what happens is every percent creates, unless you're going to retire the land and not have it dependent on the requirement of water, that acre is still planted. Whether you take it off, it gets bought back out of the system. The farmer that's got the 100 acres still in production, he hasn't got 99, he's still got the 100. He's still going to go on that market and create high competition and result in higher prices and creates the panic which Tom will love. Nah, just
inches.
Easy line, you got it. What we're finding so complex and different, the responses along the MDBA, is because it is just that. The opinion in someone in the Goulburn, the opinion and the requirement of someone here versus upstream, downstream, wherever we want to point. It isn't just one size fits all. So to class it as low quality because someone else doesn't reiterate that, that's a little bit flawed.
Sorry, can I continue to?
Yeah, okay, thank you. And, you know, little comments like benefits other farms can pay back debt of their farm. That's like selling your house and renting it. Eventually, it's to your demise. I don't know, like, it's pretty simple. This is the papers and surveys and stuff that is used to change the Water Act. I'm going to go home and just keep working because it's a waste of time, right? And then public opinions that don't have relevance here. Like, that's like someone saying to Dr. Ian Ellis there, and he knows his stuff, actually, mate. Sorry. But he knows his stuff, right? That's like someone having an opinion in Perth that's not relevant. So what do? If that's the consensus, we just walk away and leave his stuff alone. You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
Yes.
It's like there is no relevance if you don't have a direct impact from where it is.
Well, I have to.
There's a few more notes here, but it's just, I don't know. It's a little bit disappointing.
I have to disagree that you say like general public does not have relevancy to the Murray-Darling Basin. Okay, it is many of the wetlands actually have international status, and it's assets of all Australia. Yeah.
Of course it matters, but not to the point where they're going to take their advice over someone like Ian or a professional on the other side.
And also the 1%. So in economics, we have to focus on the marginal change, which is very small. We do not look at very big change. So that 1%, of course, we cannot measure a big change like 30%. Then what's the responding or the consequences of 30%? Now that will, if you take 30% from my salary, I will do other work and to earn more. So, but this is not considered. In those.
How much percent of the river is the buyback? Well, it's going to be 35%. Right, so it'll be relevant to what.
But then for 35%, there is a longer term process to adjust that, to adapt to that. Okay, it's not only like in one day, in 1 year, the 35% disappear, right? So we have to look at it's very incremental change. So that's why that matters.
You should model it out over 10 years then.
Well, many of those high quality studies are over 20 or 30 years. Okay, but low quality studies only do like a survey of 1 year.
Yeah. That's so passionate about low quality, because that's the person that's going to get crucified.
Sorry, we've got another question. Just a second. At front table.
Thank you, Constantine and Alex, for a study that. Thank you, Constantine and Alex, for doing a hell of a job on 112. I was on the Speak Up for Water. 112 studies into this up until 12 months ago, and there's probably been more.
Yeah.
I'm sure you drank a little bit of Ian's whiskey through the process, because to absorb all that and put it into that reminds me of the day that I sat in Monica Oval at the draft of Murray-Darling Basin plant. And really, there was a lot of modelling. It was like you should have been in there with me, because I didn't get a word in and I couldn't get the message over. What if there's a drought, a big drought? What if there's a big flood? Do we need more storages? No, that wasn't on the table. We were just going to follow these models. That was it. One thing I asked, when you did do your study, did you decipher between people that were in the basin and people that were out the basin?
Yeah, we had. So that's about the purpose.
I'll do another question while you're doing that.
That's about the purpose.
And if you ask all those people, would they be prepared to pay 30% more for their food? Would you got the same answers?
Thank you. Alex, would you ask?
Well, that's benefits.
So I do have. Yeah. So the last is about the Murray-Darling Basin residents. Yeah, they are different indeed. Because
the minority, you know.
Yes.
Very
So what are the
good.
results for those categories?
Which we got.
Well, the responses through the survey, did you come up with a percentage of?
Yes,
what-
we have a percentage. We have a modeling as well, a model to predict the characteristics and the level of their support for each of these options.
So were they present?
Because time limit. Well, if you're interested, I can send you the paper because this one is published as well.
We can always ask Alec questions over lunch, but we're actually eating into lunch literally.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry, I did.
okay. Any other,
Can you give us a PowerPoint?
there's one, yes, we can share the PowerPoints. Yes, we can.
Oh, yeah, I can share the paper as well. So both papers actually are publicly available. Okay, one more question?
So I just want to make a statement, and I'd be interested if there's an answer somewhere in the room by speakers or people that are about to speak. So we've gone through one Commonwealth buyback where we've now accumulated 2,100 GL of water for the environment.
Yes.
So what the Commonwealth bought was storage space in Hume, Dartmouth, Burrinjuck, Flowering and other spots. What they did during that buyback was actually not cease the rights to irrigate the land that they bought water off. So that land holds licenses to irrigate with volumetric limits to how much they can apply per annum. They'll hold a works license to extract water from the river or hold a delivery share in an irrigation district to receive water at the farm. So since the last buyback, most of those farmers have continued to irrigate and have used the temporary market. And we've seen water prices, yes, in really wet years, they've been very affordable, 20 bucks, 40 bucks, 50 bucks. Yes, you can accommodate that in most years, except COVID years, freight years, poor containers, poor industry outcomes. So in the next buyback, the problem we're going to face is they're going to buy at least 750, maybe 1,000, depending on SIDLAND projects. The pool of water offering allocations to remaining irrigators will be less by damn near the equivalent volume of use across all sections of the basin, that is. It won't be just the Southern Connected Basin. So there is no way that there's not going to be economic impacts on all communities in the basin that rely on water. But secondly is, those rights, if they're retained, those people will still be able to irrigate, and there is no really way out. So what I'd like to see happen is that the Commonwealth actually start thinking about other rights and licenses that they could purchase rather than just water. Instead of paying 10 years worth of fixed charges to get out of irrigation in Loxton, Renmark or Mildura, perhaps we could hand in our delivery shares and our water use licenses and associated annual volume limits, some of which cost $800 a meg just to apply 1 megalitre of water as an alternative to buying back water. So I'd like to see some more lateral thinking. And final comment is, it's going to be 15 to 20 years, as Tom said, before the constraints are gone, the choke's sorted out, before this water can actually be used. So the Commonwealth will be carrying over somewhere up to 500 gigs per annum. And that's just the way it's all dictated by a legislative timeframe, not by common sense.
I wanted to know what this man thought of constraints, but you cut off my question, so can he answer that?
Tom, sorry, you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
I think
forgot his name.
the lunch is waiting. We might carry that into this afternoon.
Yep.
So please, lunch is served, and please be back at 2 o'clock.
Well, we expect.
And it's really interesting. Did that come through, mate?
Yes, I've downloaded it.
Cool.
But I think like actually it's the research like it's actually debunking this one. And this fear and that's the one thing is that you're going up against it and then they go back and they don't work. And that's been
So thanks for everybody's candour and openness and big questions about a big topic that continues to grow in so many ways. You know, as a kid growing up on the Gold Creek over there, you sort of took it for granted that there was flow and there was connectivity. I was born in '69, so you know, remember early floods in the '80s. As Mr. Cox said before, I did swing off that rope. I'm sure he did too. But some of my earliest memories, and they've been reinforced by people like Ross Lake and other people who've studied history, is Alfred Deakin was charged with getting the north of Victoria into gear. There was all that water up there and nothing was happening. There's also anecdotal stories that when people went north of Bendigo and Ballarat and people were moving through to colonise, a lot of the people who'd set up pubs and other things said, oh, there's nothing further north. You don't need to go up there. So these are really interesting stories about the iconic nature of Mildura's colonial myth. So I think it is 1885, Deakin, after meeting the Chafies in California the year before, came out and the river was in flood, and there was a famous letter or telex, it definitely wasn't an iPhone, saying, you know, George Chafee back to William Benjamin, sell all our holdings in America, we're going to buy 200,000 acres in Mildura. I cannot even fathom that. So they put the legislation through Parliament, and Rosalie will like this one. And the Whigs in the Parliament at the time, no Labor Party, no Liberal Party back then, said, sorry, Mr. Deakin, you're going to have to put it out to the community to be commented on. It still happened back then. And then the Chafies ducked over to Renmark, bought that, got a quicker and a sweeter deal. That's why we've got it in for you bloody South Australians. So they set up Renmark, it all went through, and the Chafies began to build the Vision settlement in 1888 or 89. And by, to bring it back to economics and jobs, world depression in between 1892 and 1895. Henry Parkes called the Chafies, you know, Yankee water thieves. Other people have called them deliverers of the best Ponzi scheme Northern Victoria has ever seen. You know, and you can research this, don't take my word for it. And the colony went bankrupt. And there was a royal commission into it. It's very interesting reading. And then there was a huge push to change the metrics. It was the first Mildura Irrigation Trust collected this, the Raisin Board, which came the ADFA, you know, right through and to all the waves of immigration with their better skills and how to dry the fruit. I think they tried to dry the fruit without splitting the berries first. They didn't know about potash. So there's all these really fascinating stories about the region. By the time the dollar was deregulated in 1984, I think Mildura was on 150,000 tonnes of dried fruit a year. And I think Stephen before said it's at 15 or 18 now. So it's been a bit of a huge journey, but the unbundling of water has done something quite special to Mildura. I'm challenged by the idea of no buybacks and things like that. I think people fully understand that, but if you take it in an economic sense, it does present risk. That's why it's been following me for ages. The growth in this region has been huge. So I'll go to the next slide. So our economic output is $8 billion, which is absolutely monstrous. 57,000 people, 25,000 jobs. It's quite amazing to think that we're 22,000 square kilometres, and the region's economy makes a substantial contribution to the nation's growth and productivity. The region is known as a food bowl and supports the nation through our horticultural and agricultural industries. Manufacturing is a big part of the economy and provides vital jobs and economic output. It's obvious that our region revolves around water, and it is the lifeblood of all these industries. The agricultural, forestry and fishing industries contributes to $1 billion of the regional total output, which equates to 12%, and 3.95% of Victoria's output in the sector, and most of any LGA in the country. We definitely do a lot of work in there and probably represent as being really good dollar return over the last little while. Mildura region is a vital contributor to Victoria's food production sector. Anthony Cirillo, if you're still here, will love this one. 99.9% of the dried and table grapes come out of our region, which is phenomenal, which is on the back of that Chafee dream. 99.6% of the almonds and 86.2% of the citrus. This industry would not exist without irrigation. The reliance on high security water and potential for future drought periods and low water allocations pose a significant risk to the productivity in that Hort and Ag, and that's what we're here to talk about today, and we have done very, very well. The next one is Challenges and opportunities. I think I've spoken through those. One of the big things we find, if the second point there is, which was mentioned earlier, is the cost of temporary water. That would be huge. If I think my dad sold his water in 07, a tick under 2,000. I sold it's permanent, but it was at that height. So the other thing for us is transport infrastructure. We do rely on trucks a hell of a lot. We are connected by rail, but it's mostly predominantly only freight, really. The issues with increased costs and safety concerns due to reliance on road and rail freight won't go away. The climate change impacts are absolutely huge, as we all saw through the millennial drought and severe weather. I think Australia Day 3 years ago, we had 100 million in 90 minutes. That was quite difficult to deal with, and a lot of cleaning up. From a council position, the recovering water through buybacks on-farm or on-farm irrigation efficiency projects does put upwards pressure on water prices, and that is something that we're very concerned about. Our region is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. In 2020, MRCC declared a climate emergency and adopted a community climate response to work together to create a more sustainable future. In late 2022, our region experienced a 1 in 100 year flood, severely impacting the local economy, costing millions in loss of tourism during the peak season, along with impacts on other crops. Quite a few properties went under, vineyards and orchards as well. During drought periods, our region's economy is underpinned by the Murray, which runs through the heart of our town, as we can see. Water quality impacts such as bluegreen algae has a significant impact on our tourism and our farming. And a few of the other challenges there too. So the next one is, as a region, we experience low natural increases in population growth. We are heavily reliant on net migration for growth to occur. And we really experienced that through COVID. Just trying to get things fixed through that period was a challenge. Changes to government migration strategy, e.g. reduction of international students, temporary migrant and graduate visas, is likely to impact those further figures. Housing is an interesting one too. A lack of social and affordable housing and extremely low rental vacancies, less than 1% or 0.8 in September 23, is currently one of our biggest barriers for growth and being able to attract people to the region. Housing affordability is the third most important decision factor when people move regionally. So it's not just us, but it's something we consider. And I think a lot of people are thinking about it, and hopefully there's some positive things that come out of that. We've been working with many local businesses, 13 applicants, to support their applications for the recent grant round for Regional Worker Accommodation Fund, which is a great start, and hopefully there's some successes there. Additional pressure on our housing availability is in this region is due to a high number of seasonal workers and large-scale projects occurring in the region. Mining, the Transgrid Connection project, workers take up our visitor accommodation as well, caravan parks, cabins and Airbnbs, which reduces our ability to accommodate tourists during the peak season. This, however, presents an opportunity for investment. I think anyone who bought a house in the last 20 years in Mildura has probably done reasonably well. Future investment and productivity. Technology enhanced and sustainable futures are really important. So we have the Mallee Smart Farm and the Mallee Sustainable Farming. We have Emmerich here as well. Our natural resources are huge, 290 sunny days a year, with the potential for wind generation too, and the possibility of investment in green hydrogen. There's a lot of opportunity for mineral sands as well. The opportunity for diversification is always there as well, and we encourage and try and enable that diversification with different crops. There's been a few attempts to grow hemp. I don't know how well that's gone, but at least they're trying. Peter, I'm not going to comment on that. You'll probably get closer there, mate. Leave it alone. I think that's interesting too. We toured a couple of years ago with the MDA, and I think they tried changing to hemp as well, but the pigs loved it for some reason. Who would have thought? And it's not easy. If you're geared up to do cotton, or you're geared up to do rice, or you're geared up to do dry fruit, that's what you do. So I think the idea, and maybe it's that country-city divide discussion, is that it's easy for me as an elected official to say, oh, can't you just diversify? Look, it's a great request, but the pressure goes back onto the individual who's got lower returns, higher costs, hard to find workers. So these are the ongoing challenges of anyone who runs a business, and probably even more challenging if you run a horticulture business, not just in the basin, but in Australia. Our economy is driven by diverse sectors, including dryland farming, livestock, irrigated hort and ag, tourism, food and beverage manufacturing. I should bring the sherry back, I reckon. Transport, logistics, retail, health and community services. The value of our tourism industry is $308 million a year, which is brought into the local economy, driven primarily by domestic day trippers and overnight stays, with less than 3% of the volume from international visitors, which seems pretty low for me. However, we hope we can increase this when we bring the two light, sorry, we didn't even talk about that yet, the two light installations, the trail of lights, which will happen in Mildura and Wentworth. Will be brought here, Bruce Munro, a world-renowned artist who has the field of lights outside of Uluru, will be installing two light works, one near the Perry Sandhills and one here, somewhere here.
Permanent.
Hey?
Permanent installation.
Yes, permanent installations.
5 years.
5 years. But the one at Uluru extended the lease to 8 years. So it has been very successful. Different market there and a sort of a flying and captured. An extraordinary mix of abundance and stunning landscapes. Mildura is also a key event location, as we saw with the Kings of Leon when they came to here a couple of years ago. Staging over 100 events annually, from water sports, food events, music events, arts and cultural festivals, outdoor events and exhibitions and conferences. Margaret Gardner was here, the governor, and she talked about high-end accommodation, not just in Mildura, but in rural Australia. And I think that's missed out on because we don't access the funding. We don't have the feet through the door to actually get that amount of money. You know, obviously we've always got to go in and try and get government money, but the cities tend to pick up a bit more because they do have the larger populations. Opportunities, transformational project themes, river life and activation. I think we've been, thank you. Maybe we should have given you the flicker. There we go. The room we're sitting in now is on top of the third rowing club that was built here. I think there was one on the other side of the bridge after the century. One that way too, and then back here. Yeah. And I think Mildura Rural City Council, before I was elected, maybe in 2015, received $16 million from the federal government and a certain amount of money from the state government, which created the original works of the original master plan for the riverfront in 2009, which endeavoured to connect the old city of Mildura with this whole space. This is an example of what good strategic thinking and lobbying does, because it did take 2009 to 2016 to get the money, but it proves that if you do have a plan, you can reactivate. And to see the cafe downstairs and the two cafes within a little walk from each other proves that well-considered policy that's supported by your community actually works, and that has worked. And the river life activation has been phenomenal with the Powerhouse Place 2, and we've got other modules of the riverfront development to go ahead. We don't have to try and get 16 million every time. I think the Powerhouse was about $1 million. I think the council put in about 100 or 150, and I think the MDBA put in quite a bit as well. So there's a lot of different ways to actually try and bring money to the community outside of just traditional state and federal governments and your rate base. There's a lot of talk at the moment about land use and transport, so that's something that's huge on the agenda for council, but also the tri-state and economic zone. Melliam Wood with the council and with Wentworth Council have begun to look at different larger federal funding that crosses from the riverland back to us through until close towards Griffith and the Riverina, to see the continuities of what we do, what we produce, how we do it, and to fund a bigger, broader section across 3 states rather than sort of getting picked off on that tri-state region. So, yes, that's a tri-state economic zone with more economic work around health, water, population, transport, jobs and accommodation, housing and trading and market strategies. An industry and government hub is being talked of as well. So, an additional tourism aspects, the growth of outback tourism, eco-friendly travel, which is in demand, the RV-friendly town, which we became one late last year, to promote and increase the visitation of RV travellers and grey nomads, to try and attract additional large-scale sporting events to Mildura Sporting Precinct, which is another really good success story when it comes to strategic planning. All kicked off with big strategies in 2016, and then the funding just hit into place over the next 4 or 5 years. And I just reiterate that, pardon me, the Trail of Lights program, which will be incredible, and it's a fibre optic symphony orchestra, or FOSO, which will be an awe-inspiring light installation by Bruce Munro, as I said, which will be a really big game changer, and would hopefully push out those 1 and 2 night stays to 3 and 4 nights, which can double up the money you're bringing into your community. I'll just click to the next one. So there's your little advertising for your field of lights and your FOSO. It'll be a huge change, and it proves that Mildura and Wentworth are really working hard together to have some unity in what we present to both state and federal governments, realising that it doesn't matter which side of the river you're on, you can get a job on either side, or your kids can play footy for either team, or soccer, or netball, or what have you. So, yeah, that's a little rundown of where we are, and the fact that we're the largest economic exporter of Hort and Ag out of 540 local government associations, to me, is on the back of the incredible change in legislation around water, and we've seen that absolute growth over and over again for the last 20 years. But as we've spoken about today, to bring it back to water, there is a risk involved with that. I've always said that I think there's a 1,300% increase in permanent planting since the end of the millennial drought. So we've gone from 40,000 hectares to 84,000 hectares in about 17 years. If we have a millennial style drought, what volume of that won't be able to water it? So yes, there are huge issues about how you do a buyback, who wants to sell water back, what is the structural funding needed for any of those communities, and I really appreciate what Peter said before about what are the more lateral things that you would do. But at some point in the next 5 to 10 years, there'll be some really big and difficult decisions to make about water because of that unregulated growth. We all live with risk, that's just normal, but that's clear and evident, and something I think is really important that we keep discussing today. So thank you. Thanks for listening. Enjoy Mildura, whether you live here or whether you've driven in or flown in or swam across. It's a fantastic place, and for me, that Chaffee story, it's more of a mid-19th century American nation building project than something that was coming out of Australia. And Andrew Deakin, who got his name on Deakin Avenue, was clearly a visionary, went on to become Prime Minister. But it's really given this region a very unique look at the world. It's always been outward looking. It's always brought in new ideas and those waves of immigrants. And because we're so far away from Adelaide, Melbourne and Sydney, we have developed our own unique overview of the world. We're as tenacious as hell. Don't get in an argument with someone from the Riverland. And I mean the Riverland from, the Riverina down to South Australia. But it's too precious not to have these difficult conversations. And what I've learned through the MDA and the support of Mark and Tim and the whole executive is that keep thinking about it, keep presenting it in a different way. People will eventually say, okay, well, why has we had so much development? How did we know we needed to buy all that water back in 2007, yet there was a cap put on purchases in 15? So there are those really difficult things to try and, not to debate about now, but to try and quantify. Was a great political idea to stop something happening just became negative further down the track. So, all right, thanks everyone. Thanks again for being here. I'll pass it on to questions. Yeah, if you've got questions, go for it.
Jason, just on that regional roundup there you had up, you had said something about 90-something% of almonds.
Yep.
Was that Mildura Rural City or was that the region?
Mildura Rural City.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Any other questions? You just mentioned an increase of 1,300% in permanent plantations. So what do you see the future of a city like Mildura or the region? What does that look like given the challenges that you're going to face in the future?
The way that I have explained it a couple of times is 30% of Irvine went out of production, or a little bit more, during the millennial drought. And quite a lot of it has gone back in, but what does that 30% look like in relation to that 1,300%? I think it's about 22 or 20, let's say 20,000 hectares. That just means people can't get access to water, and as Anthony keeps talking about, the market is kind of shorted already, so the strongest will survive. And I think that's the idea of when we begin to think about regulation again, how does it work? How do you be dynamic with it? And how do you not get people off guard straight away because of just a traditional response to the question? Because it's too important. And the money invested to get to this point in time, all on risk, and that's fine. But if we can identify it and we can bring it back a little bit so the pain is less, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. A Constantine who I had to be with last night said, and I think I heard him say it a couple of times today, Australia years ago based itself on a free market economy. We don't pick winners, you take the risk and you wear it yourself. I see that, I understand that, but after the colony failed in 1895 or whatever it was, and you read your Royal Commission, it was people coming together in groups with hard decisions to try and make plans to get through the next tough thing. So I think there's room to move. I've been in rooms with you, and I'll pose the question to Minister Plibersek or Opposition Water spokesperson Davey, and they say, we don't like to tell farmers what to grow. And I agree with that until the point that we know that there's going to be some pain somewhere, or as my former colleague Anthony says, it'll be the people with the biggest pockets who walk through and pick up everything at the end, that's not a good outcome.
Any other questions? No? Please join with me in thanking Jason Roddick.
Our next speaker is Kim Chalmers. Kim has been an integral part of the wine community in Mildura for a very long time. She helped launch the Australian Alternative Wine Show, and her family was very integral in importing and testing a lot of Southern European grape varietals, Viano, all those other ones, the good ones, the ones we like to drink. Kim's always been active. She's very engaging with what she does, and always on the road talking the good talk about what change can be in certain industries. And I'd like to welcome her here today to give a little bit of talk about her family's business journey and the Australian Alternative Wine Show. Thanks, Kim.
Thanks, everyone. I'm pretty loud, so if I'm sounding scratchy, let me know. Thank you for inviting me to be here today. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a politician. I'm actually not trained in any type of ag or hort either, so I'm an imposter. I'm actually a trained musician by trade, but I grew up in a family business locally here that's based on irrigation. And like I said, I've been, like Jake said, I've been part of the industry for a long time. So my background has always had one foot in kind of culture and the arts, one foot in farming, and one foot in kind of environmental activism, I suppose. So I'm a rare beast in a way. And I got inspired in the mid-2000s after working with the Healthy Rivers campaign with ACF to go and train with Al Gore to do the climate reality work, and I spent a lot of time travelling around farming areas, talking to farmers about climate change, and they, despite what people in the city think, that rural people are not connected and don't understand, it's quite the opposite. And so from that work, I've gone on to work predominantly in the wine industry and looking at how we can grow better grapes in more challenging environmental conditions for the benefit of the industry. So I'm here with my alternative variety wine show hat on. I'll talk about that a bit. Also my family, Chalmers. So we have a grapevine nursery, vineyards, commercial vineyards in 2 irrigation districts here and in Goulburn, Murray, down near Heathcote. And also we have a small winery here locally. And I'm kind of connected across different industries as a committee member of the Vine Industry Nursery Association, as well as a board member for Wine Victoria. And I head up the technical subcommittee for Wine Victoria. So I get to lobby to the state government, our state, about where I think they should be spending their money in grape growing and winemaking. So it's great to have a voice at that level from the northwest, from the irrigated regions, because often in the wine part of Victoria, they're all thinking about Yarra Valley and Mornington. So that's a few things that I do. So hopefully that will count enough for me being worth standing up front today. So what were the visions, I suppose? Jake gave me the title of my presentation, Visions, Actions and Future Potential. I was like, I'll run with that. So what were the visions and what was the scene setting behind the Australian Alternative Varieties Wine Show? What is it? It's an annual event here in Mildura that is a forum for Australian wines that are made from varieties that are not the ones we're all traditionally used to. The main international varieties like Shiraz and Chardonnay, Cabernet and Merlot and all that sort of stuff. So why Mildura and how did it happen? So it was the late 90s, and what I love about this story, this sort of case study of positive industry-led collaborative change off the back of not a crisis. So as Richard pointed out, the heady days of the late 90s, did you call them? So it was the heady days of the late 90s. Everyone was having a very nice time selling lots of grapes and making lots of wine, and wines from this district were being drunk at the dinner tables of people all over the world and absolutely prized and loved. But at that time, there was a movement to kind of, and it was Councillor De Pieri, my family and some other wine industry people involved, and there was a movement to sort of diversify. We'd grown so big in Australian wine and we had this wonderful reputation around the world, but what else can we do? So it was this kind of diversification and kind of growth in the industry, not in terms of volume, but in terms of diversity and interest. And that flowed on to culinary concepts, which, you know, being the food bowl of Australia and Stefano's interests, as well as what was happening in wine. So this concept came about in the late 90s. The first long lunch happened in 1999, which has now gone on to become this annual show, which now accepts entries from every single GI. So that's every single official wine growing region in Australia. And we have over 100 different varieties being entered in the show. So it's not just about what's going on locally, it's about this sort of big picture of Australian wine. So as we heard again from Richard, the ups and downs, like any primary production industry, are kind of big, and the downs have been big. But what the vision of the Australian Alternative Varieties Wine Show has been is to look at not so much trends or what's next, or, you know, like you said, changing varieties for the sake of changing varieties because there's the next big thing that's going to be profitable. It's about honing in on what we can do in our own backyards that we can do better or uniquely in our place than someone else can do in their place. So it's about adding kind of authenticity to our offerings in, you know, and that was, the concept was not just about this region, it was about all of Australia. So you know, we have 62 GIs in Australia. They all grow Shiraz, whether they're in the mountains or by the sea or in the desert or wherever. So there was a huge opportunity there when you think that Australia is about the same size as Europe, to give regions more personality, more ownership, more opportunity to work symbiotically with their climate and conditions. So what happened there in the process was that because this was born in Mildura and has become nationally and internationally important, going for over 20 years now, but there was a lot of focus earlier on around, obviously, inland, warm climates. You know, as we kind of got going with the show, it was the millennium drought, water was scarce, and wine, Australian wine, became less popular around the world, and we had a moment to kind of rethink and imagine, you know, a different way. And so what came out of it was that we wanted this show to be not your average agricultural show that's tied to tradition and bound in a certain way about improving the breed. It's an independent organisation, an incorporated association that's run by volunteers. And the whole concept around this show, yes, we get together and we have fancy judges that come from all over the place, but we get together and we assess the wines with an open mind, and we're looking for standouts, and we're awarding each other, and we're learning from each other. And rather than just trying to come up with the winner that's kind of the same as the winner from last year and the year before, we're looking for things that are different. It was about breaking the rules rather than following the rules, and coming up with our own kind of diverse and inclusive way of encouraging innovation in Australian wine. One of the big things was about bringing people together, as you can imagine, with a restaurateur as part of the cohort that put this together. It was, we can make all the wine and we can give each other medals, but we have to sit down and eat it and drink it and have conversations and enjoy the space, bring people to the region and connect the stories to the product, to the people. So this was the vision of the Australian Alternative Varieties Wine Show. It started as one lunch in 1999, and as I said, now we have over 800 entries per year from across Australia. So the idea was to somehow use all of this, the shining a spotlight on Mildura as a hub of wine innovation and a colourful food and wine scene, and giving people a great experience and sending them back where they came from with this newfound relationship between wine, food and place. And use that to build consumer curiosity and product demand, and change the value proposition and around provenance and authenticity rather than commodity farming. So, okay, that was the vision. How do we go? There's been a lot of action in the 20 years. My parents imported a whole lot of new varieties in from Italy, and I reckon Richard might have even been in the room. In the South Corp days, came with all these weird and wonderful varieties and went and had a meeting with the corporate powers that be, and we're all excited about all these new varieties. And of course, it was the heady days of the 90s, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Nobody wanted to take a risk on, wholesale change to something that was unknown and unmarket tested. And to this day, still that happens at the corporate scale. Those type of leaps of faith don't happen at the corporate scale. So it comes down to the blockies and the farmers and the independent family businesses, even the mid-size and larger family businesses, but the businesses that have more ability to steer the ship, who are able to, make the change. What did we do? We tuned into our own backyards really well. And this is part of the reason I'm here today at this water event, is that for us, farming grapes and making wine is absolutely reliant on water. And so working out the nuances of our practices and our place to be able to reduce our impact on the natural resources around us, be that the land, the water, or different types of additives or chemicals that we need to use in the process. By, experimenting, by learning by trial and error, breaking the rules. We're so lucky in Australia that we don't have rigid, this is the thing, regulation can be good, but also freedom from regulation can be the driver of innovation and change. If you're in Europe, for instance, you get dictated. You need a license to plant a vineyard. You can only grow certain varieties and all these sorts of things. We've had the ability to have the freedom to try things. Sometimes they don't work, and sometimes they're absolutely fantastically successful. And you can, change your irrigation techniques, change your row orientation, change your vineyard architecture, change the varieties you grow. It does mean it's not a quick fix. It's not jumping on the trend bandwagon and all of a sudden being the most sought after variety, and then maybe 5 years later you're in the bin. It's a long, hard road, but build it and they will come. So how do they come? How do you get the message out there? So we've broken the rules, we've learned, we've changed techniques, we've gathered all this information, we've observed and responded. What works? Why? How can we do even better? Can we use what we've learned to predict other outcomes, like what varieties will work, what techniques will work? And then share that knowledge. Knowledge is power. So not keeping it to yourself and hoping that it will make you $1 million. Actually telling your neighbour, hey, I did this and I got a really great result. Maybe we could try something together. Or and the Australian Alternative Varieties Wine Show has been absolutely about creating community and bringing people together and sharing knowledge. When you've got, say, a new variety, and the table grape guys know this better than anyone because there's new varieties every 5 minutes, learning as quickly as possible about dealing with a new variety is really important. And so you get one vintage a year, you get one harvest a year. If you can share your knowledge with the 5 other people that are working with that variety, you get 5 vintages in 1 year of experience. And so we've been able in a fairly short time, in 20 years, to go from 6, 7 varieties entered in the show to over 100. And those varieties are creating more kind of suitable choices for different people in different regions. Like I said, here we're focused on heat and drought, but you know, if you're in an alpine area or other places, you might be looking at frost, you might be looking at humidity. So sharing knowledge, how do we share knowledge? So through the wine show, we have an entry system that actually collects a lot of data. So we ask people about, you know, the conditions on their farm, the soil, how it's irrigated, what the yields were, and all this sort of thing. And so the vision of our show is to make all that data available to people so they can learn. So not just the people who come to the show and talk to their neighbour, but actually, okay, I've got a block on the side of a hill and the rainfall is this, which varieties work well. So that's something that we've got the data collected, and we're looking to share that through the internet as well as face-to-face at our shows. But for instance, for us at Chalmers, an example of what have we learned about growing better grapes and making better wine with less impact in the Murray-Darling and other hot, dry climates. Well, we've worked out that you need varieties that have high natural acidity, early or later ripening, like Anthony said earlier, drought tolerance, heat tolerance, which are actually 2 different things, even though they seem similar. Thick skins, loose clusters, all these things allow you to use less inputs or get your grapes off at a less risky time before or after the heat, and therefore have better quality in adverse conditions. Techniques or vineyard architecture, east-west orientation, daily low volume watering rather than higher volumes, more stretched out, has allowed us to really reduce our water usage. And we actually have no undervine sward, which one size does not fit all. Like most sort of sustainable vineyard management thinking at the moment is talking about having undervine cover to protect the soil from evaporation and heat and heating up your vineyard. But we, by having a bare earth policy, but putting a lot of effort into biology in the soil and biodiversity in the canopy, we've got over 500 different strains of native yeast in our canopy because we're using softer chemicals that don't have as much detrimental effect on the biodiversity, that we've still got this massive kind of healthy vineyard despite the fact that on the surface it looks like monoculture. So one thing we've learned through this show is that, and through communicating with lots of other producers, is that just because it looks one way doesn't mean it is one way. You need to talk to people, talk to the producers and find out more about what they're doing, or like the people from the city making assumptions about people from the country. There's lots of people doing good stuff out there. But as an example of the resulting metrics, by these various methods that we've got in place, our commercial trellised vineyard at Chalmers for wine grapes uses between 4 and 5 megs a hectare per annum to grow 25-tonne crops. But the value of wine in the bottle from the various people we sell grapes to, as well as our own wine, is generally minimum $20 a bottle retail. So the value added, when you extrapolate that out, the value added retail value per megalitre, so it's 0.16 of a meg per tonne, and then the value added bottled wine retail price per meg is $125,000. So there is economic base in actually reducing your water use, growing smaller crops, but actually having a higher value product. So I guess it's not possible for every crop and it's not possible for every scenario, but this was more of a case study and an example that there are ways, if we do end up in a water-reduced environment, that we can still deliver quality and authenticity and destination products that people want to connect with our places and our brands. We've got one specific small block of bush vines out at our vineyard in Murray-Darling, which are planted at a very low density. They're hugely labour intensive because everything is manual. It's very low input. The last 2 years, we've only irrigated that block 0.024 of a meg. So It's the equivalent of 24 millimeters of rainfall, so 0.24 of Met. And so that wine though retails at $55 a bottle. So that gets your value added per megalitre up over $1 million. So it is possible, but not necessarily at commercial scale. That is a smaller volume product, but being family owned and operated, we can do that. And it's exactly as Anthony was saying, you put in that extra effort when you're the owner, but there is the opportunity to convert if we can get ourselves away from a commodity-based farming model and into a provenance-based and authenticity-based farming model, which is much easier said than done, I do understand. But this is one example of how changing your varieties and having a collegiate collaborative approach has allowed people in this region to do that, and not only us, people in the Riverland as well, and other areas in the Riverina. So one of the other actions was, of course, to take all of this that we've learned in a cooperative way and apply it to being more sustainable, higher quality and more distinctive, but also celebrating the wins. So that collaboration goes through to actually consuming the product, being connected to your product, not just being a farmer, actually understanding where that product goes and where it sits in the world and connecting with the people that are your customers. So when Max Allen, who was our Chief of Judges, who's a fantastic, one of Australia's greatest wine writers and a wonderful storyteller and a huge fan of Mildura, when we wanted to write a bit of history of the Alternative Varieties Wine Show and the impact that the show has had on farming wine in Australia, growing wine in Australia, we reached out to Max, and this book you can see, shameless self-promotion, on the left-hand side here, called Alternative Reality, is a wonderful read. He's a great storyteller, but it charts that 25 years of taking a risk, putting it out there, and how the Australian Alternative Varieties Wine Show has actually changed Australian wine culture. And the reason that the river is on the front is because it all happened here in Mildura. So it's been done, we can do it again. So future potential, adaptive thinking, problem solving, working together equals more resilient industries. Now, there's never been a more important time for resilience in wine. And of course that will mean we do need to shrink for various reasons, market driven and environmental, but can we shrink in size and retain our value? That's where we want to be. That's where the families can stay involved and the businesses can stay involved, and we shrink our size and increase our value and our relevance to the people that are consuming our wine and understanding that relevance. What else is future potential? I think better data and data accessibility is really important, and it was interesting to hear citrus and table grapes talking about registers and planting maps. I think wine really needs that too, and I think hort and ag in general could benefit from really good data, and that will give us the opportunity to sort of forecast, well, what is our product mix, instead of us all in a reactive way pulling out our Cabernet and planting Sauv Blanc, having that eye on the future and being able to kind of read things that little bit more in advance. Collecting information from people is hard, which I'm sure you people working in statutory and government organisations know very well. But I think that better data and better availability of data for industry would be really great. Growing the community nationally and internationally. So for us in this little case study, that's the Australian Alternative Varieties Wine Show. So our community includes not only our exhibitors who send in their wines, but also the judges. So the judges are pulled from, you know, famous restaurants, they're wine journalists, they're winemakers from around Australia and the world, and they're all going home ambassadors for Mildura and ambassadors for Australian wine. So having that connection to the end consumer builds value and can help, you know, build in resilience when you have shrinking production volume, and you can keep your value proposition going upwards by embracing and growing that community. Keep telling our stories, same thing, foster innovation and resilience. So let's not stop working on efficiency. It is harder now to make big gains in efficiency, absolutely, but there is always new science. There's always new flavours, new things to explore. It's, you know, it's a long road, but we will get there. And by not following trends and actually doing what we do best and creating our own uniqueness in our various products that we grow and make in food and fibre. That is our path to the future. Some of the ideas about renovating the wine industry in this region could include, if you look around the wine list in Melbourne or Sydney or Adelaide, there's a lot of negotiant winemakers working with smaller batches. Now, it's not something we've traditionally done here, but we could have a cooperative winery in the region where those city-based negotiants could come, make their 5 tonnes or 2 tonnes of something. Why not? Then they're putting Mildura or Merbein on the label, they're going back and selling their wine in a fancy place, and it raises our profile. Bring back Mildura Pot Still Brandy, who owns the brand. We should be, spirits are having a massive resurgence. Why aren't we making Mildura Pot Still Brandy? And, of course, the no and low alcohol movement. I mean, people in health, for health reasons and generally in consuming wine less, are looking for no low opportunities. We've got wineries here that are heavily invested in the technology. We should be the leading hub. These are some examples from our region, but each region has their own versions of this. So this collaborative, knowledge-sharing, community-based industry approach is not just about wine. It can be for food, it can be anything. And I think that utilising existing infrastructure like our soldier settlement blocks and the Lower Murray Water and all these other irrigation schemes is absolutely critical. And I think if we're looking at creating these unique provenance-based products, whether that's in a cooperative or a larger scale corporate sense or as individual producers and families, I think that link between producer and consumer can still be made, even at a large scale, to bring those stories to the people. I think that utilising our infrastructure is absolutely critical. And I think that we need to think more about agriculture and horticulture as an ecosystem rather than commodity farming, as a craft, not manufacturing, to bring all those things and to the table that we've talked about, sustainability, authenticity, and that will build trust from the consumers. So maybe it's a pipe dream, but I think the model from the show and a lot of the producers involved in the show, and Riverland, I'm sure you can talk a lot about this because this concept has done amazing things for that region as well, that I believe if we put all those things into action in future farming, that we'll have a new model for a balance between production, consumption and ecosystem health for both social, environmental and business needs. So if anyone has any questions. Yeah.
Questions, please.
Thanks, Kim. Way back years ago now, since you came to Swan Hill and gave us a climate something, we had a big forum like this. It was a great night. How do you feel about what's gone on in that past 10? Was it at least 10 years ago?
20, nearly
16?
20, I think. Yeah.
How do you feel about what's transpired and where, say, water's at and action like that?
We haven't done enough. And that's the royal we. Everybody from all angles. I think climate change is a great example globally. It's such a difficult issue, and that's much the same as water. In a region like ours, the driest inhabited continent on Earth, where you've got such a complex network of cities and towns and farmers and everything relying on it, and then climate change on top of that. I think we've just been quite comfortable and probably not active enough in making real change. And the problem with real change is it is hard and it's scary, and it sometimes does send you a bit backwards as well as bonkers. I think that there's been some absolutely wonderful thinking and some really great actions in individual businesses or examples from individual organisations, but I think collectively in the royal we just haven't really probably done enough. And now's the time.
Any other questions? Final chance. Tom, last question.
Thanks, Kim. I love your words. Your talking's like a massage to my intellect, so it's lovely. I've got 3 takeaways here. One is $125,000 an acre. That's a pretty good takeaway about afford to pay for water.
I really like this shifting from shifting from commodity-based to providence-based thinking, and I really like this other little flea that you put in here about thinking about our soldier settlement blocks as opportunities rather than a problem, because I think for too long I've been thinking about the issue of growing our regions, our soldier settlement regions, where we've got these smaller blocks and getting scale and looking at that as opportunities. I've got a lot of mates that are growers, wine grape growers, and I've grown up with them, etc. They're not thinking this way at the moment, and they're not getting a lot for their, they've all had to go and get jobs and so forth, and some of them are running reasonable acreage now, and they're having to really work off farm and to keep things going. How do you, I'm just asking a question from their point of view, how would you counsel them, say, 50, 100 acres, generational, third generation, I'm thinking of a particular mate of mine, third generation farmer, really great farmer, but he's had to get an off-site job. He's always had an off-site job, but he's had to do more of it. He grows various different varieties, he's forward-thinking, has a little bit of doing the way that he's done things all the time, the way that his dad's done things, his dad did things with.
That's natural.
Yeah, so, but, what would you say to him? He's sort of going, the block doesn't owe me any debt, I'm just going to hang on because I can hang on and keep going. That's his current plan, because things will change around. He's going to tinker around and change some varieties, but he's still looking at commodity-based selling as, what would you be counselling him and saying, okay, think about this, think about that? Yeah.
You can probably all hear me well enough anyway, as I said, I'm loud. I've spoken to lots of people like that. I've had the Murray Valley Wine Growers group out to do a tour and have a chat. I've had the Riverland Growers groups out to do a tour and have a chat. We had the top Vidi team from Treasury Wine Estates and also AVL last year come and do a tasting and a masterclass in the Vineyard Walk at Chalmers. And they're all kind of asking the same questions, but how do you do it? Well, it's much more expensive than, your 100 acres of, where you've got low value, so you've got low input and everything's mechanised and whatever. So you have to be confident and willing to put in the extra time and effort to deal with, we sell grapes from our, we've got 30 hectares in Murray and 40 hectares in Cobnavan, so the northern end of the Heathcote GI. And we sell grapes off those two vineyards to 60 different winemakers. Wow. So we're managing 60 different relationships. We're selling, the smallest thing might be 500 kilo bin of hand-picked grapes, and the biggest order might be 200 tonnes going off in a B-double in the middle of the night. So I think what I've said to those people in the past when I've met with them is, you can have all the different varieties and things, but if you're just waiting for a winery to rock up on your doorstep and say, I want to buy all of that, that's not really change. So I think, there needs to be a way to connect, and I've talked to Murray Valley Wine Growers and other people about it, or this idea I just threw out about the cooperative winery. There needs to be a way to connect growers with these smaller scale winemakers who are really happy to pay better money for high quality hand-picked grapes or whatever for small amounts. But that means you don't just get the harvester in one night and your vintage is done. You've got 15 pickers, backpackers every day, and putting stuff in the fridge and putting it on freight. It's labour intensive, but you also value add. And what I was saying before about, the bush vines yielding over $1 million in retail value. Obviously, there's the margin of the shop and the margin of the wholesaler, and then there's the bottling costs and the this and the that. But basically what it's saying is that there's economic value in that chain. And it all starts with us having we have a team of 10 to 12 hand pickers on our wine grape block that are employed basically full time for 6 weeks to hand pick all these small orders. But the economics still stack up. So you have to not only change what you grow or even how you grow it, you have to think about how you market it. And if you want people to be excited about coming to your region, to Mildura or to Swan Hill or to whatever, Renmark, to buy premium fabulous grapes, they need to see premium fabulous wine, beautiful, delicious wines they love to drink in the market with Renmark on it or Mildura on it or Swan Hill on it. So they go, hey, that Fiano from Swan Hill was awesome. I'm going to go and buy 5 tons of hand-picked Fiano from Swan Hill. But traditional commodity farming of grapes has seen farmers sending those grapes. They're grape farmers, not wine growers. Seen farmers sending their grapes off farm on vintage day of harvest, and that's it. There's no connectivity between their grapes and the bottle of wine and where it ends up. If you sent all those growers from bin 65 Chardonnay a box of wine each year and sent them a little letter saying, this is the, this wine is on the dinner tables of 40 countries across the world. It's the highest selling wine in this and this country. Thank you for your grapes are in this blend, and this is the difference that you're making in the world. Such a simple thing as that could connect growers, even growers in a corporate setting, to the product, and then that idea of building confidence and stories and authenticity into that bottle then feeds back to value in your region.
So he's not going to think like that because he's a great grower.
He's a great farmer. He's not a wine grower. Yeah, there's a difference.
He's not a great marketer. He's not a great off-farm thinker like that. And then I've seen great off-farm thinkers
who are not
great
good
growers.
This is where there's an opportunity. Hey, water has brokerage.
Can I suggest you continue this conversation over a very nice Fiano, which I can recommend. But I just please join me in thanking Kim Chalmers for a wonderful presentation. Thank you, Kim. Very, very insightful indeed. Our last session is should be a really interesting discussion, and the subject is biases in the Murray-Darling Basin. We have 3 experts coming from different angles. We have Kate McBride, we have Peter Thornton, and we have Rosalie Orich. So if I could just do a brief intro, so please join us on stage. Just a quick bio, but I'll invite each speaker to actually address it from their perspective as well. So first of all, Kate McBride is a 5th-generation grazier brought up on Tolano Station, a 500,000-acre sheep property located along the Lower Darling River. She's a Healthy River ambassador, working for better water management within the Murray-Darling Basin, and the youngest ever member of the Western Local Land Services Board. I'll get you to sort of thank the panel in a minute. But Peter Thornton, her love of the Murray runs deep, and protecting its ecosystems is a lifelong passion. Being close to nature as a kid leaves a real impact on you, she says. Over the years, she's run a native plant nursery, a seed bank, and numerous local revegetation projects. She's now an orchardist, conservationist, and mother, growing stone fruit in Warranen near Swan Hill with her husband. 2 decades as an irrigator has only intensified Peter's respect for the river. A ripe nectarine tastes like sunshine, but water is the magic ingredient. Like many locals, she owes her livelihood to the Murray. You have to irrigate stone fruit or the trees die. Water is incredibly important. And finally, Rosalie is a general manager at Renmark Irrigation Trust in South Australia. The Renmark Irrigation Trust, based in Riverland region of South Australia, was established in 1893 and delivers water for our horticultural-based community and other users, as well as managing salinity drainage. The Trust has stewardship over important natural assets of the riverine ecosystem in the Renmark irrigation area and is undertaking restoration of degraded floodplain environments. Reporting to a board is elected from within the membership of the local irrigation community. Her job is to manage many complexities of water supply, delivery and infrastructure for which the organisation has responsibility, to anticipate and plan for the challenges facing our riverland growers, and ensure the Trust continues to underpin the economic, social and environmental sustainability of the Renmark community. The Riverland is one of Australia's most productive agricultural food bowls, with an abundance of grain, fruit, grapes and nuts grown year-round, which is vital to the local and national economy and the security of our food supply. Please join me in welcoming our panel. So following on from this morning, I would ask each member of the panel to give a few minutes just from their perspective of this particular subject, where they're coming from, and then we'll open it up to the floor for questions. So if I might start with you, Kate.
Okay, hello everyone, and thanks for coming along today. So yeah, I'm from near Menindee. I grew up just below
in the Southern Basin and have just recently moved 100 kilometres upstream to my partner's place, which is in the Northern Basin. So I moved up there now. I know.
You've got work to do, girl.
I'm above the Menindee Lakes now. I'm strife. So I've been in this sort of water advocacy space for close to 10 years, I reckon it is. I've worked in research and policy in Canberra. I've worked for NGOs in South Australia and New South Wales as well. And yeah, like now a farmer, or back being a farmer on a property. So I've sort of got a bit of a broad experience, I suppose, and like understanding of a lot of these different areas, that environmental side of it, the politics, and I suppose the real world, people living out on the basin and these experiences through seeing the fish kills and dry rivers and everything that Menindee has to offer. So in terms of like water policy, because we sort of asked for our personal and regional thoughts on this space in 20 years of water reform, I really feel like my community of Menindee feels like they're sacrificial lamb in a lot of these water talks, and part of that is because now we are the picture of unhealth when it comes to the basin. It really is. You know, when the basin plan was being formulated, the Coorong was the picture of unhealth, and rightfully so, because they were experiencing some horrible things. But now it's Menindee. I think, especially our area, and I spoke a bit just before about the northern and southern basin, but particularly where I am now, living between Menindee and Wilcannia, you know, we're sort of not quite the northern basin, we're not quite the southern basin, we're sort of this no man's land where connectivity doesn't matter, and all we've got to do is get water to essentially Burke, and below that, you know, too bad, too sad type thing. Our river's health has continued to deteriorate, and we've seen report after report say it's pretty simple. We've got to put some water back into that river, and we've really got to look at connectivity. And yet the recent connectivity report that came out is getting slammed by big, powerful irrigators upstream. And the reason I'm here talking to you guys today is I think I've worked really closely with people down on the Murray for a lot of years, and the importance of the Darling to the Murray and its system cannot be understated.
Yeah.
If we are not seeing flows down that Darling Barker, we are putting more pressure on this Murray system and more pressure on your economies down here. We are so closely allies in this space, and yet we get divided. This idea that the basin plan or returning water is irrigation versus the environment is not true. For me, the basin plan and certain things that it's trying to achieve are over-extraction versus everything else. And I feel your pain, and I know that there is fear when it comes to buybacks and other elements of government policy. But my community is the reason that we need this government policy, and we need to see water return to the river. Buybacks, and I'm here, and I thought, Peter and I spoke before, and it was like, what are we going to do in this chat? And I think I've felt challenged at certain points throughout today as I've come and gone. There's certain things that I haven't agreed with, and there's certain things that I have, and there's probably going to be things that maybe we say in this session that you won't agree with. But I think respectfully disagreeing and challenging each other's beliefs is a really important thing to do in this space.
Thank you, Kate. It's nice to see you again. And I have no idea where my bio came from, but I don't think I need to say too much else other than the fact, just a little bit about my connection to farming. I don't feel like a farmer, even though I realise that my father's family were soldier settlers in Robinvale, but no longer farm. And my husband's family was soldier settlers in the First World War in the Warraneen Irrigation District, which is where we come from. But I grew up in at a service station. My parents owned a service station at Naya, which again, a small pumped irrigation district. So I guess even when I've been out of farming, I haven't been far away from it. But growing up in the little irrigation community next to some floodplain forests and a lake system that was regularly full, and it was really everything that our life revolved around, and it was truly magical. So I was a witness to that, I suppose, and it really enriched our lives as kids, and particularly I think because it was public forest, publicly owned land. We saw the river as all of ours, and so I think maybe that's also held strong throughout my life, with the idea of building the public good and conservation and nature, that sort of valuing nature and nature, how it enriches everybody's lives, not just us as farmers. But yeah, so it's been interesting to then immerse myself and sort of be in a family that is 100% dependent on farming. And I often feel like I see things in a very, very different way to the rest of my community. When the Basin Plan was enacted, immediately I signed up. I was 100% in support of it because I thought that this was our pathway to, you know, treating this incredible river system with the respect it deserved, and I guess hopefully delivering to our children the unique and complex ecosystem that I grew up with, and even though it had, you know, markedly changed from its natural state. So I'm really tired of being in these rooms and talking about it, because I feel like we all are, but we don't seem to be getting anywhere. And I mean, clearly the state of the Darling is a national disgrace. It's, you know, it's just really hard to even think about some of the scenes that we've had. And then we get in rooms and we say the same things, and we don't find our common ground. So I really feel that, you know, these huge reforms that we've been through, the way we've dealt with climate change, and I see so many parallels between what the transition that we're going to go through with the energy transition that is finally happening. We need to invest in communities to transition, to understand, to build social license. And I wish that we had have done that way better, but why not start now? And these conversations that we have are really important, but we've got to start asking. We've got to see things for what they are, and we've got to ask different questions and find things that we agree on. And I think there's been lots of things that we've agreed on today. Maybe we could pick some of those up.
I come from a business background. I have absolutely no background in water space until I joined the Renmark Irrigation Trust as their business manager. It became obvious one of the days I went in there, and just these objectives back here, the social, economic, environmental balance, that was built into the vision of the Renmark Irrigation Trust in 2008, when they had a bit of a revamp of the whole, their thinking. One of the things that struck me about the trust was simply that they had stuffed up the floodplains from past irrigation practices, and they wanted to fix it. But they didn't really, they had an idea, but they didn't really know how to go about doing it. Having worked with government over the years, I was able to help them. And in 2016, we signed a partnership agreement with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. Had no idea yet what we were going to really do, but it was simply a concept of extending our pipelines to the top of the floodplains. That program is nearly operationalised now, and really pleasing. But one of the other things I could see was that this water space was complex and difficult. When we signed the partnership agreement with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, we chose a spot of land that the trust owns on the floodplains, and once had a road going through it. One side of the road was looking okay, the other side was looking very dead. The side that was looking okay was simply because that's where we flushed our pipelines. And we held the ceremony there. And at the end of the ceremony, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder came up to me and said, "Hey, you know, I just met one of your irrigators." She was crying. And she said that, "I've been watching these trees on the side of this road dying because they're not getting any water." She said, "Now they've got a chance," and she shook his hand. So where we are on the river, and I always love coming to Mildura because we always feel a bit like sisters, sister cities. But where we're on the river and the lower Darling, the lower Mildura, I always think of the lower Murray as including those areas. And it has been deprived of water. You can see it over the years. And we saw the graphs this morning that show that there's less overbank flows. We love overbank flows. And being a director on the National Irrigators Council, I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of people across the basin, and I have some very good conversations with people around the Deniliquin area. And you know, for them, you know, I was hearing a discussion before that the river gums are starting to become problematic, the saplings, and whereas we're just trying to keep ours alive. And the new generation of trees. My chair of the board, he spent some time walking on the Ramsar site just a fortnight ago, and he sent me a photo of this probably 1,000-year-old red gum. It was a 10-metre circumference, and luckily it didn't get impacted by the woodcutters that used to cut wood for with paddle steamers, so it's still there. It's probably too big already. But it was huge. But biases in the basin, that was sort of the topic we were being asked to talk about. And I can give a really good example of that. I was able to be at the Leadership Summit for the Murray-Darling Basin Authority in Sydney a couple of weeks ago, and we were asked to say, what do you think of the basin plan? Give it a number 1 to 5, and you were there also. And with 5 being good and 1 being bad. And I put my hand down for 4 because we don't celebrate the 2,100 odd gigalitres we've already gathered together over the last 10 years. That's barely talked about. It's always the remainder of the plan that we haven't done. And then a well-known conservationist said number 1. So the people who said 1 and 4 had to speak up and say, why did you say that? And obviously I said, well, we've really done about 80% of this plan already. We may not have got there yet, and there's some issues certainly in the northern basin, but we won't talk about that. But then the number 1 person said, well, we haven't got a healthy river yet. And I was a bit upset to hear that, because I felt that where we are, we're starting to see improvements already. And I'm not sure how we're feeling around Mildura and places like that, but it is getting there. And but everywhere we have these biases. Everyone has a different opinion, and being able to talk to each other over the basin is really, really important. And I really value the opportunity that my work gives me to go and visit different areas. And I'll just give one last example of that. There were some farmer-to-farmer interchanges that were starting to happen before COVID, and then we had to wait for COVID, and they did come, and my chair went over to the Deniliquin area, and he came back and he said, you know, they're just like us. They're just trying to do the best for their community. And I think if all communities think that way, it's not just the community, but it's keeping that balance of things. And if people think that way, we'll get there.
Thank you all three to our panelists for giving a really interesting perspective. Over to you for questions.
There we go, it's on now. My name's Kevin Cock. We've got a property Downham Farm, the Luckcrafts property. You probably know that one. And I know Craig and Ribble from up at Bono, so I know that part of the river quite well. I'm just wondering, Kate, you said buybacks. I have a little bit of concern that there's going to be more buybacks in the Murray. And I wonder, I don't know whether those big corporates up there will want to sell their water. In fact, they're probably going to buy more, to use more. In the Darling, how would we get some of those the flows going down there under buybacks? And we've got a massive carp problem up in that part of the river of ours. Is there a carp at your place?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, definitely. Like the carp, particularly after that flood, were horrific. And one of the key sort of recommendations from the New South Wales Chief Scientist report that looked at the more recent Menindee fish kills of 2023, I think it was, where 20 to 30 million fish died, was actually that we need to be looking at how we can remove carp as well. I think this is an area of the basin where people from all walks of life can come together, and I think we need a lot more work in that space, because removing carp won't solve all our river problems, but it will make for a healthy river, which ultimately we're all after. In terms of buybacks, I am a massive advocate for more buybacks occurring in the Northern Basin. One of the things with the changes to legislation last year, the Restoring Our Rivers Bill, was now buybacks can occur in the Northern Basin. And I think that was a massive step forward, and that took a lot of advocacy. But that means that hopefully we see less buybacks occurring down here, because I do understand that frustration, that pain. The other thing that when it comes to buybacks, I've been advocating for a long time as well, is for investment in regional communities. And it sort of sounds like we don't know what that exactly looks like right now, but this adjustment package is going to be really important. The work that the fellas were doing today, looking at the negative impacts of buybacks, we have been told like so much, and we've had it drilled into all of our brains, that buybacks will destroy regional communities. We are seeing regional decline in these communities, whether they've had buybacks or not. And I think that that causation versus correlation is really important to look at. Regional Australia is doing it really tough right now. We need serious investment in health, education, digital connectivity, in roads. We need investment in this space, and we haven't seen that investment. Buybacks aren't the reason that our communities are struggling right now. And I think we actually sort of need a bit of a honest discussion about that yes, we are crying out for help, but why is that? And it's probably more than just our water policy, because the reality is that we are moving into a future, whether you have buybacks or not, where there's going to be less water available in that river. And so I think actually trying to diversify these regional communities is going to be so important for us moving forward. And that doesn't mean, getting everyone to sell out their water in these areas. That means how can we make these communities and these economies more diversified, so that when we hit drier times, we actually don't just see the community collapse, because in drought, we do see communities struggling. So hopefully that sort of, yeah.
And also, I'll add to that, the idea that in rooms like this, and when we have opportunities to share and advocate together from our individual communities, where we know what the needs are, etc., we can hopefully discuss with government the idea of a mix of, whether it be buybacks and infrastructure and other investment in those rural communities, because I'm not against buybacks. It is the most efficient way to get the water spending wise, but we want more investment. So if we have buybacks, we want more investment for our regional areas, so that we can get better health services, better roads. I think that we've really suffered under this situation where the public service is, hollowed out. We don't have government sort of helping us through these times. And so I think that we should be advocating for that and driving it a more nuanced story that comes right from communities, right from rooms like this, where you've got opposing sides, if you like, talking, understanding each other's problems, identifying issues, and then we can work it out. We can do this.
I think it's really important to agree what we can agree across the basin and between our communities. Certainly, even the Redmuck Irrigation Trust fought for the not having all the buybacks or the water recovery coming out of the southern basin. If we can find that common ground, it really makes the harder discussions easier. And we, this is a little bit off topic, but just the different nuances across the basin. Yeah. We had a very large flood in 22, 23. I spent Christmas Day worrying whether our pump station would survive, and we'd had a 2.8 metre rise in the river. And I think luckily Boxing Day it started to fall. So we did make it. It was designed for the 56 level. But just that discussion and our farmer to farmer things, the different feelings of flood and across the river system is quite interesting in people's psychology. On the farmer to farmer, there's a guy called Aaron. He had been taking he showed me a photo of his rice paddock with a speedboat over the top of it. He'd been taking his kids to school for 8 weeks by boat. And he said to me, I told my children, my 2 young boys, don't be afraid of the flood. This is natural. This is Mother Nature doing its thing. This is why we can farm here. Then you get other stories in other areas where government, please stop the flood, please stop the flood. And, it just doesn't make sense. So one of my own irrigators, he spent his Christmas holidays flying in a chartered aircraft from Lake Victoria to the Murray Mouth because he was so excited. He did it twice. And just so excited, he'd never thought he'd see that in his life again. And so it's different perspectives and different biases across the basin.
Thanks, Rosie. Question?
Yeah, thank you. Jane McAllister, Councillor, Wentworth Shire Council. I used to work at the first Mildura Irrigation Trust back in the year 2000, and it was famously, as you, I believe, still are, owned in no uncertain terms by the irrigators, who made all the decisions and had a lot of ownership in terms of how the water was used, how it was accounted for. Unfortunately, it was consumed by the bigger monster, Lower Murray Water, and I mean that in a nice way, except what's happened most recently, that's been in the papers, is that that's now going to affect the cap on pricing, because apparently locally we've been underusing water, but it's also a story of, in the last 24 years, how the bigger fish swallows up the smaller fish, and the general corporatisation, and in terms of especially water efficiencies and clever engineering to save water, as it were, is really not helping the environment. And I can attest to that because our council, along with Mildura Council, has just written to ministers at state and federal levels, asking for them to come and have a look at the state of the Lower Darling, because probably the worst instance of that has happened in recent memory is the building of a pipeline from the Murray River to supply water into the Menindee Lakes, which has effectively cut off the Lower Darling from any consideration, because it's not considered in the Murray-Darling Basin plan. So that's a big failure, and I guess that's just a comment and something for consideration. I know some people in this room have bang on the case, but at the moment I would urge everybody in this room to just drive half an hour up the road, have a look at the water at Wentworth as the Darling comes into the Murray. The Murray is a higher river, so the Darling can't actually get in there. So that water needs to be flushed out somehow, probably mechanically. We've suggested temporarily lowering the weir to create a draw and circumventing, so putting an immediate Section 324 embargo on extraction in the Northern Basin and circumventing the Menindee Lake system, so that beautiful fresh water can actually make its way down, so we don't end up with the taking water that's been sitting in Menindee for a while and with the big fish, etc. So that we can actually, our towns, our businesses and our communities are continually missing out, and we only had floods a couple of years ago. Thank you.
Connectivity was the key message there, I think, and Kate, you mentioned the connectivity report. I mean, that's something that this community sort of Mildura is, and probably Renmark as well, have the benefit of understanding the importance of the Darling River, the impact of over-extraction in the north. And again, I think we've all fallen into one of the biases is everyone wants a boogeyman. Everyone wants somebody to blame, and everybody's boogeyman is someone different, whether it be the Greenies, the city people, the water brokers, the investors, or but here today, for example, connectivity. We may have 2,100 gigalitres in the dams, but we don't have connectivity. So if we could work that one out, like that would be one thing that we could agree on.
Yeah, definitely. And we've been since August calling for embargoes up north because we said, like being above Menindee, I was like, there's some rank water coming down here and we're going to be in strife. And part of that was the way it was managed through the lakes as well. That certainly didn't help. But the biggest thing for me, and my partner's been on the property his entire life, and he said that usually after you get a flood, you get a couple good years of like half decent flows and good quality water. What we saw after this flood was immediately after it receded, it was horrible water. Now, it wasn't black water, it was like certainly not a black water event, it was rank green water that no one knows exactly where it came from, but that's what's infected this area. And these are the type of things that we actually need to look at as well. It's not just quantity of water, although I think that's really important to have a target. It's also the quality of water that we have in this situation right now. And that's what we're seeing in the Lower Darling. It's sort of freshened up a little bit up where I am. But through that Menindee Weirpool, we've been on red alert for blue-green algae. We're like on high alert, well, we have been until really recently for future fish kills. It's really problematic. And I think connectivity is the biggest thing. I think this is an area where people in this room can really get behind the most recent connectivity report. You might not agree with all of it, but I think we can agree that more water needs to be coming down that river, because people have been trying to tell us that it's natural that it goes bone dry and we have fish kills. It's not true. And people that have lived, more than a few decades know this to be true. So I think this is a space where we can all work together, because as I said, it takes stress off your river down here, which is really important too.
Thank you. Back to the remarks. Do I understand correctly that you're supporting the upward buyback?
That's always a tough question. What I would like to see is the Murray-Darling Basin plan finished. One of my big fears is that if we don't complete this plan, the pressure from the environmental side of things and the green city votes will want even more water purchased or recovered. It's how we do it. We are in South Australia, well, certainly where we are, when we shifted from channels to pipes, we saved 33% of our water. Our farmers still had that water. So when we did a water recovery in South Australia under an on-farm efficiency irrigation productivity program, that we were able, our farmers had spare water. And so they did, the farmers in our area have given back 23% of their water, but they still have productive businesses through the program that South Australia ran. And some people put in packing sheds, that concept of the provenance of your product. And other people, might have improved their delivery system or something, but they could choose that. So, but that was simply because we shifted from channels to pipes 50 years ago, and that water, spare water, was still in our area.
Could I comment on the 2750? That's the 2750 is a contentious. Sorry.
That was a political decision. Yeah. The Basin Plan was a political decision. There's a book called Dead in the Water. That was the South Australian Water Minister's retort that if she didn't agree to that, the whole Basin Plan was going to be dead in the water.
It's hard to know which subject, but Well, it brings us onto the issue of constraints. So one of the biases in the basin plan is that we've focused on certain parts of it, but we haven't completed it in a holistic way. And I come from a little part, around the Swan Hill region that Ian was talking about earlier, which is fairly unregulated in the way that there's Turrumbary Weir down to Euston. And it also, both sides of the river, we have the Walkle River, the Murrumbidgee River entering the Murray, and it's a really beautiful part of the world. But we're really we've contributed a lot to the water recovery, but we're not seeing the use of the environmental water in our region because there are too many rules about how environmental water is used. We've done all this work setting it aside and spending the money on getting it, but because of an overt concern for impacts on private land, we're not being able to, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder is not being able to use that to its greatest extent. Now, if they were able to do that, it would be freeing up dam space for more water to be conserved. It would be getting the outcomes that if we don't get the outcomes, if we don't deliver the healthy river, well, yes, we will have, next generations will have to deal with it. So one of the best things that we could do is spend the money that the government set aside to relax constraints, build bridges, build infrastructure in our communities, build flood protection, so that we can use the environmental water that we have to get over bank floods in our little neck of the woods that our community desperately wants. And then, perhaps we're getting a lot more out of the water that we have recovered, and we wouldn't even end up meeting the target. We wouldn't need to, because we'd know what we'd get from the water that we have.
Well, very well put. Okay, I'm going to say a couple of things, and I told you that I might challenge some of your beliefs and stuff, and that's cool. You can come up and tell me afterwards that you think I'm crazy. Okay, here goes. The 3,200 was political. Yeah. The whole basin plan was. Science said we needed a lot more. It said we needed about 7,600 gigalitres or something. So let's just start with that number. In terms of last year's legislation, not a drop of extra water was put into that legislation. It is simply delivering the basin plan. Now, when I say that, the first thing people say is, well, the 450 wasn't meant to be bought back. But the 605 wasn't originally meant to be efficiency projects. So while you might like the 605, we saw changes in that. You can't now say that the changes to the 450 are unfair. So I think we need to actually look at it from those perspectives as well, that ultimately that number was never going to be enough, and we need to make sure that we're getting real water there. We haven't seen enough action to date. 2/3 of the political plan that wasn't enough water is not enough, and our rivers are telling us that. And while there might be areas where we need to focus more on, and absolutely the Murray has contributed most of that water, we need to be getting more water from the Darling Basin. Totally agree with you in that space. But we need to be real about the actual numbers. And in terms of constraints, this is something that's been totally ignored this whole time, because I think there was a genuine intention that we just wouldn't return all the water. So why would we need constraints? Constraints also aren't just about environmental water. The deliverability of even irrigation water will impact constraints as well. And I was speaking to a woman from the Goulburn area the other day, and she's saying that at the moment, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder can't put environmental water down because areas are being flooded because they need to pump so much water down the river to get it down to South Australia. So, I don't know, probably raised a couple of you up in those statements, but yeah, that's my perspective, and that's my truth, and you guys might have your own truths, and I'm happy to be challenged too.
Peter. Jump into a few of your topics. Firstly, I'm really happy with your their case, this case. Yeah, representing Solana Station. I really admire the advocacy that your family has done for all of the floodplain farmers, the lower Darling. And that lower Darling is about 1,000 acre. And listening to a friend of mine, Tom Dunn, who paddleboarded the length of Darling and the Murray, as he paddled down, he would stop in his able to go from station to station and the stations are about 50 k's apart. About as far as you can ride with a horse in one direction and come back the same day. And each of those stations used to be communities. They each employed families and collections of workers. They were like little towns. And he said that station after station that he went to, it was just the owners hanging on. All the people they had employed, all the hundreds and thousands of people that they employed had to move on because the floods had stopped coming down. And the floods were what allowed them to stock the land.
The productivity.
At a high level. And I heard that story in my own travels down the Murray too, from farmers down this way. People who said that their red gums had been dying and how they used to run thousands and thousands of cattle, but now they've had to go back to hundreds of sheep because the floods weren't coming anymore. The floods would normally come over the bank. And they said that they would exist for 2 years after one of those floods because the farmers could access that water. So it is part of the conversation. We do need that advocacy. And then it goes back to that idea of what is the play. And some people see it as a waste of water because all this accounting, and the pressures that are put onto it, and even the unfairness in that accounting. You're not able to access it, things like that. But for others, it's a lifeblood. So it's we really do need to talk about those. Yeah, we take one perspective, but there are others out there, and we need to remember this more than just our own.
Yeah, definitely. And I think some of you in this room might be pretty across the sort of floodplain harvesting stuff that was happening in New South Wales and the impacts that has for the Darling Barker, but of course inflows into the Murray as well. When we're capturing water before it's even allowed to get into the river system, that's the biggest problem. And I love floods, especially now that I've moved up to my partner's property. So we have river frontage, we have a Tallywalker Creek, and then we have a 3 Mile Creek. He spent 18 months boating in and out and have to drive out, boat across a bit, jump on a motorbike, boat across a bit, and then get to the back of his property. It is so important. We're still seeing the benefits of that flood come down because of what it does to the country. So important. The one thing though that we've seen a reduction in the amount of floods, of course, and size to a certain extent. The biggest thing for the Darling Barker is actually our small to medium flows. They're the ones that have been taken. They're the ones that are really important for connectivity. And they're the ones that, sort of matter for when it comes to water coming into the Murray River. So I think thinking about both those perspectives, but Tolano Station where I grew up used to have 200 to 300 people working on it. This is way back in the day before my family had anything to do with it. But they were little communities. And we've seen a change in Australia. And this is what happens. Regional Australia's experience changed a lot of time. No one is saying that we should put every single drop of water back into the river and make it like it should be. No one is saying that 200 to 300 people should live out on Tolano Station. No one's saying that has to go back to the original, but we need a balance. And that's what this was all about, trying to get more of a balance between the environment, between our communities that rely on it, and of course, economies as well.
I go for you.
Well, I was going to say, and despite the fact that we've had this incredible agreement against the odds with the Basin Plan and the Water Act, which is an incredible piece of legislation. I mean, I haven't read it back to front, but that despite that, we seem to still have so many. It's, in a lot of places, things have gotten worse, and that's something that we have to face and work out in conversations like this. And I think there's been some good ideas today about how we could work with the current government and try and get some flexibility on how we deliver outcomes, because we need to fast. I don't want to see another dead fish.
I probably don't want to see another dead gum tree, old gum tree in particular. I guess for South Australia, I don't know how well you know the river system, but there's this enormous area of floodplain from around the Victorian border through to an area called Overland Corner. And after that, the river goes into a channel. I call it a mini Grand Canyon because it obviously got carved out over thousands of years. And the floodplains have definitely suffered. Tom can probably vouch for that over the years. And you can read the floodplains, you can read which ones have died from lack of water, which ones have died from salinity, which ones, are struggling to, you can see a flood come through, 74 flood, saplings are dying. And we're saying, where are the new gum trees going to come from down here? Because there's not a lot of them, and we need them to be renewed. But it's a difficult thing. However, I guess I've been heartened by the irrigators in my community. When we first started pushing water out onto environmental water, out onto the floodplains in some of the areas, the floodplains were pretty wrecked, and we would get comments like, oh, you're wasting water again, and things like that. And that conversation, given we started doing this in 2017, that conversation has now gone to, oh, the floodplains are looking pretty good now, aren't they? And so these things do make a difference. We're only doing a very small patch in our area, combined with some weir pool manipulation and some other things like that. Everything helps. But I think there's something like 60,000 hectares of floodplain. Tom, I'm looking at you. You grew up in that area. But, there's some huge floodplains there. The river was 10 kilometres wide during the flood in certain places. And a lot of those trees, just hadn't had a drink for a long time. Now, we're not expecting that sort of thing. And the environmental water will never create that sort of flood. We were receiving in 2 days at the border, South Australia's consumptive pool for a year. So that's how much water was really flowing through at some times. But the environmental water is quite tiny. And we even donated, South Australia even donated its deferred water to the flood because our deferred water, there for critical human needs, spills first out of the dams up the top. So that was about 300 odd gigalitres that came down.
Just a couple of things, Rosalie, just to support you there. I think we have about 6,000 to 8,000 megs a day just down at the weir, and it was 215,000 for 14 or 16 days. So the idea of an unregulated flow and how people get environmental water confused with an unregulated flow. The problems we have in the basin is the drought and the flood. We've managed the middle bit quite nicely. It's the deep ends. It is, biases in the basin, and as Rosalie said, we had a leadership forum in Sydney a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about the difficult things. One for me is the South Australian Royal Commission. It identified that the numbers for a healthy river were between 4,000 GL for a marginally healthy river and 7,900 GL. And somehow between establishing that in the basin plan, it got reduced to a 2,750. Okay, so put that aside. New South Wales have had 3 chances to do their water resources plans. They haven't done that. They've had 4 goes to do their floodplain harvesting plans. They tend to be a challenge. They wanted to use 106 GL of evaporated water for e-water out of the Menindee Lakes. They also built the pipeline that Jane spoke about from Wentworth to Broken Hill. Now, that's just an array of statements that you can make of what you will, but until the states, and Peter says it all the time, and I think Tom said it before too, our state of origin bias is so dramatic, and some have more abilities than the other because they get the water first. The question is there more bias in some states than others? I'd like you to answer that. And what would your best suggestion be to alleviate the pressure of the states?
You live in New South Wales.
Yeah, I know. I live in New South Wales, so I did live in Canberra for a bit. Not sure if that helps on listening. I think it's often pinned state versus state, but I actually think it's a lot deeper than that. And I think, we saw a New South Wales ICAC report come out a few years ago that said that water policy in New South Wales has been skewed towards the irrigators and that they have greatly benefited, particularly in the Northern Basin. And I think, and that's why sometimes we feel like the little guys at the end of the river in New South Wales are not represented by people, because as you mentioned, the number of things that New South Wales has done, that's both coalition and Labor governments. Yeah. They've been failing that river, and I think sometimes there's a perception that it's just a bit too hard. Yeah. I think the hard thing is with the basin is that everyone is always going to look after their own little patch. And I think that I can understand it because I know we all love our little patch and I love Menindee. But when we only look at our own little patch and what's happening there, that's where all these problems start. When we only look at New South Wales, if we live there, or when we only look at Mildura or like Menindee, the basin is so much bigger than that. And you sort of go back through the history and look at, originally there was sort of talk of giving all of the water powers to the federal government. Now, I don't know how I feel about that because it really depends on what government you've got in, whether you like or dislike that. So maybe there is a strength in having state voices in terms of that. But the hard thing about state voices is they're always going to look after their states. And we spoke a little bit about the polling before, and why does polling matter? Water is politics. It's full of politics, and politics is about people, and we live in a democracy. Yeah. So this, 60 or 70% of people in Australia that want more buybacks, and I've done my own polling when I was with the Australia Institute that showed the same thing. Even 63% of regional people wanted buybacks. That matters, and that speaks to the politicians in this space. And so we actually can't discard them just because they might not specifically live where we live. And I think it's just, once again, looking at our own little patch and being surrounded by people that think the same way. And I think my biggest advice to people in this space is be willing to be challenged, because I've been challenged the whole way along. I remember in 2015 or 2016 came home and finished school, and the river was bone dry, and I was driving back to Adelaide to go see family, and one of my mates were driving past Renmark, and he's like, "Kate, your river is bone dry, and look at what these bloody South Australians are doing, chucking water out onto the floodplain." And I remember, because I didn't know enough at this time, I was pissed off. I was like, our river is bone dry and they're chucking water out. What are they doing? This is quite early on in my journey of water. And yeah, in some ways I've come a long way, and since been a tour guide down in Renmark and everything as well. But not just because once I realised afterwards that our river's bone dry, and so it's not really our water that's going out on the flat out there, but also the importance of protecting these areas. And that even if my area is sick right now, that doesn't mean that all areas should be sick, and that water is really important.
Thanks, Kate.
And I just think that there is such value in all of the different biases coming together to work on the common ground. And I think it was the gentleman over there in the wine industry that did say something about it, water going to the federal government. And I remember being very frustrated in our little neck of the woods when a lot of the irrigators from across the river in New South Wales were weaponising the fact that their allocation of general security was very low, and it was just sort of this very broad statements being made about the fact that farmers had no water, and yet there was water in the river. And so there would be a lot of things would be simpler if there was one set of rules and one set of allocations, and everybody had common understandings. But it's such a complex area. And also I think just in terms of whether it be state versus state, north versus south, we all learn when we talk together. But when we do have meetings like this, and as an irrigator, I again see it very differently, but I see that through the Basin Plan, there's been a huge investment in irrigation infrastructure, for example. In a way, buybacks are a form of adjustment, in the sense that those that see that as an option, or a good option, or their only option, it is an option. Whereas, for example, when water gets traded out of a region to other consumptive use, there is no compensation for that community, for that trade. So, and I think that those who still hold entitlement have had a huge, the asset has increased in value markedly. So anyone who holds entitlement is a lot wealthier than they once were. in many ways. And so we have to think about the parts of our community that don't own water, that aren't part of this industry, which, whilst has its tough times, is still here and has options and can be dynamic and can be forward-thinking. So we should be thinking about a lot of parts of our community that are way less fortunate than us. And I don't think we really know what doing it tough really looks like sometimes.
I was challenged by a member of the rice growers area about a statement I made in the media where we said, well, if we complete this plan and we have our water recovered, that will actually give our growers in South Australia greater water security. He said, what did you mean by that? And it's simply that under our water allocation plan, if the lower lakes gets disconnected or empty or something, our minister can say that the consumptive pool, he can reduce the consumptive pool that determines how much our irrigation allocation is. And he said, well, why would he do that? And I said, well, you know, many years ago, there was only probably a handful of people living down on that lower section of the river. Now we've got all sorts of city people, that's their holiday area, that's their river shacks are in that section of the river. There are votes there. And do you think our minister is going to sit back and watch the river empty out while South Australian irrigators have 100% allocation? I doubt it. And yet we've lost our water security. We've given up a lot of our spare water that we had to return it to the environment. And so we now need that water to be very secure. And the policy settings and things like that are important to us, and we've worked very hard in that space. The grower from New South Wales sort of said, oh, we don't have that in our plans, but my suspicion is they didn't have a water resources plan at that time, and my suspicion is there will be a lot more flex in some of those things. I don't know for sure because I haven't studied in great detail, but that's what's in our plan. Our minister can cut our consumptive pool, which determines our water allocation. So my objective and our board's objective for our irrigators in our area is to make sure that the water that they do have remaining with them is a very high security water product.
Please join me in thanking our panel, Kate, Peter and Rosemary. Thank you. Thank you very much. It now brings me to that time of day where I just need to wrap up. But before I do that, I'm just going to ask Jason just to say a few words summarising today.
Thanks, Dave. Firstly, I'd like to thank everybody who gave their time to present their thoughts and their opinions of their industry or their scientific background or economic background. I'd like to thank everybody for coming. People did travel. I forgot to mention this morning, a lot of local politicians were invited. Dr. Webster was invited, but it's a sitting week in Canberra, and so was Jake Benham, so they passed on their apologies, and Mayor Daniel Linklater from Wentworth. I think if you just cast your mind back through the day from the original panel through to Ian's wonderful presentation, and then Kim's, and then the economics presentation, which is the most bland of topics, but I thought created the most pushback from the audience, which is fine. It really, and then the last panel as well, the idea of biases. You know, I clearly have a bias. I've identified that for a long time. I don't think it's a bad thing, but what it does do is it gives that ability to show that authenticity and say, what do we talk about and how do we talk about it? And I think that's happened all day. I think people are challenged because there's been so much regulatory change since the unbundling process started. And then the politics around the Water Act and then the implementation of the Basin Plan. So there's some implied challenges regardless. But what I take from the day, like I took from the leadership program a couple of weeks ago, is that this isn't insurmountable, and it's based on better communication. And I like the way Kim pulled it apart in regard to trying to get a grower who's only just grown his fruit to get to the gate, but how do you put your imprimatur on it as a salesperson or a guardian or a providor of that? And we can all be providors of our own opinions, but in the end, how do we get through the more difficult regulatory changes that make the river a healthier river that gives sustainable Horton ag, with us being sensible about the challenges and the risks that are clearly in front of us, but also by enjoying those challenging conversations, which sometimes aren't always very easy if you've traditionally been dynamic enough to get your own way. I shouldn't have said that as a councillor. That doesn't sound right. So thanks again for everybody. I'm so impressed with the candor. I'm really happy with how the day has turned out. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, MRCC, and everybody else who's been involved. Please keep thinking about this. Please keep talking about it in ways that you may not have before, because we all benefit from those economic benefits that Constantine and Alex spoke about through their economic presentation. You know, every time there's $1 spent in one way or another, it circles through the community, and there's amenity economics, there's tourism economics, there's Horton ag economics. So yeah, thank you very much, and keep talking about the importance of the basin.
A very big thank you to Jason, because this was really his brainchild. He's done a lot of work behind the scenes, contacting people. So in particular, thank you, Jason. I'd also like to thank the speakers who have given up their valuable time to come here and address us. And thank you for sharing your insights. Thank you to our sponsors, in particular Waterfind West, Tom and his team. Thank you for sponsoring today. And also we look forward to seeing you at Tamworth, which leads me to say, for those who want to continue the conversation, we're actually going to be discussing more of this and the future of water security at Tamworth on the 10th and 11th of July. So I urge you to think about coming to Tamworth. Thank you to all. We're a very wide church in this room. There's mayors, there are councillors, irrigators, farmers, individuals, there are bureaucrats, scientists. There's a very wide, diverse group of people. And as I said the other week, a couple of people have talked about the leadership forum put on by the government, and I was asked to summarise the conference. And as the first speaker, the water minister said, "So what did you get out of this?" And I said, "A problem shared is a problem halved." We haven't solved all the problems in the world, but I think we are more like than we are unlike. So I think that's come out today. There's a lot of points of discussion, of debate, but I think there's actually a lot of points of similarity, and we want to build on those. In particular, I'd like to thank the people behind the scenes. Peter Phillips up the back of the room. Thank you, Peter, for all your help. Thank you, Tim, for all your hard work putting this together. And also, in particular, thank you to you for coming and being here. And I look forward to seeing you in the very near future. Please stay on. There is a bar put on by the rowing club. So if you'd like to purchase a beer or a glass of wine, there will be, I think Tim is actually acting as the barman. So there will be some drinks at the back of the room if you want to hang around. Thank you. Travel well. Godspeed. Thank you.
If you're going to share these presentations, can I give you a PDF to share instead?
Yeah, I was going to say I can convert it to PDF instead if you like.
Because I've got all those slides with bits that disappear, just copied and removed those bits so that they're just extra slides.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
That's good. Is there any expression of interest where you association of airlines and renewable energy and all that sort of stuff? No one else. It's sort of a seems to be an emerging. Is there any previous discussion on the conservation areas
Right.
Oh, yeah. Not to forget.
Roanoke Association should broaden it out other than this water, but yeah.
Flying through IE, is that a negative? Oh, the one right up Ellis connected to.
Yeah, I didn't think that.
So check the USB sticks individually before I check the hub. I'm assuming otherwise it's an issue.
You need to hang on to the hub. Jake.
Oh, no. That's all right.
You had a debate about horses and Kosciuszko at the last AGM, and then
Hub and keys.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Good. Might see you next week on Zoom.